Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Deku has Paladin armor and harem with many girls? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Dark Dragon for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. 8th of April 2170 Udata High School. Katsumi Bakugo couldn't be happier. Her dream of becoming a student at U.A and being in the hero course has become true. She wanted this since she was old enough to know what heroes were. Right now, she was in Class 1A, sitting at her desk as she was thinking back over the years and how she got here. Before she gained her quirk, she already considered herself as special. She could read and write better than anyone of her age, even better than the males in her class. She had no desire to be friends with people, as she believed that they would only hold her back. The people that followed her were followers, not real friends. Out of these followers who thought they were best friends was Izuku Midoriya, or, as she calls him, Deku. He was a useless or boring male, more so than any other males that she met. The only reason that she bothered with him was because of her mother. She was friends with Deku's mother, and so had to play nice with him. For a while, she barely tolerated him, but not long after she gained her quirk. After an incident, she wanted nothing to do with him, but he wouldn't get the hint. When she got her quirk, Explosion, she realized how special she really was. Her quirk was the most powerful and the most useful quirk at her age or at any age within her hometown. She was told this by nearly everyone, her teachers, and people she met. The only one who didn't agree to this was her mother. Her mother told her that whilst she might have a powerful quirk now, it didn't mean that there wasn't someone with a better quirk out there. That she shouldn't get overconfident about her power. Katsumi didn't believe this for a moment. She didn't think for one moment that there was someone better than her in power-wise. She believed that with this quirk, she could one day become the #1 hero in Japan, if not the world. Someone who didn't need anyone to help her, someone who can beat any villain, just like All Might. Now, over the years, Katsumi would train herself to become as powerful as possible. Thinking that she was smarter and stronger than anyone else, she would use her powers whenever she wanted, and whilst it was against the law, she was careful who saw her. Whilst at school, her teachers at Aldera Junior High would turn a blind eye for her and a select handful, those with the possibility of becoming heroes. Her own mother didn't seem to get her either. She would give her a backhander or a knock on the head when she got out of hand, or her mother thought she was doing something she shouldn't. Katsumi didn't like it. She honestly thought she wasn't doing anything wrong and often didn't understand why her mother would punish her. As she got older, thanks to her teacher pampering her, she believed that she was different from the rest of the students. Better than them. Of course, the other kids look up to her. By comparison, they could barely tie their own shoes. She couldn't wait to ditch these losers and go to a real school, one where she'd be truly recognized as the talented students that she was. The only person who doesn't seem to get it was stupid Deku. What the hell is wrong with him? Why doesn't he understand that he was just a useless pebble like everyone else, and leave her the hell alone? She's only mildly irritated when Deku tries to stand up to her from time to time, because it's easy enough to put the damn nerd back in his place. No, what gets under her skin is when Deku acts like he thinks she needs help, as if she's some bitch-ass weakling who can't take care of herself. Like the one time when they were kids, when she fell off a small bridge into a stream. The damn nerd came down from the bridge and offered a helping hand to get back. Like she needed someone's help. Does All Might need help? Hell no. The #1 hero could take on any number of villains all by herself and beat them all. That's what a true hero is. That's what it meant to be the best. Or so that's what she believed. And to find out that stupid Deku was trying to get into UA? Embarrassing is what it was. He was a damn male. How could a male who didn't have a damn quirk be able to join an elite school like UA? Katsumi couldn't wrap her head around the idea of this useless piece of nothing, thinking he could get into the same school as her. That's not how the world works. Katsumi believed that she was doing Deku a favor by blasting his stupid notebook and teaching him that lesson back in high school, hoping to make the stupid male think twice about entering U.A before he got even more messed up. As she thought about it now, she believed that maybe telling him to take a flying leap off the roof might have been a bit much, but the damn nerd was just too clueless for anything else to stick. To her, she was being kind, trying to make him see sense. It's too dangerous for a male to be a hero. Very few were strong enough to fight villains. Stupid Deku. But the damn nerd didn't seem to get it. To make things worse, Deku did something she couldn't forgive him for saving her. On the same day that she burned his notebook in the hopes of making him see sense, a sludge villain attacked her. She still remembers struggling, pulling, and tugging to free herself from the villain's thighs, straining as she pushes her shoulders forward. It was hard. She was trapped, imprisoned by ropes and slabs of sludge that groped and clutched. She remembered that her fear edges into panic, hands moistening with enough sweat to pool in the muck. She remembers feeling the slime trying to force its way into her nose and mouth, choking her, intimate and obscene. She could also feel the slime going into her genitalia. She remembered that her panic flips into incandescent rage. Katsumi loved her quirk. She played with it, explored it, practiced, and pushed it every single day for the past 10 years. Still, there have always been all these rules. She wasn't supposed to use it on other people. She wasn't meant to supposed to use it in a public place. She chafed at the constraints. At the time, she had a dark, vicious satisfaction wells up in here. She had been handed an opportunity to see what she can really do. She could use her quirk in self-defense, and she wouldn't get into trouble. Not only that, but she would show that Slimer. She would destroy her. Katsumi remembered that she pushed, igniting her palms. She remembered hearing the familiar pop and crackle sizzles against her skin. She remembered that for a brief moment, she feared that the sludge villain might counteract her quirk. Then the sparks raced jaggedly around her, through the gunk that surrounds her hands, the gathered pockets and patches of her nitroglycerin sweat connecting, and then an explosion. With the explosion, the sludge around her mouth was removed, allowing her to pull in a deep, rasping breaths. She was stunned with wonder and shock. She had never imagined she could set off an explosion that was huge. Exhilaration wars with horror as flames and chunks of concrete thud heavily into the surrounding ground. Damn, she remembered that she didn't have long to contemplate the destruction, as the sludge villain collects herself literally, pulling in shreds and glops of thick goo, and she remembers feeling the weight of the sludge gather around her once more, but tightly. Part of her at the time was wondering why this wouldn't die. Katsumi felt as if time ceased to exist as she continued to fight back. She remembers vaguely of being aware of others that joined the fray, heroes trying to put out the fire and evacuate civilians. For a short while, she remembered thinking that she would be rescued, but after a brief flurry, the heroes backed off. Katsumi couldn't believe that these so-called cowards were called heroes. Katsumi remembered that she tried to blast the villain again and again, fury pulsing like a living force through her veins. However, each explosion is a little weaker as she struggles and strains to break away, the stores of nitroglycerin burning off and her body unable to produce enough to keep up with her needs. She remembers that her hands ache and thinking that she would not let this monstrosity take her. She couldn't remember how long it was since her last full breath. All she could remember was managing to suck in spurts of oxygen here and there, but sludge keeps filling her mouth and nose. There was a ringing in her ears, and she remembers that the edges of her vision were starting to blur. She also remembers that she ramped up her anger further, shoving away the tendrils of despair that were creeping into her stomach, and she tried to fight. What she remembered next made her even more angry. She remembers seeing a sudden movement that caught her eye. When she managed to focus, she saw a familiar mop of green hair on a boy being propelled by bright red shoes. Deku! She couldn't believe it. Even to this day, it surprised her that he was there. There was no way that damn nerd would try to rescue her. Not after everything that she did to him. What could he do? Even pro-heroes gave up, believing that it was hopeless. All she knew was that at the time, she thought that the idiot was going to get himself killed. What the hell is he doing? Throwing his backpack? What a stupid useless. Except the backpack strikes the villain somewhere sensitive. Her eyes, and the villain recoils, freeing Katsumi's face. Finally getting some air, she gulps for air, coughing. She asked the fool what he was doing. The only answer that she got was that he didn't know that he moved before he could think. When he heard that she cried out for help, Katsumi's eyes snap open. She would have punched the asshole for that if she weren't busy fighting for her damned life. It didn't help that there was another explosion. Disoriented, it takes Katsumi a moment to realize that she wasn't hallucinating. Standing there was none other than All Might. She seems to be saying something, but Katsumi's head had gotten too immersed in glop to make it out. A vice tightens around her wrist and yanks her out of the villain's hold. She was flying into the air disturbingly close to Deku, who is also being hurled away as All Might powers up and punches the villain so hard it disappears into a smattering of sludge bits. Katsumi remembered that when All Might freed her, she hit the ground on her back hard enough to knock what little air she had out of her, but then she was able to lie there for a while. Lying down was nice. Her breathing, harsh and labored, starts to even out. Katsumi remembered that as she lay there, she felt rain beginning to fall, which surprised her. Just moments ago, it was a clear day, but then it was raining. She wanted to open her eyes to see what was happening, but it took too much effort to open her eyes, so she didn't bother. At that time, all she could remember thinking was that resting was the best idea. She vaguely remembers people cheering and chattering as she drifts in and out of consciousness. This has been a hell of a day. She wasn't sure how long it took, but after a while, she was able to pull herself together and sit up, surrounded by heroes and emergency personnel. It's a small point of pride that she found that Deku was still out cold, although the nerd did wake up a few moments later, where he was hauled off to get yelled at for being the dumbass that he was. TCH. Some people might think Katsumi would preen at the press coverage and all the praise she was getting for being so tough and having a powerful quirk, but it makes her skin itch. Even months later, her skin itches at the thought. Like she had wanted to be a sidekick for one of these losers that couldn't do any better than she had. And that's what really rubs her raw. She needed to be rescued. Something that she thought would never be possible, that she could save herself no matter what. Okay, so she could deal with All Might saving the day since that's kind of her thing. But why the hell did Deku need to get involved? He was a damn male, someone who she believed was weak and useless, like men meant to be. But here he was, showing them differently. A male without a quirk, going up against a female quirk user and doing a better job of trying to save someone than the damn heroes. It hurt her pride a bit that this happened. She hated that Deku, of all the males out there, was the one that came to save her. What was even worse was that Deku, whilst it was meekly done, was telling the female heroes off. Telling them that whilst he might be quirkless and weak, he at least was trying to do something, unlike them who stood there and did nothing. Deku carried on and told them they should have tried to do something, anything, to save her. Because, by the time a hero with the right quirk arrived, she could have been killed. This shut the heroes up, looking guilty at this. It was bad enough that they did nothing, but to be told off by a male with no power was even worse for them. Katsumi couldn't believe it. That someone as meek as Deku would stand up to these heroes. It made it worse for her. She hated that he saved her and stood up to these heroes. How could someone like her be like this? She didn't need him, and still thinks that. She wanted to give Deku a price of her mind, to set the moron straight. Unfortunately, the moron was swept away by All Might, before anything else could be said, or the reporter could intervene, or before she could tell him what's what. She figured that All Might did this to protect the damn moron, and once they were far away, Deku went home. She remembered that after being allowed to go after she was checked over to make sure she was fine, Katsumi made a beeline to Deku's neighborhood. Sure enough, she catches a glimpse of green hair, red shoes, and yellow backpack. Seriously, who throws the backpack at a villain? Up ahead. He breaks into a run, wanting to get this over with. Katsumi could remember standing there for a few moments, chest heaving as she paused to catch her breath. She realized there that she had to work out more, as what had happened was unacceptable if she wanted to be the number one hero. Then with her fists clenched, she stares at a spot on the ground in front of her, and grits out that she never needed nor asked for his help. That she was fine by herself. That he was just a quirkless male and she would never need his help. That he shouldn't look down on her. And with that, she walked off. Her thoughts as she walked off was, that was so lame. God. Stupid Deku. Over the next few days and months, there were two things that kept going through her mind. The first was about herself. She couldn't stop thinking about how it had felt being trapped by the villain, helpless, drowning. She had an amazing, awesome quirk, the thing that made her so much better than all these damned peasants, but it hadn't been enough. The old hag had bitched her out something fierce when she found out about it. Damned witch. Like she'd needed someone else telling her how useless she'd been. Humiliation of being saved, by Deku of all people, still burned in her memory, tempered only slightly by the satisfaction of having slammed the door of her bedroom on her mother's face. The second thing that was on her mind was Deku. Stupid Deku. She remembers the sharp, sudden gulp of air blissfully flooding her starved lungs. God. God must hate her. Why the else was she supposed to be grateful to that asshole? The thing is, Deku wasn't lording it over her. He hadn't said a single word about it after that day. In fact, other than in school, she hadn't him about. Not like she cared. She just found it strange not seeing him around much. It doesn't make any sense. What was worse was that Katsumi was seeing him in a different light, in a UAL way. Sure, she knew that she was going through puberty, and so her hormones were all over the place. She was also warned about the side effects of having a quirk, that she would be more usually active than a woman without a quirk. But she had to wonder why she had to be thinking about that weakling like that. He was a reminder of everything that she despises. Ever since he saved her, whenever she was rubbing one off, Deku would enter her mind. Him bending her over her bed as he ate her. Him having her on all fours as he made her, he bitch. Over the months she had many UL fantasies where Deku was her and making her his. Until that day when the bastard saved her, she would have never, ever thought of that useless male in such a way. But now, it was the only thing on her mind, and she hated it. She hated Deku for making her think of him like that. It wasn't like he was hot or strong like the men that she was interested in now, was he? He was just a weakling, bloody Deku. She couldn't wait to go to U.A, as then she would never, ever, have to see him again. He could go to hell for all she cared. Stupid Deku. Either way, back to her. She still knows what she wants. As far as knowing how she was to get it, well, the morning after the sludge attack, Shed woke up sorer than following her most grueling track meet. She has always been naturally athletic and has it as yet another indication of her innate superiority, so it was unusual for her to be this affected. She stretched and did her best to walk it off, making sure she drank lots of water and took a couple of handfuls of magnesium. Katsumi could remember that the day after the attack, she was so stiff and hurt so badly that she could barely get out of bed. God damn it. Everyone kept telling her how tough she was, and it's true, she was a hell of a lot tougher than anyone else that she knew, well, until now that was. What made it worse was her mother's words going through her mind about people being stronger than her. It made her blood boil at the thought of acknowledging that her mother was right. But still, she had to put such thoughts aside as this feeble, half-assed victimhood was unacceptable. She should have known better to think she could bet some adult like she was now. In her mind, she blamed the school for the poor training that she was given. She should have known that these miserable excuses for children that she competes with at school were worthless. She had allowed herself to become too complacent. Until she encounters an opponent worthy of the title, she'll compete with herself. With this in mind, she dives into cultivating her body with a single-minded discipline that borders on obsession. No more hanging out at the mall. Instead, she made a list of her required goals: strength, speed, stamina, flexibility, and strategically developed routines and tracking systems to measure her progress. She had given herself 10 months to prep for the UA entrance exam, where she remembers she would blow it out of the water. Then there was her quirk. Now that she had what it can do, she needed to figure out how to tap into that meteoric potential on demand. So, in the days to come after the attack, she joins an online forum for the support sector. She remembers there being a lot of regulations surrounding support technology, so it was hard for her to drill down into mechanical specifics, but she was able to get some ideas on how to implement a wearable collection system for her sweat. She couldn't wait until she'll be able to try it out now that she was now at UA. Katsumi remembers how the days turned into weeks and then months, where she trained hard to get stronger so that she would be ready for the entrance exam. She didn't want to show people that she was weak. She wanted to prove to herself that she was stronger than she was before the attack. Then the day of the entrance exam arrived. To her surprise and anger, she saw that Deku was there, too. She couldn't believe it. Deku dared to enter the entrance exam. Sure, he told her and the rest of their class that he was going to do so, but she never thought he would make it there. Trying to keep this off her mind at the time, she went through the exam. The first part was the written part. It wasn't too hard. She would later get her results where, like she expected, she of course aces it. It wasn't like it was that hard for someone who actually studies even the stupid societal impact parts. After the written part of the exam, they did the practical exam. Before doing so, they were told what would happen during that time, but the pro hero, present Mike. Here, Deku was nerding out and started to mutter about the hero and the exam. Katsumi didn't really care about this. Katsumi recognizes the woman on stage with the pointy-ass hair as a pro hero, but she had some sort of lame quirk that wasn't worth remembering. As for Deku, she tried to block him out. Instead, she was thinking about this part of her exam. She wouldn't admit it, but she remembered her gut was clenching with nerves and slight anger. The anger was because some people were still talking about the sludge villain and her being a victim. It's been almost the year, and that's still what she was known for. She wanted to show them all how much she changed, that she was more powerful than she was then. She wanted to show them that they shouldn't look down on her. When Deku pointed out that they were in different battle centers, she had to admit to Deku that she was upset they weren't in the same battle center, as she really wanted to crush the Crash, to show what she really could do. But now she couldn't. But what she didn't admit was that she was also happy that they weren't in the same center, as she was partly afraid. Afraid that in the heat of battle, she might not be able to resist the temptation to simply blast the hell out of Deku, and that would probably have a negative impact on her exam score. Pointy Hair was explaining about the 4 types of villains they need to take out and that they're not supposed to attack other examinees. So yeah? Good thing she wasn't with Deku. She remembered some bitch examinee calling out, waving the handout that they were given, accusing Yue of being shoddy because there's an extra villain printed that Pointy Hair hadn't mentioned. Katsumi remembering that for S sake, this bitch had to be a stick-in-the-mud type of person. Someone who wanted to look smarter than they actually were and had to follow the rule no matter what. It wasn't going to work though, because she was obviously a dumbass who interrupted Pointy Hair before she had gotten to the part about the 0-level robots. Pointy Hair explains that the 0-pointers are obstacles to be avoided. The dumbass then asked why Deku, a male, was doing here for, when the general and support studies exams were finished. She also mentioned about Deku's muttering. Whilst the Pointy Hair hero didn't mention about the muttering, she reminded them all those men had been allowed in the hero course exams for years. But none of them ever made it. For one reason or another, Katsumi believed that it was because they were too weak to deal with the course. The hero went on to explain that every year the school would have about 10 to 20 male examinees every year. Most of them don't make it for one reason or another, so they should give some kudos to those who had the heart and guts to come here that day. Katsumi scoffed at this. To her, these males shouldn't be here in the first place. They were too weak to be heroes. Especially Deku. After Pointy Hair gives a Napoleon Bonaparte quote, which wasn't totally shitty, she shouts the school motto and sends them on their way. Katsumi remembered following the signs to the locker rooms to change into clothes that allow her the greatest range of motion possible. It was absolute chaos. Thousands of dipshit teenagers doing everything they can to get in her way. Normally, she would be able to clear a path with a couple of well-placed explosions, but she knew she had too much riding on getting into UA to ignore the rules right now. She could remember feeling her irritation rise with every jostle, the need to keep herself in check gathering a roiling heat in the pit of her stomach, skin taut with the effort to contain it. The crowd thins out as they got to the bus to get to Battle Center A. Still, some head manages to barrel right into Katsumi, who clenches her fists more tightly, so she doesn't blast the little shit into the nearest wall. A low growl escapes her throat, and her lips pull back from her teeth. The shithead looks up, goes pale, and stumbles over herself to get away from whatever she sees in Katsumi's eyes. Katsumi could remember wanting to knock some heads together that day. But not wanting to get into trouble and having time for these shits, she makes her way to the bus. As the bus took them to Battle Center A, she was mentally mapping out her strategy. She had memorized which robots give the most points, so she knows which to aim for. And whilst the flying villains and not being familiar with the layout of the battle center would be a problem, she knew one thing. It stands to reason that she would have a better chance of taking out more robots if she first distances herself from all the losers she was with. Katsumi remembered that when the gates were open and they were told to begin, she felt the fire that's been simmering beneath the surface roars into her gut. She burst into the battle center at a dead run. She remembered that a couple of the kids with speed-type quirks pass her, but she catches a glimpse of a pair of three-pointers down a side street and cuts in that direction. Calculating momentum, she jumps, kicks off a wall, and lands directly on one of the machines, knees bent so she could smack a palm against the metal. She remembered waiting for 3 seconds before shifting her weight as the machine moves beneath her, and watching as the other nearby bot moves closer. When she's satisfied with its position, she sets off an explosion that incapacitates the bot she was on, turns, pushes off and leaps onto the second bot, blowing a hole in it as well. All in less than 30 seconds into the exam, and she was already racked 2 kills. She remembers feeling her face stretch into a manic grin as she goes off in search of more prey. Katsumi falls into the rhythm of the hunt: run, jump, spin, land, blast, jump down, duck and roll underneath, blasting upwards into the bot's belly, out the other side, and back on her feet. Run, jump, twist, blast. Her whole being sings with the fierce clarity of the dance. Going for the flying villains first, seeing how they had the high score, then going for the 3 points when she couldn't get to the 5 points. She didn't bother with trying to save the civilian bots, as she didn't see the point in doing so. Like in real life, she left them to the losers, the extras, to deal with. She only saved them a few times when she saw them being attacked by villains. As she didn't want to risk losing points in not doing so, Katsumi had to admit, other than dealing with saving the damn civilian bots, that day was so much damn fun. Katsumi remembered that the time went all too soon, wishing for more time, but time ran out. After the exam, she was breathing heavily, but goddamn, it feels good. She could do this all day long. She was no longer that weak-ass little punk who got herself held hostage by a madwoman. She is Katsumi Bakugo, and she was going to be the best #1 hero of all time. Better than All Might. Suck on that, Deku. For the following weeks, until she started U.A, she had continued training, making sure that she stayed strong, so that she would be stronger than any student at the hero school. During the first week, she got a hologram letter with some tiger woman saying that she got into U.A and had gotten first place in the exams. Something that Katsumi was happy about. It showed that she was the best. Before she knew it, it was the first day of U.A, where she swaggers into U.A as if she owns the damn place. Hell yeah, she took the top spot in the entrance exams, so why shouldn't she act like this? She was the best person here and was going to be the world's best hero, and she was planning to let everyone here know it in the upcoming weeks, to show everyone how powerful she was. So as she got into U.A this morning, she pushes her way through the extras and made her to the 1A classroom. Once she gets to her new classroom, she finds her seat and flops into it, kicking a leg up on her desk. And so, here we are at the start of the story. 00000. Damn, it feels good to be here. Katsumi thought to herself as she checked out some of the other new students in the class to see what her competition was like. At first glance, none of the students seemed to stand out to her. Sure, there were a few that had quirks that made her new classmates look different, like the frog girl, or the girl with the tail, or the pink-skinned girl, or even the girl with extra hands. But none of them stood out to make her think they were any competition for her. To her they were just extras, stepping stones to her becoming #1. To her, there was no point in knowing the names of nobodies, those who she didn't think would become a hero. As she looked at them and tried to figure out nicknames she would be using for the next 3 years, she heard one of the girls in the class say, "Have you heard the rumors? There's going to be a male joining Class 1A. This caught Katsumi's interest as she looked up to see who said this. She saw it was a girl with an invisible quirk, one that seemed she couldn't turn off. Upon hearing what this girl said, Katsumi found it strange that a man could enter the hero course. They were quirkless, and weak against most women with quirks. So, she had to wonder how this man was able to get into this school. Oh, really? Asked another girl. This one was of medium height, possibly set a little more broadly than some of her other classmates. She had light pink skin. She has somewhat square-shaped eyes with black sclera and yellow irises and notably long eyelashes below and around the sides of her eyes. She had an athletic body. Her face was framed by long fluffy and unruly pink hair that came to her hips. Her hair was slightly darker than her skin. Looking closer, Katsumi saw that she had two thin pale yellow S protruding from her head, hooked squarely and leaning diagonally to opposite sides, which seemed to be slightly flexible, able to bend a bit to each side. Is he handsome? In fact, how did he get in? I thought it was impossible for men to pass the entrance exam. It's rare, but in the past there have been a few men who were able to pass the entrance exam, explained another girl. Upon seeing her, there was only one thought that went through Katsumi's mind. Damn it, of all the people who could pass the entrance exam, this stuck-in-the-mud bitch had to pass it. Whilst Katsumi only met her once, she knew her type already. She was the type who sticks to the rules without a second thought, someone who would inform teachers of wrongdoings and the like. A bloody brown-noser. Damn, she hates these sorts of people. She listened as Glasses, as Katsumi decided to call her, went on to say, but none of them lasted a month, even a year at UA. As none of the men could handle the course before the year ends. Katsumi just scoffed at this. Of course the men couldn't handle the course, they were weaker than women. They don't have what it takes to keep up with the hard work of becoming a hero. Now, she can admit that from her own research about this, that men from over 200 years ago might have been able to do so. But since the appearance of quirks, they become more or less weak and useless than they used to be. She didn't think that any man could become a hero. The others noticed the scoff from Katsumi but decided not to say anything right now. But the one that Katsumi called Glasses looked like she wanted to say something but was more interested in this male than saying something to Katsumi. "I'm Tomoyo Ida, by the way, and I'm from the semi-private academy," said the girl that Katsumi called Glasses. "Can you tell me if you know more about this male?" "First, my name is Toru Hagakure." Toru introduced herself. "As for the male, I don't know much, but I have heard two strange rumors about him. The first is that the male used some kind of power armor of some kind in the exams. But that's not the strangest thing though. If the rumors are to be believed, he had a quirk." "What?" the women called out in shock. Whilst Katsumi just sat there and listened. But like the others, she was thinking the same thing. How could this be possible? Men meant not to have quirks, but if the rumors were true, then they just might be facing the first male with a quirk. "I know, strange," admitted Toru. "Here's the strangest part of it all. You all know the 0-pointers that some of us faced? How could they not remember them? Other than Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoko Todoroki, who both got into the school by official recommendations, the others had to run from those things. Some even had nightmares about them, so of course, they nodded at this. Well, it would seem that he was able to destroy the 0-pointer with one punch. He did what? Most of the girls called out in shock, other than Tomoyo, who thought she could remember something like. So, she was trying to figure out why it sounded familiar. As she was trying to remember, another girl asked, "Impossible. Men don't have that kind of power." This girl had shoulder-length golden hair, parted to the right with a black lightning-shaped streak on the left of her side fringe, which is angled to partially obscure her left eye. She had slanted, somewhat triangular golden eyes and notably small eyebrows. She was slimmer than most female students in her class, with little visible muscle mass. "I know that," admitted Toru. "Some say whoever made his armor, they designed it to be that power. Others said that someone from the exam gave him a boost because someone was in danger, and they could get there themselves. So, to save them, they helped the male out as they saw him running to save the girl. That's when Tomoyo remembered about the boy in the armor. So, she spoke out, 'I know this male. He was with you.'" At this, she was looking at Bakugo. "Who do you mean, Deku?" Katsumi asked in shock and some anger. "You must be mistaken. Deku is weak and useless, more so than most men in this world. He cries and stutters a lot. I can't see him saving anyone. Whilst I'm not sure about him having a quirk, I saw him getting into his armor and defeating the villains we faced and saving the girl. Turmoil told her. Impossible, I tell you, impossible! Katsumi yelled as she stood and got into the other girl's face. She couldn't even think of Deku doing anything like they were saying he did. To her, Deku was weak and useless. There was no way that he could save a person, nor did he destroy the zero-pointer with one punch. As far as she knew, Deku didn't have a power armor. She didn't think that was possible. So how could Deku, of all people, could have one? I don't know who this person is that has this armor, but it wasn't that damn weak, useless Deku. The students there didn't know who this Deku was, even if it was his real name, but with how this girl was acting, they knew that this girl hated him. More so than just thinking that men are beneath them, that or she had feelings for this male that she wasn't willing to admit to. To most of the students there, they could admit that to a degree. They believed that most men were beneath them. That they weren't useful other than to help with breeding, but at the same time, they were willing to give men a chance to prove them wrong, to show them that they are useful. As they were thinking about this, and before either Katsumi or Turmoil could say another word, the door opened. In the doorway was a handsome male with green hair. He was about 6 feet or so, taller than the girls here, other than one girl who had 3 pairs of arms. Upon seeing the male, Turmoil said in surprise, "That's him." "You!" Katsumi seethed as she marched over and grabbed Deku by his collar, a hard thing to do when she was shorter than him, and pulled him down to her eye level. "What are you doing here, Deku?" Meeting Class 1A. 8th of April, 2170 Udata High School. Izuku looked at his new classroom door before deciding to enter. He quickly thought back to how he got here. He had to thank his father and All Might for their help, as without the two of them, he didn't think he would have made it to UA. Thanks to his father who worked for Detnerat, created the power armor that his son designed. Since then, Izuku had been training to use it and move in it easily. As Izuku thought about his father, he felt sorry that his father wasn't still around to see him use it. But not long before finishing the armor for him, a villain killed his father when his father was away on business. But what no one knew about, something he hadn't told anyone about, not even All Might, was the full truth about his father's death. You see, his father had a second family that he and his mum didn't know about, that his father had twin daughters about a year older than Izuku. Izuku and his mother didn't know who they were, and, to be honest, they were too hurt to care about them. Maybe one day they might find out about Izuku's sisters, but not anytime soon. Either way, Izuku's father died by protecting his second family from a villain who was trying to rob them. After hearing about his father's death, they decided not to learn more about it, at least for now. Next person that Izuku thought about who helped him to get to U.A was All Might. After meeting her and showing that he was capable of being a hero in her eyes, she helped him finish his armor by adding the armor to his suit, so he would be protected. Not only that, but she helped upgrade his armor a bit, to make it more useful. Not only did she help with his armor, but to his surprise she informed him that she had a quirk called One for All, that she could pass down to one person. This shocked Izuku. He had never heard that such a thing could be done. But here it was, All Might was willing to give her quirk to him, all because of his actions of trying to save Kaken. Now to help Izuku learn to control the enormous power, All Might trained him for a few months before giving him her quirk, to make sure his body was strong enough. To help him even more, All Might took him to her old teacher, Gran Torino, to train to control One for All. Whilst she was able to use the quirk more or less as soon as her old master gave it to her, Izuku had problems controlling it. He kept getting hurt when he tried to use it, so until the entrance exam, he trained with Gran Torino to gain a new skill called Full Cowling, where he could use 5% of One for All. As for the entrance exam, to his surprise he was able to get in second place. Something that he wasn't expecting, but thanks to saving a girl from a huge robot, he gained rescue points to get him to second place and into UA. For the remaining time until he started U.A, he trained with All Might in the hopes of being able to use more than 5% of One for All. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get much more than 5%, but All Might told him that he shouldn't be down about this, as it takes time to build muscle, and so allowing him to use more of One for All. This just meant that it would take longer, but he wouldn't give up. At the start of his training, they went to Udade as All Might told him that the principal of the school, Principal Nozomi, wanted to see him, as she wanted to make sure that there were no side effects of him gaining one for all. During the visit to Udade, two things happened. First, Izuku had his first UAL experience with the principal, where she gave him a hand job. She told him the reason that did this wasn't because she wanted to, but because she was nearing the end of her heat circle, a time where her urge for was greater than normal. Normally she would stay away from men, until the urge was gone, but she thought that seeing how she was near the end of it, she would have been fine. But she wasn't, and what happened between the two of them happened. After this happened, the second thing happened, he found someone to help him with his armor. You see, he had a hub in his helmet where a lot of detail was gathered, where he needed help to keep track of the information. So after getting a hand job from the principal, he met with Mei Hatsum, a student who is learning to be a support hero, someone who designs hero gear for other heroes. She was a bit strange and energetic, but she loved creating things. When she learned what Izuku was up to, she wanted nothing more to help him, as she loved the idea and believed she could create things that she normally wouldn't be able to if she didn't help. So, Izuku gains an ally in her, someone who can keep track of the information he gathers from his hub helmet. Now after this, he trained with someone called Aine Mitsui, who taught him kickboxing. She was like most women, where she believed that men were beneath her, and wanted to show Izuku his place in the world. Izuku didn't like this, but over the years he got used to this. But it was because of this attitude that he gained a new power from One for All, the Sharingan. Izuku wanted to prove Aine wrong so badly that somehow, he unlocked the new power. This power not only did it make it seem time had slowed down so that he could think how to counter people's attacks, just like Aine's quirk, but he could easily copy the fighting style of others. The problem was that although he was able to copy the moves, unless his body was suited to the moves, he wouldn't be able to carry them out as well as the people he copied them from. Either way, thanks to this new skill, Izuku was able to learn most of Aine's fighting style. Izuku did talk to All Might about this new power, but she had no idea how this was possible. As nothing like this happened before with the quirk, she had no idea if this would happen again, but seeing how he gained one power from One for All, it wouldn't be surprising if he gained more. Only time would tell. Not to the present, he was standing at his new classroom door, and he opened it to start his new life as a hero student. But as he walked into the classroom, saw the last two people he hoped he wouldn't be in this class, Katsumi Bakugu and the blue hair stick in the mud girl that he met at the entrance exam, Examinee 7111. He heard Examinee 7111 say, "That's him." This confused him, and wondered what that was about. Then he had to deal with Katsumi. "You!" Katsumi seethed as she marched over and grabbed Deku by his collar, a hard thing to do when she was shorter than him, and pulled him down to her eye level. "What are you doing here, Deku?" This is where we begin our chapter. 00000. Dude, that's a dude. Izuku heard a girl shout in surprise when she saw the boy's face. This girl was of average height, and a rather impressive physique for her young age. She had red eyes pointed slightly inwards, and a small scar just above her right eye. She had small eyebrows and pointed teeth. She also had long, red, spikyish hair. "So, the rumors are true. We do have a male in our class. Are you sure he's not a communal stud?" said a very short teenage girl with a blush and a nosebleed. She had a large, round head, and rather puffy cheeks. Her nose was small, stubby, and pointed slightly upwards, and she had an unusually distinguishable philtrum, oval-shaped eyes with large, black pupils, and notably thin eyebrows. She also had purple hair that looked like balls in a pigtail style. Izuku saw that this girl was drooling as she had her gaze firmly locked onto Izuku's body, immediately choosing the ludus reason for his presence here, other than being a fellow student. This is the best and toughest school in the world. Of course, they give us something to use as stress relief. I highly doubt that is his purpose, the cost of hiring multiple males just to service the student body," said a tall girl with long black hair and a mature physique. She had rolled her eyes at the little gremlin's crude comment. She had a more developed figure than her classmates. Her hair was tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face. Her eyes were big yet sharp, dark in color and paired with short eyebrows set in a determined expression. What many people didn't know, and this girl wouldn't say, was that she understood the cost of a contract. Because she was from a rich family, because of the side effects of females having a quirk, her mother had a few males lined up for her to choose from. But the topic of a boy servicing her made her blush from head to toe. The truth is, though, she would like to be servicing the male instead of them servicing her. But she didn't want to discuss that with the crass girl and kept her mouth shut, as she didn't want to be labeled the same as her. Either way, as the whispers were making their rounds, Tomoyo came to Izuku's rescue as she said, "Let him go." Here she put her hand on Bakugo to remove her hands from Izuku. But Bakugo wasn't making it easy for her, so Tomoyo said, "If you don't let him go, I'll be forced to inform the teachers about this." Not wanting to get into too much trouble on her first day at Udade, Katsumi let go of Izuku and went back to her seat. But she wasn't going to let this go. She was going to find out one way or another how this Deku got into this school, in this class. Once Izuku was free, Tomoyo helped to tidy the young man's clothes up. In doing so, she could feel his firm muscles. But not wanting to frighten the male more than he already was, Tomoyo Ida. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Ida introduced herself. "Am I, Izuku Midoriya? It's super and nice to meet you and the rest of the class." Izuku introduced himself to Ida and the others. "Midoriya. I must commend you on getting into Class 1A, said Tomoyo, truly impressed by the male's actions and for getting into the class. "First, I would like to apologize for how I acted at the entrance exam. It was wrong of me, and no problem." Izuku waved it off meekly. "Please forgive me if this sounds rude, but I must ask how you managed to achieve such a feat as a male. Was it because of your power armor or did you really have a quirk?" asked Tomoyo. "Name's Mina Ishido," said a pink girl with S, "and is it really true that you defeated the 0-pointer? How did you do it? Did you have a power armor for the exam? Did you have a quirk?" "Bullshit, he doesn't have either of these," sneered Katsumi, slamming her fists on the table. "He is a weak male like the rest of them." Seeing how nervous the male was with this outburst, Tomoyo said, "Don't mind her, most of us aren't like her." Thank you?" Izuku said weakly. "As for your answer, yes, I did use a power armor for the entrance exam. I used it for most of the exam. I was told on the video with my results, that with using my armor alone, I got into 10th place. This shocked the girls to hear this. None of them thought that a male in some kind of power armor was able to get 10th place in the exam. And from the sounds of it, it was like he gained more points afterwards. But in the last few minutes, I rescued a young girl who was trapped under some rubble from the 0-pointer. Explained Izuku. "Excuse me, name Momojayorozu," the tall black-haired girl introduced herself. "I'm wondering what are these 0-pointers that I've been hearing about? Why does destroying one seem to be something amazing?" "Name's Doi Kaminari," said the golden-haired girl. "And these 0-pointers were robots that we were meant to avoid during the entrance exam. As they were the size of a 5-story building, and hard to bet. So, we were told to avoid them as they didn't give any points." Many of the students still had a hard time believing that this male was able to defeat this robot where the rest of them made a run for it. Even Katsumi didn't bother going against the 0-pointer. "This is bullshit. How could a male defeat it when those with quirks would have a hard time dealing with them?" said an angry Katsumi. But I did." Izuku admitted meekly. I saw a girl in danger and so I used my quirk to save her. I admit that I damaged my body, but I had to rescue her." "That's bullshit. No way you have a quirk, I would have known." Bakugo told Izuku, not believing the male at all. Believing that he would have said something to hear if he had one. We haven't been talking to each other for a while. So you wouldn't have known," said Izuku, sounding more nervous when talking to his old friend. "I'm Eiko Kurishima, and I have to say for a man, that's so manly," said the girl with red spikyish hair, as she came up to him and started to pinch his biceps curiously. Izuku blushed when the girl switched her attention to his chest. "Hey bro, you got muscles too, that's manly. I would bet you could do some damage with those alone." Izuku's face got redder. "Why, yeah, thanks, I guess. Man, I wish I had bigger muscles like you," Eiko told Izuku, before she punched her palm and said, "Guess I have to train more." Izuku sighed with relief when this girl let go of him. He wasn't used to girls/women making this much attention towards him. He was more used to them making fun of him, belittling him for wanting to be a hero. This was all new and strange to him. As he slowly made his way from the doorway to his seat, the girls were still surrounding him and whispering about him. He realized something was crawling in his back, and something was wetting his shirt. He turned around to see no one at all, but he definitely felt someone. Hey, crawling on someone's back is not a thing to do in you, miss. Ida chopped her hand again, trying to get the small girl off his back. No, get off me. I want to feel his muscles, said the purple-haired girl, as she used her balls to stick herself to Izuku's back. Izuku began to freak out when he found out that this teenage girl was right on his back. Man, your back feels better than your abs. A lot of the girls' eyes suddenly grew red. Hearing the comment unlock their NS, they all swarmed around him, pushing the poor Ida out of their way. Can I feel your muscles? Man, want to spar sometimes? Make with me, ribbit? Off, get thee off DKU. Katsumi shouted, shocking herself as she ignited some explosions to scare them off. She couldn't believe that she did this, but her NS was getting the best of her, and she was thinking that she didn't want these other women to have Deku before she could. To show him that he was hers. But I do want to touch his muscles and his dick, Katsumi thought with gritted teeth. She couldn't believe that she was thinking about him like this again. Why, of all people, had it to be Deku she was thinking about? Come ladies, sorry I never got your name, said Ida. Katsumi Bakugo. Katsumi informed her simply. Bakugo is right, get off Midoriya. Ida told the girls, we're meant to be heroes, not some sort of crazed beasts. We should be acting like the heroes we're trying to train to be. The girls felt a bit ashamed that they allowed their hormones to take control of them like that. So most of them sat down as a few of them stood around him as he sat down at his desk. The purple-haired girl was sitting on his desk, giving the poor male full looks, which was making Izuku uncomfortable. But seeing how she wasn't doing anything right now, the other girls let her be. It didn't help like all the girls there. She too was wearing a short skirt, which made it hard for Izuku not to look up it. He had to look elsewhere. You were talking about saving the girl, said Tomoyo. Just as she said that, said girl entered the room. As she quickly looking around the room, she saw Izuku and said, Oh, I recognize that green hair, it's Falling Boy. Nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku told the kind girl who stopped him from falling down before the entrance exam and saved when he was falling after destroying the zero-pointer. Achiko Uraraka and I'm glad that you made it, just like President Mike said. Yay, go you! By the way, that punch was amazing. She was shouting, pumping her fist in the air. You pulverized it. Izuku was covering his face and sweating bullets. No, it's not like that. It was really all thanks to you speaking on my behalf. How did you know about that? Asked Achiko. When I received my results, they added a video talking to President Mike, explained Izuku, making the other girl go red. Embarrassed that the teachers would show this male that video, she would have wanted him to never know that she stuck up for him. Midoriya, could you explain what you were talking about saving Uraraka? Asked Ida. It sounds like there's more to the story. Not really, but thanks to saving Uraraka, I was able to gain more points, explained Izuku. So you realized that there was something more to the practical exam, and you took the chance, said Ida, feeling a bit ashamed that she didn't realize this soon. I must admit that you must be very perceptive. I completely misjudged you, I admit. As a student, even a male, you seem to be far superior to me. No, nothing like that. I had no idea that there was anything more to the exam. Izuku admitted in embarrassment. He wasn't used to someone praising him like this. More so, when he didn't do something to be praised for, he saved the girl because she needed to be saved, not because he wanted someone to praise him. I just did what any hero would have done. I saw Uraraka in danger and with everyone else running away from the zero-pointer, I moved to save her. I didn't do it to get points or anything like that. I just had to save her. I didn't want to be a hero who ran because I didn't have a quirk that could solve the problem there. Hearing this, Ida and two of the students there looked down in embarrassment and shame. They were there when Uraraka needed their help, but instead of helping her, they ran from the 0-pointer. Turmoil at the same time thought that if it wasn't a test, she would have gone to save Uraraka. But now, seeing how the male went to save the girl just because of what a real hero would have done, she was starting to think that she had to rethink her own ideas about what a hero really was and if she really was one. What does it say about her running away when someone was in danger when she thought it was a test? What if something went wrong and Midoriya didn't save her in time? Would a hero be able to get there in time? Would they be able to stop the 0-pointer in time before she got hit? So many questions placed her in a bad light for not even bothering to try to be a hero. Her sister and mother have been heroes, so she knew what it meant to be a hero, but at that moment in time, she forgot all about it and ran. At that point, she knew she had to do better if she wanted to be a hero. She just couldn't believe that a male of people would make her realize this. As she thought that they were good for nothing other than basic work and breeding, in her eyes she realized that this male was more than worthy of her respect and becoming a hero. I must admit, Midoriya, whilst I'm thankful for you saving me, I never thought that a male with a quirk would ever save me. Uraraka told Izuku. Please, ma dame, don't you say that you believe in this male's story that he has a quirk? Said a girl with a French accent. The girl had long blonde hair that went to her hips. It was worn, flattened down around the majority of her head, spiked and sticking out to the sides at the bottom of it with a side fringe that curves upwards a little before it curves down. She has long eyelashes and bright indigo eyes, giving her the appearance of a young princess. Sure, I saw him wearing his armor, but him having a quirk? I don't believe that. I've heard that someone empowered him with their own quirk, as they were too far away to rescue Uraraka. Don't encourage his lies, Katsumi said darkly, wanting nothing more than to knock Deku out, but knew better than to do so right now. Listen, Midoriya, I think to solve this problem, you should show everyone your quirk. Tomoyo told Izuku, wanting people to stop doubting the male when those there knew the truth. This would prove once and for all that you have a quirk. Izuku had to admit it would solve the problem of them not believing him, but he couldn't prove it indoors. Listen, I'm willing to prove to you all that I have a quirk, but we'll have to wait until we have a lesson where we can use our quirks. Izuku explained to them, but when I do, you need to understand that at the moment, I'm only able to handle about 5% of my power without getting hurt. As unlike the rest of you, I only had my quirk for about 10 months. This made the girls there whisper. They thought he had it since around 4 like the rest of them, not only 10 months. See, he's just making up excuses, so he must be lying about his quirk, Katsumi remarked with a smirk. Don't take any notice of her. I've what you can do, so I know the truth, Ida said with a smile, but then asked, I do have a question. How did you learn that you have a quirk? Well, I was training with All Might, began Izuku, but was interrupted by Katsumi. Why would someone like All Might train a weakling like you? Because she said she saw that potential in me when I saved you from the sludge villain and heard about my idea of how I wanted to become a hero, explained Izuku. Katsumi turned red here from embarrassment and anger at being reminded about that incident. She never wanted to be reminded about how weak she was at that time, so when I was training with All Might for the entrance exam, my quirk appeared. It's amazing that you had All Might help to train you, not only for the entrance exam but with your quirk, Ida admitted in awe and admission. She wasn't the only one who was in awe and admission, most of the girls there were. And not only did she help me with training for the entrance exam, but she helped me train until school started, so I knew how to fight and help with controlling my quirk, Izuku informed them. Just then, thinking about the training before he came up with a way to prove that he has a quirk. It would mean showing that he had another quirk, but he knew that was going to happen at some point. This way, he could prove himself and get them used to this quirk, as he would be using it for training. I just remembered a way to prove that I've got a quirk. Whilst training before I gained a new ability with my quirk. With that, Izuku closed his eyes for a few moments. When he opened them again, his eye color changed to red, and his pupils appeared to be surrounded by a black ring. His right eye had 1 tomo on the ring while his left had 2 of these tomo. This shocked the girls there. Here was proof that a male had a quirk, as there was no other way for his eyes to change like this. Katsumi was outraged that somehow this weak male had gotten himself a quirk, something that until now meant to be impossible. Part of her, while seeing it with her own two eyes, she wanted to deny the fact, because she didn't want to think that Izuku was strong or powerful. As for the rest of the class, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was meant to be impossible, but here was a male with a quirk. A few students were calling out, "What is your quirk called? What can your quirk do?" But for the purple-haired girl, she was just staring at him more fully as she began to rub her feet against Izuku's crotch as she asked with a slight nosebleed, "In Minerva Mineta, and I have to ask, how big are you down there? This is totally unacceptable. If you're here just to make friends and chat, then I suggest that you pack up your stuff and leave now," a tired and grumpy voice said, coming from the teacher's table. Everyone looked over at the desk and saw a woman on the floor in a sleeping bag. She looked like she was in her early 30s, with a worn-out expression on her face which also showed the students that she hadn't gotten any good night's sleep for a while, judging from the bags under her flat, tired eyes. "Welcome to U.ASUA's Hero Course," said the woman as she pulled a juice pouch from the inside of her sleeping bag and proceeded to drink it. "What the hell is that thing?" was the thought for most of the students as they watched the woman exit out of her sleeping bag and watched her fold it and walk to the podium that was placed in the front of the class. "You didn't notice me when I got here, and it took you 8 seconds to shut up. That's not gonna work. Not only is time precious, but if I was a villain, I could have killed most of you before you knew what was happening. Rational students would understand that," the woman said as she looked around the classroom and its occupants right before she landed on Izuku and narrowed her eyes at him. "Who is this woman in front of us? If she's here, then she must be some kind of pro. But she looks so worn out, and why is she giving me that look? What's her deal?" Izuku thought as the woman continued to look over the class. He had to wonder if she was like the women in his past, believing that men shouldn't be heroes, that they were useless. "Greetings, I'm Shota Aizawa, and for the next year, I'll be your homeroom teacher." The now named Aizawa finally introduced herself to the class with a tired and emotionless voice. "Now, get your gym uniforms on and meet me at the training grounds." Here, she tossed one of said uniforms to one of the students in the first row as she made her way to the door. Sensei, what about our orientation?" Achiko said, raising her hand. Aizawa stopped, but without turning to the class, answered in her same emotionless tone, "Waste of time. If you want to make it into the big leagues, then you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies," explained the homeroom teacher. "U.A has a pretty free-form curriculum. We're not tethered to traditions, meaning I can teach you in any way I want, and handle the lessons as I see fit. Now I see it fit that you all get in your gym uniforms and meet me at the training grounds, where you'll take part in a quirk assessment test, where I can figure out what you're capable of doing," she said nonchalantly, exiting the classroom. "No, hurry up and get changed." With that, everyone scurried out of the class, worried about this sudden test, but thought it would be interesting seeing how it sounded as if they were going to be allowed to use their quirks, something they aren't normally allowed to do. But before Izuku could make it out the door, he was stopped by the tired-looking teacher. "Where do I change?" asked Izuku. "Follow me," the homeroom teacher told him. So Izuku followed Aizawa, who led him to a small changing room. "This is where you'll get changed." As Izuku entered the changing room, he saw that it was full of equipment and other stuff, very little room to move. Sensei, why is there very little room here and full of equipment?" asked Izuku. "Because men don't often make it into the hero course or don't last here," Aizawa explained with a dark look. "So we use this as a storage room and just make enough room for a student should a male make it into the hero course, as there's no point in keeping it clear otherwise. Either way, hurry up and get changed." With that, Aizawa left the changing room so that Izuku could get changed. Once everyone was on the training grounds, Aizawa began to say, "Up until now, you've been taking the standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before." Here she pulls out her phone and shows 8 things on a list. "The country still thinks that we're created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn," Aizawa said before turning to Bakugu. "Bakugu," Aizawa called out to Bakugu, "you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? About 67 meters, I think. Bakugo answered after thinking about it for a few moments. Okay, go into the circle and try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa told her, as she pulled a ball out of a bag that she had and threw it to Bakugo. The ball looked like a normal baseball, but it had a blue metal strap around it. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Aizawa instructed Bakugo after a few moments. When Bakugo took her time. Go on. You're wasting our time here. All right. You asked for it, Bakugo said before turning to face the distance she was throwing. As she looked at where she was going to throw the ball, she decided to add a little heat to her pitch so that the other's jaws would drop and hopefully show Deku that he doesn't belong here. Die! Bakugo shouted as she used her quirk to blow the ball away. Izuku looked a bit scared. Her explosions. I can still feel them on my skin, Izuku thought with slight fear. All of you need to know your maximized capabilities, Aizawa said as the ball that Bakugo drops to the ground and her device records it. It is the most rational way of thinking as a pro hero, Aizawa said before showing the class Bakugo's score on her handheld device. 705.2 meters. Whoa, 705 meters. Are you kidding me? Kaminari yelled, in awe of the distance from Bakugo. I want to go. That looks like fun, Mina admitted, excited about using her quirk in the tests. Yeah? That's what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want, said a plain-looking female, as the rest of the class started saying that this test was going to be fun. This girl was a young, tall, lean teenage girl with shoulder-length black hair spiked downwards, with jagged bangs coming about halfway down her forehead. She has almond-shaped eyes, stretched quite broad and rather large, with small pupils and straight teeth that dominate her grin. However, the most noticeable part of her body was her elbows, which were the shape of cylindrical tape dispensers. Izuku suspected that this was part of her quirk. So this looks fun, huh, Mississippi Zero? Aizawa said in a monotone voice as Izuku, the other students, got a bit nervous. Listen, you have 3 years here to become real heroes. If you think it's gonna be fun and playtime, think again, Aizawa said as no one answered because the students were caught off guard by her tone. Idiots! Normally I would spend today having you compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential, where whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Aizawa then looks at Izuku darkly before going on to say, however, I have been told that I'm no longer able to do this anymore. So, in that place, whoever comes last, they'll have me on their back for the rest of the year, making it really difficult for you. And trust me, you don't want me on your back. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be wishing I was still able to expel you. Begging to leave the school. Although their teacher had told them why she couldn't expel them as she would have liked, he knew it was down to him being here. As far as people knew, he was the first and only known male to have a quirk, with only a handful of people knowing the truth. Because of this, Principal Nozomi would want to keep him at school for protection so that no one would try to hurt him. This meant that with how Aizawa was looking at him, she couldn't get rid of him as easily as she would have liked. As she didn't agree with males being heroes, so, he suspected that she was hoping that he would fail so that she could give him a hard enough time so that he would quit the school himself. Whilst he might be tame and frightened of his teacher, that didn't mean he would give up without a fight. Now that he has a quirk and was now at Udade, no one, not Katsumi, nor Aizawa, no one was going to make him quit. This was one thing in his life that he was going to fight for. If anyone wanted to get rid of him, they would have to work for it. He might be tame and frightened, but it doesn't mean he wouldn't fight. There are animals who might be weak and tame, but they would fight if forced to. And that was Izuku. If forced to, he'll fight to stay here. He might only have 5% control of One for All, but that should be more than enough to pass this test. As Izuku was thinking this, the other students were whispering about how unfair this was. As I said, whilst I can't get rid of any of you as I normally would if I don't think you're fit for the course, I still get to decide how I run this class. Izuku looked at his teacher to see that she lifted her hair and showed a crazed look to the now frightened students. If you have a problem with it, you can head home right now, Aizawa said as the students looked nervous, ready, confident, or scared. Izuku looked at Aizawa before he got a determined look on his face. He wasn't going to let this teacher force him out of this school, no matter what. Hell proved to her that he was meant to be here. You can't just make our life hell if we fail some test. That's not fair. Uraraka told her teacher, not liking the idea of a teacher making someone's life hell for failing a test. Even some of the other students were thinking the same thing. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Aizawa asked her students, making them gasp, or power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond. Plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. Aizawa told her students as she used her index finger to tell them to come to her, making them gasp again. I don't approve of this kind of hazing, but UA is the top hero program. I have no choice. Thought Turmoil, not liking this but knowing that if she wanted to be in this top school, she had to deal with it. Not only that, but she knew that this school did things differently than other top schools, so she had to start to learn to get used to these sorts of things. Time to blow these nerds away. Thought Katsumi, not caring one way or another what happens. In fact, this could be good. It would make Deku realize that he wasn't meant to be here in the first place. That when he fails, the teacher would make his life so bad that he would want to leave the school. All in all, Deku would get what was coming to him one way or another. Now, these were only 2 thoughts that were going through their minds. Most of them were worried about failing, whilst others were fine with it, as they had the money or connections to go to another school, or had quirks that they knew would allow them to pass this test, so they don't need to worry. Now then. We're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. Aizawa told them as she blew her whistle. Now then, the first test is the 50-meter dash. Aizawa told them all as they made their way to the 50-meter track. And so, for the first 2 people to make this run, we have Tomoyo Ida and Izuka Midoriya. But sensei, this is cruel to Midoriya, Ida told their teacher, making him run against me. Are you trying to mock him by showing such a huge gap in our capabilities? Her tone was angry as she looked at the young man, who readied himself at the starting line. You may see it as cruel, Mississippi Ida, but this is for his own good. Aizawa told her firmly, hiding a smirk. She still thought that a man shouldn't be allowed as a hero, even if they might have a quirk. They were weak and untrustworthy. Not only that, but he would be a big distraction to the girls who want to be heroes, as they would be ing over him because of their quirks, instead of concentrating on becoming heroes. He needs to understand that our capabilities are different from his, that if he wants to be in this class, he needs to see how far ahead we are from him, and how much work he'll need to put in to catch up with the rest of you. Now, unless you want me to fail you now, get ready to run. As much as Ida hated to admit it, she could understand where her teacher was coming from. As females with quirks, they are more often than not stronger than men, more so for those who want to be heroes. So, as a male, Midoriya needs to understand where he stands in this class, to know how much work he'll have to put into becoming the first male hero. So, not only not wanting to fail the first test but also to show Midoriya what to suspect in this class, she walked up to the starting and got ready to run. Okay, you two, please let me know when you're ready and we'll begin. Aizawa told the 2 of them. She wasn't doing this to be nice, but because she knew that with some quirks, it takes a few moments for a person's quirks to activate fully. Izuka had to quickly think about what to do with this. He wanted to give a good start, to show that he was capable of being here and becoming a hero. The only thing he could think of was to use 8% of one for all. Whilst he could use 5% safely, if pushed he could use up to 10%, but only for around 30 seconds to a minute before his body would begin to feel pain and break. But at about 8%, he could use the quirk for about 2.5 minutes before feeling pain and his body starts to break down. So if he wanted to show off what he could do and not hurt his body too much, the best he could do right now was 8%. Activating his full cowling, lightning covered his body and he signaled Aizawa that he was ready. A few seconds later, they heard from the measuring device at the bottom of the track call out, "Runners, on your marks, ready." And a few seconds later they heard a gunshot, and the 2 students ran down the track. 2.5 seconds. The measuring device announced, before announcing again, 3.04 seconds. At 50 meters. I can only get up to third gear. Ida thought to herself as Izuku thought about who won the run, as neither of them paid much notice to who was first and last. She thought that with her quirk engine, which allowed her to have super speed, she thought that she would be the fastest of the two of them. However, when they looked at the scoreboard, they saw that Izuku had taken first place with 2.5 seconds, whilst Ida got 3.04 seconds. Yes, I did it, Izuku thought to himself. I showed them that I could do it. I don't believe it. He beat me. Someone from the Ida family was beaten in a game of speed. Ida thought to herself in shock. Not only that, but it was a male who beat me. Not only was the class shocked at what happened, but even Aizawa was having a hard time believing what they just saw. A male being able to beat someone with a speed quirk. Sure, he told them that he had a quirk and showed them some proof of it, but they still had doubts about what he really could do. But now, they came to realize that this male might have one of the strongest quirk in their class, if all he can use is about 5% of it. It shocked Aizawa that Izuku had this much control over his quirk. She heard that this male had control, but found it hard to believe from the videos she saw of him using it. So, she wasn't sure whether to believe it or not. But still, she still didn't think that Izuku should be a hero, as she didn't think that males should be trusted as heroes. All she could do right now was to continue the test and see what this male could do. She was hoping that these females could outdo him so that he would fail, so that she could make his life hell and force him out of the school. So with this in mind, she coughed to get the students' attention and said, "Calm down, girls, you still got a test to do. So, unless you want me to make your lives hell, get your head in the game and get ready." With that, the girls there calmed down and got ready for their test. Next, we have Tsuyu Ajiri and Momo Yayorozu. You have a few moments to get ready. 50-meter dash. Now, for the 50-meter dash, erase a few results of the exam and what they did. For Ajiri and Yayorozu, Ajiri got 5.58 seconds by jumping the test, whilst Yayorozu won by getting 3.95 seconds by using rocket skates that she created. Izuku found out after the test that Asel had a quirk called Frog. It was a mutant-type quirk that made her look slightly like a frog and had the skills of a frog. Yayorozu had a quirk she called Creation, allowing her to create whatever she wanted as long as she knew what it was made of and she had enough lipids to make it. The next two were Achiko Uraraka and Makaira Wajiro. Uraraka got 7.15 seconds. She used her quirk, Zero Gravity, to lighten her clothes to try to run faster. Unfortunately, she wasn't fast enough, and she was beaten by Wajiro, who got 5.49 seconds by using her quirk tail. She used her quirk to push herself forward, making her go slightly faster than Uraraka. Makaira Wajiro has a muscular body with short blonde hair swept to the front of her head. Izuku saw that she has thin eyes with no lower eyelashes. Unlike the other students in their class, Wajiro was wearing pale gray sneakers with her school uniform instead of the brown dress shoes worn by everyone else, and the bottom on of her blazer she leaves casually undone. Due to her quirk, she also has a tail, which is completely hairless, save for the tip. The next two were the French girl, named Yuya Oyama, who had a problem with men, and Mina Ashido. Ashido was able to win the test by 5.05 seconds. She used her quirk, Acid, to slide across the track to win. As for Oyama, she used her quirk Naval Laser, and got the time 5.51. Naval Laser was a quirk that came from her Belon. The thing was, she could only use it for a few times before it hurt her belly. Then there were Toru Hagakure and Katsumi Bakugu. Bakugi used her quirk, Explosion, to blast across the track to get the time of 4.13 seconds. As for Toru Hagakure, because her quirk, Invisibility, wasn't the type of quirk that gave her extra abilities like the rest of their class, she got 7.02 seconds. Now, as the rest of the class did their run, they got times from 4.00 seconds to 7.50 seconds. Izuku found that while some of them had quirks that could allow them to do things that others might not, there were a few quirks that couldn't help them to deal with this test. Grip Strength. For the grip strength test, whilst there were some people who didn't have the right quirk for the test like Toru Hagakure, Izuku did see some interesting quirk use with a few of them. Whilst he was able to do 140 kilograms thanks to using 5% of One for All, there were 4 other students that stood to him, Momo Yayorozu, Rika Sato, Maya Shoji, Fumiko Tokoemi and Eiko Kirishimai. Not because of the score that they got, but the way they used their quirks. The first one was Fumiko Tokoemi. She was one of the 3 interesting-looking students in his class, although she had the head of a black bird, possibly resembling either that of a crow or a raven, just like Ashido's S. That's not part of her quirk. Meaning that somewhere down her parents' line, someone in her family had this type of the quirk, but because of DNA, she was born to look like this, but it wasn't her quirk. Even her father could have S, or in Tokoyami's case, a bird's head, even if he was quirkless. Now, Tokoemi was a short young woman, with the head of a black bird. She has a tan, yellowish beak which is slightly hooked down at the end, thin, red eyes with a small black pupil, one on each side of her head, and a red choker. Despite the appearance of the head, however, her body looks like one of a normal human, with rather fair skin. As for her quirk, it was a sentient-type quirk called Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow is a shadowy, monster-like being that comes from within Tokoyami's body that can materialize and dematerialize at will. Now, Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to grip the device to get 150 kilograms. Next was Rika Sato. She was tall and muscular, with a wide build. She had brown long hair that she had in a ponytail. She has rather small, square-shaped eyes with small black pupils and has a pair of bushy eyebrows just above. She has very large and thick lips which are slightly darker than the rest of her skin, and a notably large, round nose. Now, her quirk was called Sugar Rush. It allows her to multiply her strength by 5 folds for 3 minutes for every 10 grams of sugar that she ingests. However, the downside of this is that after the quirk deactivates, her cognitive functions lowers and her intelligence and lethargy decreases for a short while. Either way, thanks to her quirk, she was able to score 310 kilograms. Next was the redhead, who Izuku found out that her name was Eiko Kirishimai. Her quirk was hardening. It transforms her body into a stone-like person, where she gains great strength and defense. It's thanks to this quirk that she was able to get the score of 340 kilograms. Next was Maya Shoji. She was one of the interesting students there. She was tall, one of the tallest students there, with a muscular body with pale gray hair swept forwards, covering most of her face, and bent downwards at almost a right angle over his eye. She has a slightly elongated face, her eyes set more towards the sides, and for whatever reason, she was wearing a blue mask, which covers her from just below her eyes to the base of her neck. Because of her mutant powers, she was the most looking mutant person there. Yes, Tokoemi and 2 others could fit that description too, but their faces weren't from her quirk but from whatever her mother looked like. For Shoji, her quirk, Dupli Arms, gives her 6 arms attached by a web of skin. Her arms are very physically strong. Whenever she wasn't using her quirk, only the front 2 arms had hands, the rest ending in thin stumps. Now, Dupli Arms allowed her to create extra body parts like hands, ears, mouths and even eyes. So, for this test, she created extra hands on her left arm, so that she could grip the device for the extra strength. Thanks to this, she was able to get a score of 540.0 kilograms, the second highest score. Finally, we have Yayorozu. Izuku had already her quirk at work with the 50-meter dash. So he was wondering what she could do with it on this test. For this exam, she created a G-clamp to put onto the device and used it until she broke it when she passed the 1,200 kilograms. Just showed Izuku that whilst one might look weaker than expected, depending on how you use your quirk, you could be very useful. Standing long jump. The next test was the standing long jump, where they had to clear a sandbox by standing in one spot without moving and jump to the other end. He was able to clear it, but he almost missed it by an inch, but at least he was able to clear it. Then there were 6 people that caught Izuku's interest and how they used their quirks for this test: Minerva Mineta, Hana Siro, Katsumi Bakugu, Shoko Todoroki, Tsuyu Ajiri and Yui Aoyama. The first was the purple-haired pervert Mineta. She had a quirk called Pop Off. This quirk allows her to produce sticky spheres from her head, which she can pluck painlessly. Once she removes one of her spheres, a new one will grow in its place almost instantly. The spheres are able to adhere to any surface they come into contact with, except for Mineta herself. For this test, she bounced on her spheres to jump across the sandbox. Although it was an interesting idea to do so, she missed clearing the task by a few inches. Next was Azuri, who, thanks to her quirk, was able to jump across the sandbox with ease. As for Bakugo, she used her explosive quirk to cross the sandbox. Aoyama used her quirk to fire a beam of light to push herself across the sandbox. Then there was Hanashiro, the girl with the plain-looking face and elbows that looked like cylindrical tape dispensers. She had a quirk called Tape, that allowed her to throw out tape from her elbows. She used her type to pull herself across the sandbox, which she barely made it. Lastly, there was Shoko Todoroki. Izuku knew the name of Todoroki from the number 2 hero of Japan, Enko Todoroki, otherwise known as Endeavor. Izuku suspected that Shoko was somehow related to the number 2 hero. Now Shoko was a moderately tall and rather muscular young woman who was well built for her age. She had long hair, which was in a ponytail plait. The strange thing about her hair was that it was between two colors, white on her right side and crimson red on her left. It was an unusual coloring, and Izuku had to wonder if it was due to her quirk somehow. If so, how? At a closer look, Izuku saw that her eyes also had two colors. Her left eye was turquoise, whilst his right was a brownish dark gray. Additionally, she had a large burn scar on the left side of her face, which reaches from her hairline to halfway down his cheek. Izuku had to admit that although she was one of the more attractive females there, Yayorozu being the other one, she was cold and aloof. She didn't seem to be enjoying the test, unlike the others. Sure, they might not like the idea of the teacher giving them hell if they got last place, but most of them were having fun with the tests. As for most of them, it was the first time in their lives where they could use their quirks, so they were having fun doing so. When he learned what her quirk was, half hot half cold, Izuku realized that the reason for her hair and eyes was because of her quirk. As she had ice and fire abilities, now she used the ice part of her quirk to create a pillar to push herself across the sandbox. Repeated side steps. For the next test, it was more of an endurance test than what the other tests have been like. They had to do side steps back and forth as long as they could last for. Out of 20 there were 5 students that had quirks that made it look like child's play. Even with one for all, Izuku had a problem with this one. First, there was the perverted girl, Mineta. She used her quirk to create a small heap of spheres on either side of her, where she bounced herself off them. The second girl that caught Izuku's interest in this test was Azuri. Thanks to her quirk, she made it effortlessly easy. Third was Todoroki, who used her quirk to make a ramp to slide side to side for the test. Then there was Bakugo, who used her quirk to explode side to side. And lastly there was Ishido, who used her acid to slide from one side to another. Ball throw. Then after the repeated side steps came the ball throw. This is where things came to a head for Izuku, who had been holding back with his quirk so as not to hurt himself. But we get to that point in a second. For now, we look at the students that Izuku found interesting in this test. First off, Izuku didn't see Bakugo taking another go at this test. Aizawa told them that she didn't have to as she already did so at the start of the test. Now, there were only 3 students that stood out to Izuku when it came to using their quirks for this test, and those 3 were Hanashiro and Momo Yayorozu. Shiro used her quirk to stick the ball onto the type and threw it like in a sport called hammer throw, where she swung the type around before letting it go. It didn't go far, about 60 meters, but it was an interesting use of her quirk. And as for Yayorozu, she proved once again that no one should underestimate her quirk. That, given a chance, she could be one of the top heroes out there, and the potential of her quirk was limitless. The only thing that would hold her back was not knowing how to make something. You see, Yayorozu created a cannon that she fired her ball from. She was able to score 28,000 meters. The last person was Ochiko Uraraka. She used zero gravity to get the score infinity, something that none of them could beat. It would be impossible to beat her in this test, just like with the other test. Either way, it wasn't long before it got to Izuku's turn. He was the last one for this test. He made his way to the circle where Izuku prepared to use one for all. When ready, he threw the ball. 46 meters. Aizawa's phone declared, shocking both Izuku himself and the other females there. They saw how the male had used his quirk during all the tests and did well in them, so they were suspecting Izuku to score very well in this test too. But to have the score of 46 meters, they all felt that something was off. They were all wondering what was going on here. Huh? I was trying to use it just now, the boy stammered in shock, unable to understand what was going on. I've erased your quirk, Aizawa said, her scarf activating. Izuku saw a yellow pair of goggles. Wait a minute, I know you. You're the Erasure hero. Eraserhead, Izuku said. The students said, at once confused as to who Eraserhead was. Eraser? Who's that? Hanashiro asked aloud, unsure if anyone would be able to answer that question. But she was in luck, as Tsuyu Ajiri said, oh, I've heard of her. If I remember right, I think she works as an underground hero. Someone who prefers to work in the shadows. This got the students' attention. They had to wonder why this type of hero would work as a teacher at UA. The teachers there who teach future heroes get a lot of attention, so why would someone who works in the shadows work as a teacher that would put a lot of light on them? It made no sense to them. You have been holding back this entire test, Aizawa said as the class jaws dropped and their eyes widened. He's been holding back. The class muttered in shock together. Sure, Izuku told them that he had only been using 5% of his power, but seeing how he had been using a quirk and how good he had been with using it, they forgot until now that he had only been using part of his powers. So, it was understandable that they forgot that he was holding back much of his power. Either way, Aizawa ignored them and faced Izuku. I saw your exam. You used a more powerful attack to take down the zero-pointer, Aizawa informed Izuku, so I know that you can do more than you're showing us today. So that means that you're either thinking that you don't need it, or you think you're above us just because you're a male and have a quirk, Aizawa said. What? No, that's not it at all, Izuku called out as Aizawa pulled him closer to her with her capture wrapping. I only got my quirk about a year ago, and am only able to control 5% of my power. If I use more than 5%, my body slowly damages itself. So if I use too much at once, my body breaks almost at once. The backlash that you get from using too much power, Aizawa told the boy coldly. But unless you push yourself, you're never going to master your quirk. So, are you planning to keep on breaking your bones again and again? Are you going to hope for someone to come and save your useless body after you knock yourself out? And no, it's nothing like that. Izuku tried to defend himself. At the moment my quirk is too powerful for me to use at full power. If I did, I could hurt myself or... I don't care what your intentions or excuses are. Aizawa interrupted the boy. You're at UA and here we go beyond our limits and everything or go home. No matter how powerful you are, you're nothing but a liability in battle if you can't even control your full quirk. Imagine if your limbs are rendered useless after breaking them. Then what? You'd let people get hurt and or killed while letting the villain escape. I just have one thing to ask you. How many people will be killed and hurt from that? What would they think of you then? You're useless if you can only throw a single punch before breaking down. You would be nothing but a liability in battle, Aizawa said as she leaned in towards Izuku's ear and whispered something that shocked Izuku to his every core. You have the same passion as another hero, I regretfully know. One who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. Aizawa whispered to Izuku. But even with that drive, you're just a male who got lucky enough to somehow gain a quirk. You're a male who's in way over his head. A male who has little control over his quirk, thinking that you can be a hero when really you're a fool playing in a dangerous game. That's not how the world works. We females run things while you males are only used for other things. In my honest opinion, right now, you don't deserve that quirk of yours, Aizawa said before looking down at Izuku once more, which the boy flinched. I returned your impractical quirk. Take your final throw. Get it over with, the hero said bluntly as she released him and closed her eyes. Just take your throw. You're wasting our time, Aizawa told him darkly, before she finished with, know this, if you don't use as much power as possible in this throw, it'll fail you and make your life hell, making you wish I still could expel you from this school. Izuku picked up the ball and stood back in the circle. As he did, he heard the other students whispering, I wonder if our teacher gave him some sort of advice. Tomoyo Ida thought aloud. Probably not, said Bakugu. Probably told him to start packing. as a male isn't able to be a hero. Which wasn't too far off the mark. I'm here, Sherry. Yui Aoyama told Uraraka. Wait, who are you again? Uraraka asked Aoyama, not remembering Aoyama's name. I only get one shot at this, thought Izuku as he heard this. I can't give up yet. The only chance I might have is to let the food, the egg to explode. I have to try something. I need to show them Sensei Aizawa that even though I should be here. As the young male was thinking this, he was wondering how he could do that, and not let his right arm explode as he used one for all. He knew that whatever he did, his body was going to get damaged by whatever he was about to do, but the question was how to damage as little as possible, but still get the results he needed to show his bitch of a teacher what he can do. To show he could use more of his power but still go on. As much as he hated to admit it, Aizawa was right. What if his limbs were rendered useless after breaking them? Then what? Yes, he had 3 years to train to make sure that it never happens. But Udae had internships and work placements where they go and work with heroes. Sure, internships are meant to learn the basics of what it was like to be a hero and train with them, whilst work placements were where they were going to do actual hero work, where it should be safe for them. But as life often shows, more often than not, what you plan doesn't always go the way you want. So, there was a slim chance that during his training at the internships and work placements, he might be forced to use more power than he is ready for, at which point his body could be damaged and people could get hurt because of it. So, he needed to learn a way to go full power, but only hurting part of his body so he could go on, at least until he could fully master his quirk. It might be rare, but he knew he had to find a way. That's when he got an idea. If he was going to damage his body for his test, let it be a small part of it. It would show that even though he would have to work harder than any of these females, he would do whatever it took to prove to everyone that he, too, could become a hero. So, gripping the softball tightly as he brought his arm back, and as he was letting his arm forward to throw the ball. As he was about to throw the ball, he focused the entirety of one for all down his arm until it got to his index and middle fingers, where red energy flashed around them. Here, he used the power to push the ball away from his finger. To let loose, Smeya Sasish. He shouted as he yeeted the ball into the air with all of his might. A small shockwave was created as the ball blasted through the air with enough force to produce a small, powerful wind that blew everywhere and caused some dirt to kick off the ground. Some used their hands to shield their eyes from the dirt, and some people even fell backward onto the ground from the sudden force. Not ready for the sudden semi-powerful wind. After Izuku made his throw, the dust settled a bit, and those who fell slowly got back to their feet. Then they looked at Izuku in shock at the power that he just showed. A few people gasped as they saw the state he was in. The future male hero was nursing his right hand, as his index and middle was an unhealthy red color, visibly swollen up. Everyone was frozen in shock and awe as they heard Izuku's score. 950.5 meters, Ms. Aizawa. I'm still standing, the boy said confidently as he held his wrist. This kid? Aizawa muttered to herself. She honestly thought that this useless male would destroy his body when he threw the ball. Seeing how he told them, he had no real control over his full power. It would have given her a reason to make his life hell. So that given time, the male would leave the school on his own. But here he was, suddenly showing potential that he just might have what it takes to be a hero. Now she knew she could be a real bitch, and fail him for breaking his fingers like that, but she wouldn't. For 2 reasons. The main reason was because of Nozomi. Whilst her boss normally acts like a kitten most of the time, when pissed off and in the face of danger, she was tempestuous and fearsome. If you find yourself in her sights when you upset her somehow, then it's better to end yourself. As whilst Nozomi wouldn't kill you, although Aizawa suspected she could and get away with it if you pushed her too far, she would make you wish that she did. She would instead destroy you, going after your job, your money and anything else connected to make you wish that you never crossed her. The worst part, she would do it in such a way that she could get away with it all. It might take a while, years if you're unlucky, but in the end, your life would be over as you would know it. So Aizawa knew that since her boss had an interest in this male, it was better not to cross without a good reason. But the second reason that she wasn't going to act like a bitch is because the male impressed her. Sure, he had damaged himself, but he found a way to use his full power with little damage in a very little time. For someone who could do that showed great potential. But still, whilst this male might show great potential, Aizawa was still wary of him. This could be a fluke. So for now, she would keep an eye on the boy and see if he truly could become a hero or not. He threw it over 900 meters. Kirishima said in amazement. As she was thinking this, she watched as Ochiko Uraraka said with a great smile, "Wow, Midoriya, you are amazing. You're showing us your true power," but his finger appears to be broken again. Ida said thoughtfully, "Just like in the exam? His quirk is very odd. It's just like he said. He can't do full power without getting hurt. It wasn't a very pretty throw," said Aoyama. Izuku blushed at this. He had never been acknowledged like this before, having people recognize him for his deeds. There were a few other students who were acknowledging his deeds too. However, there was one person who wasn't happy about what was happening, Katsumi Bakugo. Sure, Deku told them that he had a quirk and that he could only use 5% of his quirk, but even though he showed some proof of it, she wasn't fully convinced. How could a male be so powerful with a quirk? She thought that him getting 2.5 seconds in the 50-meter dash was a fluke. The rest, she knew that with training, he could get the marks that he did with training and body training. But throwing his ball so far, that's something that Bakugo couldn't believe. That's when her anger let slip. Damn Deku, how did he cheat? Bakugo thought to herself, as her hands were twitching as sweat gathered in them and small explosions burst out from them. Angry that no one had realized that Deku had cheated somehow. An explosion denotes in her right hand, startling the others around her, as she charges forward to the green-haired male. Hey! Although he was in pain, Izuku was able to use 2% of full cowling to dodge the incoming. Tell me what's going on. Katsumi howls as she dashes to Izuku with his arms extended forward. Deku, you bastard! Tell me how you cheated. At the sight of the fast-approaching blonde, with her right hand having sparks coming off, Izuku jumps in worry. With a short distance between them, a strangled cry escapes his throat as he brings his hands up in defense. Thankfully, the impact didn't come though, as Katsumi was abruptly stopped by Aizawa's capture cloth, preventing the raging blonde from proceeding any further. Izuku gasps in relief as he realizes what had just happened, happy that he didn't get hurt by his old friend. Bakugo, on the other hand, was fighting to free herself from the bandages. What the dash? These clothes are hard. Why the hell is your damn scarf so strong? They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy, Aizawa explained. Geez, stand down. It'd be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eyes. Too bad. That power is amazing, were the thoughts of many of the students there. I don't care what your problems are with each other, and I don't care. But if you can't keep it outside of class and school, there'll be trouble. Their homeroom teacher told them simply, either way, you're wasting my time. We have 3 other tests to do. Let's get them done so that I can get some rest. The class was shocked to hear this, not suspecting that their homeroom teacher would be so lazy. But they sensed it was better not to say anything. Even Bakugo knew better than to say anything to their teacher. But she was going to figure out how Deku cheated, so that he got a better score than her in the ball throw. But that would have to wait until later. Distance run, seated toe touch and sit UPS. These last 3 tests were endurance tests just like the repeated side steps test was. They had to last as long as they could in them. The longer you lasted for the better you did in the test. In these tests, most of their quirks were useless. But there were a handful of the students that were able to use their quirks, like Momo Yaoyorozu, Mina Ashido and Shoko Todoroki, who used their quirks for the distance run to make things easier for them. Yaoyorozu used her quirk to create a bike that she used to go around the track the longest. Todoroki used her ice powers to slide around the track with ease. Ashido used her acid to slide down the track just like Todoroki. Although Tomoyo Ida was the fastest of them all, she ran out of stamina quickly. Whilst he was able to keep up with the run for a while, Izuku found that, thanks to his broken fingers, he could last as long as he wanted to. As for Maya Shoji, Hanta Siro and Fumiko Tokoemi were able to use their quirks to help with seated toe touch. Siro used her quirk to pull herself towards her feet, whilst Wajiro and Tokoemi used their quirks to push themselves forward. Izuku was beginning to have problems with keeping up. Those with worse quirks than him were doing better. For the last test, the Sit UPS Tokoemi was the best one out of them all, as she used Dark Shadow to push herself up, making it so much easier to do. For Izuku, this was where Izuku had real trouble. His fingers were killing him. He was thankful that the test was finished. When he was done, he collapsed from exhaustion, relieved that the test was over. Now he could see Recovery Girl to get healed. By the time the tests were finished, Izuku found that other than Toru Hagakure, there were 3 other students whose quirks didn't help them: Kyokujiro, Doi Kaminari, and Kan Nakoda. Kyokujiro is a petite, fair-skinned girl with a slender build. She had triangular-shaped onyx eyes with notably long lower eyelashes and rather small eyebrows. She had short hair, around chin length, and was dark purple in color with an asymmetrical fringe, and 2 reflections shaped like heartbeat monitor waves on either side of her head. Her most prominent features are the flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes at the end of 2 thin cords, which act like extra limbs, with shaped like jacks at their ends. Izuku saw that she was able to control these at will, and they are very flexible, able to change length if so desired, up to 6 meters. Jiro's quirk was called Earphone Jack. Her quirk allows her to control her earlobes as earlier. Using these, Jiro was able to channel the vibrations of her own heartbeats. Not only that, but she was able to catch faint sounds through her jacks even across extremely thick walls. Izuku found that for the tests that they did, they weren't all that useful. But outside of these tests, Izuku could see a lot of potential in this quirk as a hero. Next was Doi Kaminari. Her quirk was called Electrification. The quirk gives Kaminari the ability to charge in electricity and emit it out of her body as a sort of protective aura that electrocutes anyone through contact. When her quirk is activated, she gains a defense mechanism that shocks those who touch her, leaving them slightly paralyzed, be it friend or foe. If he emits enough electricity, it automatically discharges in all directions, shocking anyone close to him, regardless of contact. Izuku had to admit that her quirk too had potential, especially if she could find a way to aim her quirk at a specific target. Finally, there was Kan Nakoda. She was like Tokoemi. Her looks might make it seem she had a mutant-type quirk, she didn't. Just like Tokoemi and Ishido, she is a tall young woman of a wide, muscular build with peach-colored skin. Her head takes the form of a rock, which is unevenly shaped and pointed at the top of her head, and her jaw is square-shaped. From the back of her head, thick hair-like protrusions slope downwards. The most interesting part is that she rarely speaks. Now her quirk was called Ani Voice. Even though she doesn't talk much, her quirk allows the user to communicate with and command animals through speech. Once again, the quirk had great potential for a hero, having animals of any kind to gather information for you or fight for you, so it could be useful as a hero. Izuku had to admit that whilst Hagakure, Jiro, Kaminari and Koda had quirks that had great potential for a hero, these tests were useless for them, as their quirks wouldn't help them. These so-called tests made no sense in showing off the potential of the students' quirks, as they weren't capable of doing so. This meant, in the past, if Aizawa did the same thing before, expelling students for not being able to show off their quirks' potential, the world could have lost some decent heroes. Izuku was beginning to wonder why Aizawa was a teacher when she acted like this. Either way, when the tests were finished, the students gathered around Aizawa for the results, all hoping that they weren't in last place, as none of them wanted to be on the teacher's bad side for the year. "Alright, time to give you your results," Aizawa told them. "I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual's score." Here, she pushed on her handheld device, where a hologram scoreboard appeared with the results. Izuku was slightly worried as to how he would be scored, as the last 3 tests, thanks to his broken fingers, he didn't do so well. So, he looked at the scores and hoped for the best. First Momo Yaoyorozu, second Shoko Todoroki, third Katsumi Bakuga, fourth Tomoyo Ida, fifth Fumiko Tokoemi, sixth Maya Shoji, seventh Makaira Wajiro, eighth Izuku Midoriya, ninth Eiko Kirishima, 10th Mina Ishido, 11th Ochiko Uraraka, 12th Kan Nakoda, 13th Rikusato, 14th Tsuyu Ajiri, 15th Yu Yaoyama, 16th Hanashiro, 17th Doi Kaminari, 18th Kyokujiro, 19th Toru Hagakure, 20th Minerva Mineta. Izuku was surprised and happy to see that he was in 8th place in the quirk test. He was hoping for a higher score, but seeing how bad his last 3 tests were, he got a better score, he suspected. They all then heard a panic scream. They turned to see Mineta crying and shaking in fear that she was placed last, and knew what that meant. She didn't want to be treated awful by their headroom teacher. Oh, and I won't be making anyone's life difficult. That was a lie to force you to push yourselves beyond, Aizawa said casually as everyone, except Momo, Bakugo, Shoko, and Izuku, froze and looked at their teacher in comedic shock. What? The students called out in shock. Of course. It was a lie. I just should have said something about it. Momo said. Yeah, you should have, the class said with a sweat drop. But for Izuku, he didn't think for once that it was a lie. He could sense that their teacher wasn't lying one bit, that he would have made their lives difficult, or more precisely, his life difficult, if he or they failed. For their teacher to change her mind, she must have more potential in him, and then, for her to change her mind. That was pretty nerve-wracking, huh? Said Zero. Nah, I'm always down for a challenge, admitted Kirishima. Anyway, that's it for the day, Aizawa informed them. You can pick your timetables in the classroom. I suggest that you go get them and read them before tomorrow. Aizawa then walked up to Izuku and gave him a note as she said, Midoriya. Take this and go have the old lady fix you up once you get cleaned up and get dressed. Then, turning back to the students, she warned them, things are gonna be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins. Make sure you're ready for it. And with that, Aizawa left them, and the class went to get changed. 00000. Aizawa, that was a rotten move. Aizawa heard when she turned a corner of a building. All Might. So you were watching, said Aizawa, as she saw All Might leaning against the wall. No talk shows today? A rational deception. That's cute, but you're not exactly known for being light-hearted. All Might told the homeroom teacher. I read your file. Last year, you expelled an entire class of freshman students. You have no problem kicking students out. Anyone you deem unworthy. So, I can clearly see you keeping your promise of making one of the students' lives difficult if they fail, even failing young Midoriya if he didn't throw a decent ball. So that can only mean that you see the same kind of potential in young Midoriya that I do. What is this about? Asked Aizawa. It almost sounds like you've been in his corner the whole time. Isn't it a little early for you to be playing favorites? I've no plans of playing favorites, but as my successor, am planning to make sure that he is safe and has what it takes to be a hero. All Might told Aizawa, before she went on to tell Aizawa a warning, so I warn you now, if you ever act like the way you did back there to young Midoriya without a good reason, it'll show you why people consider me the #1 hero. Here, to prove her point, All Might let loose some of her power. The strength alone made Aizawa step back. But still, she said, I'm not saying that he doesn't have zero potential, I admit. If that were the case, I would have failed him, made it hard so that he would want to leave himself, seeing how I'm no longer able to send him straight home after class without hesitation. This made All Might growl, as she punched the wall next to Aizawa. This made Aizawa a bit frightened, but she said, it's cruel to let a kid keep dreaming of something that will never come true. In your own strange way, you're a kind woman, Aizawa. I know that, admitted the #1 hero, but you need to understand something. Most of us, even me, aren't natural-born heroes. We come to schools like U.A to learn to be a hero. To learn what it means to be one. Learn how to control our power to be a hero. You seem to have forgotten what it is like to be a teen, to finally be able to use our powers fully, learning to be a hero. It can be too much for children at that age. They can't help but to act childish. You can't suspect them to be serious on the first day, or even the first few weeks of joining UA. They came to U.A to learn what it takes to become a hero. They don't need to fear being expelled on the first day if they don't show potential. Huffed Aizawa, then you are a fool. If they don't show potential being a hero or being serious about becoming one, there's no point in teaching them. And with that, she left in a huff, not bothering to say another word. Clearly, we are gonna to have a problem," All Might said aloud, as she watched Aizawa walk away. All Might wasn't sure how things would go with her, Aizawa and young Midoriya, but she would do anything to protect young Midoriya. Even going against Aizawa. If things get too much, she would pull Midoriya out and train him personally and at another school if she had to. Only time will tell. She just hoped she didn't have to pull young Midoriya from U.A, as she knew how much Midoriya wanted to come here in the first place. So, she would do whatever it took to keep him here before she decided to pull him out. So with that in mind, All Might left the area to get ready for tomorrow's class, where she'll be doing her first class as a teacher. So, she needed to be ready if she wanted to have it go well. Tomoko Shigaraki Unknown Hideout. We begin our chapter with Tomoko Shigaraki, a young slim woman, with pale skin, tinged yellow teeth, and a great deal of wrinkles around her eyes. Her lips are chapped and uneven, a small mole on the right underneath, with visible scars on her right eye and under her lip. She had long, messy, grayish-blue hair, and some of her hair was hanging over her face in uneven waves. Her eyes were red. Shigaraki had a quirk called Decay. Decay allows her to destroy anything or anyone that her hands touch, making it crumble to dust and powdered bone. Whether the target is organic or not, Decay will work without fail. As such, this quirk is extremely lethal against living beings, having their flesh rot away if hit by it. Thanks to her master, teacher and mother figure, over the years, Tomoko learned to speed up the disintegration from slow to almost immediate, eventually spreading through their whole body if a victim doesn't amputate the decaying body part. Now, Shigaraki was a villain and leader of the League of Villains. It was a new group, with only Shigaraki and her servant and bodyguard, Kurojairi, a young woman made out of a dark purple mist, save for her eyes, which are glowing yellow. She normally wears a very elegant suit with a tie and has a metal brace that goes from around her collarbone to just below her eyes. Her quirk was called Warp Gate. This allowed Kurojairi to create and manipulate a dark fog that acts as a portal that allows a person to be transported to another location. The problem with this power is that the user must be able to pinpoint the exact position where they wish for each portal to open up into, but they can open them based on sight, and usually only needs coordinates to open up in areas they cannot see. Due to this, the user cannot search for missing comrades if they do not know their exact location. It might be strange to have only 2 people in a villain group, but Shigaraki had only recently taken over the group from her master, All for One. Her master wanted to see if she could take care of the group on her own with only Kurojairi helping her. Now, whilst it was just the 2 of them right now, it didn't mean that they didn't have people fall back on if needed. With how the world was at the moment, with the Japan government preventing the public using their powers and mistreating certain quirk users, there were many who were villains, or as Shigaraki calls them and most other people, NPCs. These villains weren't important to her, they were just players to use to get what she wants. The reason for this is that she sees the world as a game, where she is the main character and everyone else, other than a certain few, as NPCs where she uses them to do as she wants. Now, Tomoko was catching up on some reading after doing a quest to make a name for herself among the villain community, so that she can get help when needed. This is when she learned 2 important things. First was that All Might, someone she considered as a final boss to defeat if she wanted to take over, was teaching at UA. This got Tomoko thinking about how she could use this against All Might. As she was thinking about this, her TV began to make a buzzing sound, telling her that she had a call. So, pushing on, she answered the call. Instead of showing the image of who was calling, the words sound only on it. Greeting Tomoko, how was your mission dealing with the Blood Tribe? The Blood Tribe was a small villain group that had blood-based powers. The members of the group are called Dead Women. While small, they had a name for themselves in the back streets of Muzurifu. Sure, they could have a bigger name for themselves, but the leader of the group, Shiro Igarashi, wanted to remain in the shadows, as being too infamous leads to bigger problems that she didn't want, and so wanted to stay in the shadows. Tomoko's mission was to get Shiro to join the League of Villains, as the Blood Tribe was one of the few powerful villain groups in Japan. At first, Shiro wanted nothing to do with the League of Villains, but after a few words, some at least 2 deaths, from Tomoko, Shiro agreed to join forces. Had to show some force, but in the end their leader agreed to join the League of Villains. Tomoko told her master, but left out the details as to what happened. That's good to hear, they'll make decent allies for you. All for One told the young woman. She already knew what her pawn had done, but she wanted Tomoko to learn of the consequences. Master, have you the news reports? Tomoko asked her master. All Might has started teaching at UA. I did hear rumors about that, but I didn't think it was true until now. Admitted All for One, she had been out of the country doing her own thing, and she hadn't had time to catch up on the latest. So, what do you have planned to deal with the symbol of peace? At the moment I'm planning to have Kurojiri get the school schedule tomorrow, to see what classes All Might has and go from there. Explained Tomoko. Depending on her classes, I might need at least one of the Nomu that the doctor has been working on to defeat All Might sooner than expected. That'll be fine. The doctor has informed me that she finished the Nomu that you wanted for dealing with All Might sometime last week. All for One informed Tomoko, so, just let me know when you need it, and I'll send it over to you. Thank you, Master. Tomoko thanked her master. Another thing, Master, have you heard about a male who seems to have a quirk? Our spy has informed us that he has been trained by All Might to control his powers. You're sure about this? All for One asked in shock. From what our spy informed me, yes, they said that they were in Class 1A today doing some kind of quirk assessment test. Explained Tomoko. Tomoko heard her master humming in thought at this. Then All for One asked, Tell me, does our spy know what this boy's powers are? That's the strange thing, Master. Our spy has told us that he seems to have two powers, one is super strength and speed, and our spy learned that the other is some sort of quirk. The grayish-blue-haired girl told her master. Right now, our spy has no idea what the quirk does right now, just that he has one. Is it possible? No, All Might wouldn't have given it to a male. But if she did, it could make things easier for me. Tomoko heard her master mumble to herself. Listen, Tomoko. Normally I would allow you to do whatever you wanted, but I have one direct order. I want you to capture this male at all costs. Unarmed if possible. But the most important thing is that he needs to be alive when you capture him. But why, Master? Tomoko asked, confused. Why not just kill him? It would be easier than trying to capture him, as I believe he would be well protected. So, wouldn't it be better to kill him now, than to let him grow stronger? Maybe, but then again, it would be better to learn how he got his powers than to kill him. All for One told her student, we might be able to learn how to prevent other males from gaining a quirk. You can bet that when, if they haven't already, learned about this male, those from the Otoko Island will want to get this male too, to find out how he got his quirk. But this time, to learn to copy it so they can have their future men to have quirk, instead of getting rid of them. So, we need to get to him first before they do. Although Tomoko would prefer to have the male killed, as it would make things so much easier. She could understand her master's thoughts about this. If they could learn how this male got this quirk, they might be able to prevent it from happening again. So, with a sigh she said, I understand, Master. I'll do my best to get him for you. Depending on when, I'll send you an extra Nomu to help you to get him. Explained All for One. It won't be as strong as the one we'll be sending you to deal with All Might. It'll be a prototype, but it'll be strong enough to get this male. Thank you, Master. Tomoko thanked her master. I'll let you know when I need the Nomu. Good luck, my child, and be safe. All for One told Shigaraki, before hanging up the call, to think about what she had learned. This left Tomoko alone to think and to plan. As she thought about the plans on how to deal with All Might for once and for all, her thoughts went back to the male. She had to wonder what his connection is to All Might. Why her master thought that All Might had given to this male. Why her master was so interested in this. Why she would want to see the male herself. Sure, her master said she wanted to see if there was a way to prevent more males gaining a quirk. But Tomoko thought there was something more, but what? She didn't know. But if her master wanted the male, she would do whatever it takes to get the bastard. For now, she worked on the plans that she had for the next day after tomorrow to get the U.A.S. school schedule for the year, as she wanted to know what lessons All Might would be teaching, so she could plan an attack to kill her. 00000. 10th of April, 2170 outside Udata High. It has been 2 days since Tomoko talked to her master. Since then, she had been planning to break into Udata somehow. But the problem was that Udata was protected by the state-of-the-art security system. Should you cross the border of any of the U.A.S facilities without the right pass card, the facility would go into a lockdown, making it hard to get where you want to. But Tomoko had a plan. For the last 2 days the U.A had reporters trying to get into the school. They wanted an interview with All Might, and tried to find out which of the males was the first male quirk user. With this in mind, Tomoko planned to use the reporters to get the school's schedule she needed to find the right time and place to kill All Might. She would have done this yesterday, but 2 things stopped her. The first was that the player who was going to do the main job of going into the school and get the schedule was out on a mission for their master. The other reason was that there weren't enough reporters at the school. To pull this off, she would need all of the staff to keep an eye on the reporters, or so spread out so that they couldn't do much if her player was discovered. Which is why she was doing it today, as there was a lot of reporters, more enough. It was around noon now. Tomoko knew that many of the students would be having their lunch about now, and those who had it might be outside or doing something else, elsewhere. This meant that the teachers would be all over the place, either having their own lunch, getting ready for their afternoon classes, or keeping an eye on the students. So with this in mind and seeing how many reporters were here, Tomoko took a cell phone out of her pocket and dialed Kurogiri's number and waited for her to answer. After a few rings, Kurogiri answered by saying, "Yes, Master Tomoko? I'm about to put our plan into action," Tomoko informed the warp gate user, "the moment that the alarms go off. You have about 10 minutes to get this year's school schedule and leave before the teachers realize something is up and begin to search the school." "Understood, Master," said Kurogiri as she hung up the phone. And so, Tomoko pulled up her hood so no one could see her face. She walked up to the school gate as if she was checking it out. Once she was at the huge gate, she put her hand on it and activated her power, decay. With the gate becoming like dust, the alarms went off and the reporters, after getting over the shock of what happened, ran into the school grounds trying to find All Might and the first male quirk user. Smirking at the events that were happening, she began to walk towards a nearby alleyway to wait for Kurogiri. Tomoko didn't have to wait for long, as about 7 minutes later, Kurogiri came out of Warp Gate with a copy of the school schedule in her hand. With that they headed back to their hideout. Over the next few hours, Tomoko learned the perfect time to get to All Might would be tomorrow, when they were meant to be doing their rescue class at USJ. Sure, she could attack another day, but she knew that with every day that passes, the stronger these students would become. So whilst it would be short notice, she could get the gang members she had allied with to help her. They had been planning this for a while, to kill the symbol of cease. It was just a short notice of when the attack would be. But with the number there was, and the Nomu that her master created to kill All Might, they should be able to do this. Even without the second Nomu. As for the second Nomu, her master informed her that because of the short notice of her plan, she didn't know if she could send her the second Nomu in time. But her master told her that she'll do her best to send the second Nomu if she can. For the rest of the day, Tomoko gathered the gangs who allied with her and planned the best she could with such a short time. 00000 Otoko Island, unknown locations. In this part of the story, we find an elderly man in a dark outfit. He was in a room with computers and screens. The computers had a lot of different information, whilst the screens showed news and images of the women who were heroes and villains with quirks. This elderly man was High Commander Peter Crane. He was the leader of the group that keeps track of the women in the world that have quirks. He was working with another High Commander to find a way to either take quirks away from women, or find a way to give men quirks and return the balance as it used to be like over 100 years ago before quirks. That was what they were hoping for at the very least, but had higher hopes and dreams though. Their objective was to give men more powerful quirks so that once again, they would have control over everything instead of women. As many on Otoko Island believed should happen. But the progress of removing the quirks from women or giving them to men was going slowly. After the last 50 years, whilst they have been researching how to do this, they weren't able to get far. They were hitting roadblocks every time they thought they were close. However, everything changed a few months ago, when the latest entrance exam for Udata High was taken. Whilst it was normal for a male to partake in these exams for a while now, what he learned wasn't. Rumors of a male, Azuka Midoriya, wearing a set of power armor appeared. This alone was strange, as other than the suits found on Otoko Island, no one else had used them other than a rare handful of heroes. That alone got his interest in this male. However, there's one other thing that got the High Commanders interested in him even more than the armor, and that was that this male also meant to have a quirk. Crane didn't know what to think of this. How could Tai male have a quirk? For years those on Otoko Island have tried to make it so a male could have one, but with no luck at all. But now if the stories were true, this Izuku Midoriya meant to have a quirk that allowed him to have super strength and super speed. This alone was a powerful quirk. It might not be as flashy as some other quirks, but a person could do a lot with these two abilities alone. It got the High Commander thinking. How did this boy get the quirk? Was it given to the boy somehow? Some sort of experiment? Or was he born with the quirk? If he was born with it, it would be the first known male to have been born with one. If it was given to the boy, Crane needed to know how. As this could be the first step in giving the rest of the males in the world a quirk power, like he desired. As if it was given, there would be records on how this was done. Records to explain what the best scientists on Otoko Island missed all these years. If they could find them, it would make the research go so much faster, and they should be able to give men quirks so much faster. But if Midoriya was born with a quirk, whilst it would take some time, they check the DNA and see what makes the teenager different. Maybe find a way to copy it somehow so that future males could be born with quirks too. Whatever the case may be, it was important that they got the boy as soon as possible. The problem was finding out where the boy lived and getting close to him. There were a few males with the name Izuku Midoriya in Japan, so finding the right one in the records was hard. It didn't help that the High Command feared that the U.A.S. school principal, Nozomi, might have erased the boy's records to make it harder to find him. High Commander Crane had dealt with the U.A.S. principal a few times, and it was always a pain to do so. She was good at keeping the people she was protecting from them away from them. That was when a student wasn't involved. Who knows how far Nozomi would go to protect the boy if the rumor about the boy was true. So before he decided to deal with Nozomi, he sent one of the men on the island to find out if this was true. He sent them as a reporter to try and learn the truth, and to see if All Might really was at UA. Now, as he was thinking about all this and what would happen after getting this male quirk user, the screen started to flash white. Pushing on, all but for one went back to normal. The one that didn't, had a man with brown hair. Gemma Shin, what news do you have? Asked the High Comer, hoping that the man would have some news about Midoriya. Do you have news on Midoriya or All Might? Unfortunately not. Shin informed his High Commander. Then why are you calling me? Asked the High Commander darkly, not liking his time being wasted. I know that you hate your time wasted, sir. Booty thought you should know this, explained Shin. As you know, I've been standing here with the other reporters to try and get into the school, but with no luck because of the school gate blocking us. However, about 10 minutes ago, the school gate became nothing but a pile of dust. Upon closer examination, I've found that the dust was created from the decay quirk. You're sure about this? Crane asked with interest. There was only one person that he knew of that had such a quirk, an unnamed villain who seemed to be making a move in the underground crime world. The criminals were too afraid to tell them the name of this villain. So for her to make a move in the open, there was something big happening. Was she there for Midoriya? All Might? Or was there something else going on? Yes, I am, said the man. Did you see who did it? Asked the High Commander. Unfortunately, no. Shin informed the commander. They were wearing a hoodie and moved within the crowd, so they weren't. She disappeared before I could get close to her when the reporters rushed into the school grounds. Damn it! Cursed the High Commander. He really wanted to learn who this decay user was. The rumors out there about such a quick user wasn't good. They were trying to build an army of quirk users, to try and take control of the country, even the world. For that reason, his superiors wanted to learn who this decay user was and where to find her. She was also the main reason why some of the other high commanders are working on creating powerful power armors so that they could fight back against these women. It was also why it was important that they find this male that meant to have a quirk and find out how he got it. As if they can give it to other men fast and easy, they would have a better chance against the villains should they try anything. With that in mind, High Commander Crane said, "Okay, tell me what happened after the decay user broke the gate down for you. Were you able to get any useful information at all?" "Unfortunately not," Shin admitted with a sigh. "The teachers were out front within a matter of seconds, so I was unable to get anything. They didn't answer our questions, just kept us from entering the school. Damn those women. The High Commander sneered. Then with a sigh he said, stay where you are as long as you can, and see if you can get any information. We need to try and get as much information as we can. Understood, High Commander, Shin said with a bow of his head. I'll let you know if I find anything. With that, the High Commander turned the video call off and thought about the actions of the Decay user. It worried him. Why would she decide to do such a thing? Was it to show off her power, showing the teachers at U.A that she could come to them at any time? Or was there something more sinister going on? Was she trying to get to the male quirk user as well? So they were testing the weakness of the schools so that they could find a way to get to him. That thought alone was worrying, and made it even more important to get to this Midoriya before they did. As if the villains got to him before they did, it would be all over. The villains would kill him before anyone could figure out how the male got his powers. At least those who were researching quirks for male on Otoko Island had one thing going for them. That was the U.A.'s school principal, Nozomi. She was making it hard for them to find the male. It would be just as hard for the villains to get to Midoriya. And it wouldn't be like Nozomi not to make sure that Midoriya wasn't safe outside of school. Even if the villains found out who Midoriya was and where to find him, getting close wouldn't be easy if Nozomi had anything to say about it. She was a real bitch when it comes to protecting someone. She would go all out if she had to. So Crane wasn't too worried at the moment, but knew that could change at any moment. All High Commander Crane could do right now was help the other High Commander make sure the long goal of regaining control from women went smoothly, to make sure the power armors that they were designing worked as they should. As with or without knowing how to give men quirks, time for change was close approaching. A time where they would show women that men were ready and willing to take control back was coming. With that in mind, Crane returned to work, hoping for the day when men would regain power and control would be close. That was unless something held them back. Which he hoped wouldn't happen. Battle Training Part 1. It was the day after the introduction day at U.A, and Izuku found it more strange than the day before. At that time there weren't that many people around when he left U.A, which he was thankful for. But now, the school was full of students and teachers. At first, apart from the teachers, the students didn't realize he was in the hero class. They thought that he was a male student who was at U.A for the general education, the support hero class or the management class. It wasn't until after the end of the first class where they saw him with the other first-year hero students, that they realized he was in that class. Many were shocked, some thought it was some sort of joke, although most of the males there were jealous of him being in a class full of females by himself, and no other males. Sure, the female hero students were normally a pain towards them, but the males would have loved to change places with him, seeing how most of the females were Y. They could see the females in their hero outfits before the changes were made, as most of them were Y and lewd to start off with, but over the years, a lot of them lost that look to become more professional and stop men from staring at them. Although, there were some that got evener. As for the women, they were offended by the fact that a male was in the hero class. To them, men were weak against those with a decent quirk. Even then, most women were stronger than men, and had more rights than them. So why was a man with no potential of becoming a hero in the hero class? It was obscured. They were weak. The best they were for was to breed, in the hopes to get the DNA from the father's mother's side so they would get the quirks from the female side of the males. Most of the women there admitted though that Izuku was cute enough to have with, so that he could breed one of them. Some of them thought he was Y. Whatever the case, they wanted to show him his place in the world. But the thing that got them suspicious was when they learned that this male had a quirk. Both males and females couldn't believe this. How was this possible? Since the very first child with a supernatural power, it was known that only women could have quirks. So how was this male able to get one? What was it? So many questions. One other big question was the rumor of the power armor that he meant to have. How did he get it, and what could it do? Because of this, by lunchtime that Monday afternoon, people were looking at young Izuku with interest, suspicion, concern, and other looks. It was no surprise then that by this time, it was getting a bit too much for Izuku. He was sitting in the far end of the lunchroom, where no one could see him, so that he could eat lunch in peace. Whatever the case, he was glad that the morning was over, as they had done some of the core classes that they did at UA. Don't get him wrong, he didn't mind them, in fact he liked them. However, like the other students in his class, he thought them boring. They came to UA to learn to become a hero. Whilst he knew that the core classes were important, everyone was more interested in learning to become heroes. This is why everyone was excited for the foundational hero studies. So nearing the end of lunch, Izuku returned to his homeroom classroom, where he found some of the other students sitting reading or talking to one another about various things while some were taking glances at the only male classmate in the room. Feeling uneasy, he went to the back of the room where his table was and sat down, and tried to keep a low profile. Whilst waiting for the next class to start, he pulled out his notebook and started to work on writing down the powers of his fellow classmates. As he was working on his notes, he didn't see someone had come to his desk and sat on top of it. "Hey, Izuku!" This person yells while tapping her hand onto Izuku's shoulder. Feeling this, Izuku looks up to see who is calling, only for his eyes to widen as he saw Minerva Mineta getting up onto his table as she sat on his notebook. She was a bit too close for his comfort. "Mineta? What are you doing on my desk?" Izuku yells. Pink coloring was slowly appearing on his cheeks. "Oh, I just wanted to talk to you about something," Minerva told the only boy in the class with a slight blush on her face. "Oh, like what, exactly?" Izuku stammers, nervous about what this short girl wanted to talk about. "What do you prefer? Tall girls or short girls?" Mineta asked as she crossed her legs in front of Izuku in such a way that she was showing much of her upper thighs and a bit of her purple and white panties. Izuku saw this and immediately blushed, and covered his face with his hands while looking away. Don't get him wrong. It wasn't like he wasn't interested in what he was seeing, as he did. What white blood male wouldn't? But the problem is that of late his was getting away from him. His mind was full of full thoughts and desires. If he kept staring at what Minerva was showing him, he was worried his would get hard and everyone would see his hard. He didn't want to think what they would think or say if they saw that. Nothing good, he bet. "Well, Izuku was struggling in finding his words. Mineta was grinning at this as she slowly leaned forward to him, closing the space between them. "Yes, what type of girl do you like? Tall or short?" Mineta asks once again. Izuku utters, silently praying for something to help him out of this situation. Fortunately, help did arrive in the form of Tomoyo Ida. "Mineta, please get off Midoriya's desk. And stop cutting your legs like that. You're revealing too much of your legs and tights to everyone." Ida yells at the shorter girl who just turns to her and, "That's the point," Mineta shamelessly tells the taller black-headed girl. Before she could turn back to Izuku, Ida and Maya Shoji grabbed her and started to pull her away from Izuku, with her protesting this of course. "Okay, that's enough from you," Shoji rebuckled the shorter girl, disappointed at how the other girl was acting. "Wait, no? Just let me stay there a bit longer. I haven't gotten my answer yet." Mineta yells in protest as she tries to fight out of their grip, but it was fruitless due to the strength of both girls. Izuku just sweat drops at the sight of Mineta trying to fight off two bigger, stronger girls as he returns to his notes. But as he was doing so, part of him wondered who was going to teach foundational hero studies? Would it be All Might? He did know that she was teaching at UA, but he wasn't sure what classes she would be teaching. He hoped whoever it was would come before Mineta or one of the other girls tried something to with him. He didn't have to wonder for long though. As a few minutes after he was doing his notes, he heard a very loud yet familiar voice speaking outside Class 1A. "I am here." This gained the attention of all the students there, especially Izuku, as the only boy within UA began to smile brightly. Coming through the door like a heroine, Izuku and the other students looked up at the door as they saw the symbol of peace bust through the door in a flamboyant style, whilst holding a case. "I can't believe it! It really is All Might!" Doi Kaminari called out in surprise and amazement. They all heard the rumors that All Might be teaching at UA, but until now it was just that, rumors. So, upon seeing the number one hero bust into their classroom, they couldn't help but be excited to see her. So the rumors were true. She really is a teacher. "Man, this year just started but it's already getting better," said Eiko Kurishima, grinning with her sharky teeth flashing. "Hey look, she's wearing her Silver Age costume, Suyu says, seeing the old-school outfit the larger-than-life heroine was currently wearing. That's so retro. Rikusato said in awe and amazement. I'm getting goosebumps just from seeing her here. Makaira Ojiro says as they watched All Might dramatically walk toward the front podium and face the whole class while holding a case in her hand. Welcome aspiring heroes to the most important class at UA High, Foundational Hero Studies. All Might informed them all, think of this class as Hero Angie 101. You'll be one of many teachers teaching you the basics of being a pro. It'll be teaching you things like the laws and the history of being a hero. Here the students groaned at this, finding these subjects boring already. I know, not the most interesting things to learn, but they are just as important to learn if you want to be a hero. It'll teach you what it means to fight in the name of good. Sensei? Why do you say hero but call yourself a heroine? Asked Mina Ashido. This you should learn in history, but I'll tell you now. All Might informed the pink-skinned girl, when heroes first appeared, both men and women did the job of a hero. To keep things simple, it was decided to call both of them heroes. As men were forced to take the back seat as heroes as quirks got stronger, women remained and the title of hero stuck. Only a handful of heroes decided to call ourselves as heroine. There's no real reason as to why, just that some heroes felt right for us. Many of them looked shocked at this. The only reason people didn't use heroine was because no one bothered to change it from the past. Now, let's this show on the road. Today's lesson, which will pull no punches, is said All Might before anyone could say anything about this. She goes into her costume and pulls out a flashcard with red stylized text that read, Battle! Battle! Bakugo loudly growled with pleasure, her excitement palpable. Izuku just hoped it wasn't entirely directed towards him, as he said with slight excitement and fear, real combat. Then with more confidence, Izuku spoke out to All Might, real combat? For real? Isn't it too early to have such a class? All Might smiled at the male teen. Whilst he was stuttering at the moment, he was putting himself out there. Something she didn't think he would have done before. I understand why you might think this, young Midoriya. But this is to help me learn what I'll be dealing with, explained All Might. You see, for the next year at least, I'll be teaching those in the hero course how to fight. However, to know what I'm dealing with and what I need to teach, I want to see you all doing mock battles. This way, I know what you need to learn and what things I need to fix. Izuku had to admit this was a good idea. Until women decide to become heroes, they weren't meant to be allowed to use their quirks once they knew how to control them. So, until they start schools like UA, they wouldn't know how to use them in battle. This meant the teachers wouldn't know what to teach them fully until they did things like this. With you learning to fight, you'll need these. All Might informed everyone, breaking Izuku's thoughts. As she pointed to the wall beside her with a remote, opened the wall to reveal 20 cases that slid out of the wall. All the cases were all numbered. These are the outfits that are designed based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you all sent in when you were accepted into UA. All Might told them, during your time training with your quirks, you'll be doing so in your hero costumes. This allows you to get used to fighting in them, so that when you become pros, you won't have a problem when you start out. This excited the girls there. For years they dreamed of this moment, and now that it is here, they couldn't get started. Oh, young Midoriya. Hey, race yours, said All Might as she turns towards Izuku and gives him the case she had with her. Mei from the support course informed me that she finished adding the final details to yours. That was fast. I wasn't suspecting anything from support for a while, admitted Izuku, as he looked at the case. Well, from what Power Loader told me about her, once she starts a project she doesn't stop until she finishes it. All Might explained to the young man. Looking at the case in worry, Izuku asks, Does that mean she didn't eat or sleep much? Listen, young Midoriya, I know you might be worried for the young lady, but I'll tell you now, there's very little you can do for people like her. All Might told the young teen, they are single-minded. When they start something they won't stop until they finish what they were doing. All we can do is be there for them. Make sure they have food and drink if they need it, and if you find them asleep, put a cover over them or if possible put them in the bed. These sort of people can be the most useful people to know, but at the same time they can be hard to deal with. Izuku didn't know what to think or say to this. He felt sorry for the young girl who was willing to help him, whilst All Might told him that there wasn't anything much he could do for her. He believed that he had to think of something as thanks. But that would be for later, for now he had a class to deal with. Thank you, All Might. Izuku thanks the hero, holding the case to him, and please thank May if I don't see her first. I will, young Midoriya. All Might told the teen, before saying to the rest of the class, when you have suited up, meet me on the coach so that we can get to the training ground beta. Yes, sensei. The entire class calls out as All Might vanishes out of the room with a dust trail behind her. The girls were excited as they went over to the wall, and took out their cases and left the room to the locker room to change into their outfits. Izuku followed them, seeing how he found out that the locker room he was using was next to the girls. Once in the changing room, Izuku opened the case that All Might gave him. Inside was a full-body dark forest green spandex under armor with white lines going down from the sides. The top part of the armor meant to be sleeveless, but May was against it, as she didn't like armor that showed skin, as that part of the body could be attacked by acid or some other form of dangerous liquids that could burn or eat the skin away, which would prevent a hero from fighting or rescuing someone. This is why Izuku agreed to a full-body outfit. Also in the case was a pair of long dark forest green gauntlets. From the designs that he and May worked out, the gauntlets start from his biceps and end at his hands, only leaving his shoulders exposed. Then there were the boots. The bottom shoe parts of the boots were designed around his own red shoes, as Izuku thought of them as part of him, and so wanted it to be part of his costume. The boots went up to his upper thighs, and looked like he had knee pads and protection pads around the thighs. Next there was a metal respirator in the shape of a diamond with 8 holes on it. Finally in the case, there was a utility belt in it, which would allow him to carry any items he might need whilst he was only wearing this outfit. Either way, after opening and checking the outfit out, Izuku put his costume on. After which he walked to the coach. 00000. As Izuku got outside and near the coach that was taking them to training ground beta, he heard All Might telling the girls how good they looked in their costumes. The last thing that Izuku heard before he showed himself was All Might asking this, where is young Midoriya? Here I am. Izuku called out as he adjusted parts of his costume. As he looked around, he saw a pickup truck with a capsule with his armor in it. Sorry I'm late. It took me a while to figure out how to fasten my boots and gauntlets. I need to think of a better way to deal with them in the future. Upon hearing Izuku's voice, the girls turned around to look at him. They saw him wearing his dark forest green spandex under armor, which was hugging onto his lean, muscular body. All Might and the rest of the class looked at him with expressions ranging from shock, awestruck, amazed, most blushing, some salivating, and a few were aroused. All Might knew that the young male had muscles, as she helped him train to get them. But his hero costume was showing them off in a way she couldn't think was possible. Yes, there have been many men who had muscles in the past. Lots were more muscular than Izuku's body. She didn't know what it was to make this male different, but he stood out more, seemed better looking thanks to these muscles. Whatever it was, the girls liked what they saw. As for Izuku, he saw the girls were staring at him and their expressions and was embarrassed as he mistook them for something else. Yeah, this suit's kinda for exposing a bit. Sorry if it makes you a bit uncomfortable, Izuku says, rubbing the back of his head with his eyes closed. He couldn't see that the girls still hadn't taken their eyes off him. What he didn't realize was that the girls themselves had more exposing costumes than his. In fact, Momo Yaoyorozu and Eijiro Kirishima's costumes had more skin revealed than any other costumes. Not only that, but people could see parts of their s. Holy crap! That body! What the? I didn't know he had muscles like those. Damn, I want. Mama likes what she is seeing. Oh my god, those abs. You could grind meat on them. Take me now, daddy. What was that? Me? Oh no, Greenie's hot. Wow, I'm gonna him. Those were some of the thoughts that most of the girls currently present were thinking. One girl on the other hand had similar yet different thoughts on her mind. Since when did he have those? Stupid, why? Deku. What? Thought Bakugo, then realizing what she was thinking, she got feared and was mad at the train of thought she was having. Please mate with me. This from Azuri. Azuri. This came from Ida, as Azuri snapped her from her own UAL thoughts that she wouldn't admit to. I know that you might be going through your mating circle thanks to your quirk, but that's not appropriate for a hero in training to say to someone. Well, everyone was more or less thinking about it. The frog quirk user told them all, not caring what the others thought. And just more open about it. This got everyone stumped, not wanting to admit that she was right. Whoa, Izuku. That's a cool costume. Not too flashy. Achiko Uraraka compliments the young male with a blush, trying to put what Azui said at the back of her mind, as she approaches Izuku. Thank Uraraka. Izuku says right before he blushes upon seeing her costume, and what Azui said about him. Uraraka's hero costume consists of a black, full-body suit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, topped with 2 black semi-spheres on her chest, pink stripes starting at her midsection, a deep pink choker, and 2-tone pink sleeves with cuffs. It also had matching pale and deep pink-colored accessories, including round gauntlets with handles, chunky, knee-high boots, and a 2-piece belt with a round buckle. She was also wearing a matching headgear with a tinted visor. I really should have been more specific in my forms to what I wanted. This bodysuit is more skin-tight than I wanted it to be. It's really revealing, you know. Uraraka sheepishly giggles while rubbing the back of her head. Why yeah, but it looks good on you. Really shows your bubbly side and makes you look cuter. Izuku says, looking away while blushing. Had he not been looking away from Ochako, he would be seeing her madly blushing from his compliments to her. Thanks. Uraraka says, her foot playing on the ground as she looks away from him. May I have your attention now, students? All Might called out to get the attention of her students, dozens of eyes moving to fulfill the request. You all look great in your costumes, but remember that these are only your first drafts of your costumes. So they may change as you grow into true pros. Why would we change our costumes? Asked Doi Kaminari. Her hero costume was a basic one. She was wearing a plain white shirt, over which she wears an open black leather jacket with a white lightning pattern across her back. She had a matching pair of pants with 2 lines running down his legs. She also had a single, square-shaped earphone over her right ear, resembling a radio antenna sticking out of the top. As you train to become heroes, you might learn that your powers might be different than you first thought. Explained the number 1 hero. Either you might learn that your power transforms part of your body, or you might learn a new skill but need a support item to make it work better, and as such, you'll need to alter your costume a bit to fit you. I once knew of a hero that had a bone-like quirk. At first she looked like a normal person, but as she trained, spikes appeared on her wrist. At first it was nothing, she could make them appear at any time, however, they later became permanent, and her wrist became like a wrist guard with spikes. Because of that, she had to alter your costume to fit that new power. The girl whispered at this. None of them thought that would be possible. Sure, they knew that with training, they would learn how to use their quirks in ways they never dreamt of. But they never thought that their quirks could alter their body, or give them skills that needed items to use. This made them slightly afraid and excited at the same. Was only Izuku that thought of this, and that was only because of his love for learning about quirks, and what they might be able to do. So you should think about this for the future, as you too might have to change your costumes because of your quirks. All Might warned them, then with a smirk she added, or if you're like me, you just want to change the looks of your costume because you decided to have a new style because your old one was too damaged, and you decided to have a new look. Here the students laughed at this, which helped to take their minds off the fear of their quirks altering their bodies. Sensei, regarding the performance ground we'll be using, said Ida, will it be like the mock city from the entrance exam? If so, what will we be doing there? Izuku saw that Ida's costume consists of a black one-piece suit with a high collar, over which she wears various pieces of armor. All of it was a pale silver, including a chest plate, a metal collar around her neck and another around her upper arm, and metal vambraces that extend past her elbows pointed at the ends. She was holding a helmet, its sharp beaver full of holes, which Izuku suspected would allow her to speak and breathe easily. Its upper piece rounded over her head with 2 larger holes on either side, 2 curved as just behind and a single spike sticking out of the back of her head. On her feet, she was wearing silver knee-high boots with gold accessories, which are specialized for her quirk, and around her torso, she had 3 thick metal pipes, attached with a blue band. Although Izuku wasn't sure if this was only to serve as decoration or not, Yes, the grounds that we're going to are like one of the mock cities from the entrance exam. All Might informed the class. As for what you'll be doing, I'll explain once we get there. So please get onto the coach so that we can get on with the class. The class was about to get onto the coach when Izuku held his hand up after thinking about possible plans for the class, and asked, Sensei, is it okay if I call May to get her ready to help me? All Might had to think about this. She had forgotten for a moment that Izuku had set up a plan with May to deal with all the information that the armor picked up. It wasn't like Izuku could deal with it all and be able to fight. He needed help, and as such, May was the one that Izuku picked to help him. All Might wasn't sure if she should allow this or not. This was to find out how the students would deal with a battle, and how their powers would work. But as she thought about it, this was the way Izuku was planning to become a hero. Sure, he might have her quirk now, but at the end of the day, Izuku wanted to use his armor to show the world that men could become heroes by using armor like his. For that to work, she would have to see how it worked herself as such. When doing classes like this, Izuku would need May too. With that in mind, she said, You May young Midoriya? Who is this May? Asked Uraraka. May Hatsum, is from the support hero class. Explained All Might, then turning to Izuku she asked, Midoriya, do you want to explain or shall I? I will, Izuku stuttered a bit, before turning to his classmates. You my armor gathers a lot of information to help me decide how to fight and rescue people. Way too much for me to handle on my own if I want to fight or rescue people. For that reason I've found someone to help me with the information, and that person is May. Many were amazed at what Midoriya told them. That his armor had a way to gather information for him to use to help him. Even Bakugo had to admit that this wasn't a bad idea. Sure, to her a true hero was someone who didn't have to rely on others, but for someone like Izuku, this could be the only way he could become a hero. The weakling that he is, this was the only way for him. But Sensei, I thought that this battle training class was to show you our powers and what we can do, said Ida. So why allow someone else to help him? Because this is his way of fighting. All Might explain to the black-haired teen. Whilst he might have a quirk, his style of fighting, as from what I can tell, is to use his armor of his. But to use it properly, he needs someone to work with him to keep an eye on the information that he gathers and make sure the armor is working the way it should whilst he being a hero. So, this should show me how this works in a battle situation and plan how the teachers can teach him. Izuku was red-faced at this, as he didn't like standing out more than he already had. But he realized this would be an ongoing thing, and that he would have to learn to live with it if he wanted to be the first male hero. As for the females there, they saw the truth in All Might's words. If Midoriya was going to use his power armor to be a hero, not only would Midoriya need to learn how to fight with it, but they too would need to learn how to deal with it. So, this would be the best way to do so. Okay everyone, please get onto the coach so we can get things moving. All Might told them. Yes, Sensei. Came the reply from all the students, as they got onto the coach. Battle Training Part 2. It wasn't long before they got to Training Ground Beta. Before entering the training ground, Izuku revealed his armor to the other students. For those who hadn't the armor at the entrance exam, they were shocked at how big it was. The armor made Izuku at least a good 2 feet taller than he was already. Now once they got into the training ground, Izuku saw that it looked like the testing site that he used during the entrance exam. The only difference was that the layout and buildings of the place were different. Welcome to Training Ground Beta, where we'll be having your class today. All Might welcomed them all. Sensei, with us here in the mock city, does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again? Just like in our entrance exam? Asked Ida. Not quite. Admitted All Might, I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly villains take place indoors. Away from prying eyes. A lot of times these battles aren't even reported. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. The students grasped in shock here, not realizing these sort of things happened in real life. They thought that all the villain fights and captures were reported. They never realized that this wasn't the case. Anyway, for our training exercise today, you'll be separated into teams of heroes and villains, where you'll fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might explained what they were going to do that afternoon. After this, dozens of hands flew up and multiple voices started asking their questions. So how do we determine who wins and loses? How much can we hurt the other team? Is there a threat of expulsion if we lose, like with Sensei Aizawa? If we're separating into different groups, what would be the best way to do so? Doesn't this cape look killer on me? Isn't this a little advanced ribbit? All Might's constant smile faltered a little at the bombardment of voices. Please, everyone, one at a time. My quirk isn't super hearing or listening. It's hard to understand if you all talk at once. He announced before pulling something from his pants. A small folded piece of paper which he unfolded. Let's start off with the question of, is this a little advanced for you or not? All Might decided to answer some of the questions that were given to her. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now. This'll help me better see what you are capable of and help with knowing what I have to teach you. The students, whilst unsure about this, nodded. It was understandable that they wouldn't be too sure about this, but at the same time it would show them and the teachers what they needed to work on in the future to become a better hero. For how you'll win and how you'll be put into groups, they'll get to that in a moment. All Might informed them with a smile. Before, with a warmer smile, she went on to reassure them. As for fears of being expelled, you don't have to worry about this. I find that sort of teaching unproductive. In the long run, that creates problems instead of solving them. Then turning to Bakugo, All Might warned her, you can only use reasonable force. This class is to see what you're able to do, not to use full force to hurt your classmates. If I see you use more force than needed, I'll fail you at once. This made Bakugo upset. She really wanted to show All Might just how powerful she was. That she could become as powerful, if not more powerful, than All Might one day. Now, she had to play carefully with these weaklings, these extras. She didn't want this. But knew she couldn't do anything foolish that could get her kicked from the school. Now on to the class, said All Might as she pulled a small booklet from her pocket. But before she went on, she saw a few confused and shocked faces. So before continuing with the class, she explained, this book is created by U.A. It has a few different scenarios that you might come up with. Kidnapping, hostage negotiation, and a few other possibilities. The teachers created them so that you can act them out and learn what you should and should not do. Whilst this surprised a few of the students, for some, like Izuku, it made sense as they thought about it. U.A. was meant to be the top school in Japan. Of course they would want their students to learn how to handle such situations. So when they become pro, they would know what they were doing. Now for this class, the scenario is that a group of villains has stolen a nuclear missile and is hiding it somewhere in their hideout. They have plans of using the weapon somewhere in Japan. All Might informed the students of the scenario she was going to have them play out. It'll be down to the heroes to stop these villains from removing the weapon from their hideout to where they are planning to use the weapon. Now, for the heroes to win, they'll have to either catch the villains or recover the weapon. And for the villains to succeed, they'll have to either protect their payload or capture the heroes. Sounds like a classic action movie setup. Izuku thought aloud as he listened to All Might. A few of his classmates nodded in agreement to this. It did sound like a movie plot. You should be warned that there will be a 15-minute time limit to do your objective, explained the number one hero, as she stuffed the book back into her costume and picked up a box from the ground labeled lots. We're really deciding the teams so haphazardly? Ida asked in shock. Before All Might could say a word, Izuku jumped in. Think about it. Pros are constantly making impromptu team-ups with other heroes and agencies on the spot. So this is a way to simulate that, to teach us how to handle people we aren't used to fighting with. As she thought about it, the female armored teen realized that what the male teen said was right. Heroes would never know what they would face in the world, that you would join forces with those you never fought with before. Or if you did, unless they were part of the agency that you were part of, it would be rare and so styles could change. So it would be better to learn how to fight with different people as soon as possible. With that in mind, Ida turned to Midoriya, before bowing to him and All Might. I realize now. We should prepare for the impossibilities in our lives. I apologize for interrupting you, ma'am. That's fine, young Ida. All Might told the young woman, before he looked at the others. Now, with enough distractions, let's draw up the teams. With that, the students created a line and picked a ball from the lot box to find out who their teammates would be. In the end, the teams ended up like this. Team A, Izuku Midoriya / Ochiko Uraraka, Mei Hatsum. Team B, Shoko Todoroki / Maya Shoji. Team C, Momo Yayorosa / Minerva Mineta. Team D, Katsumi Bakuga / Tomoyo Ida. Team E, Yui Oyama / Mina Ishido. Team F, Riku Sato / Kan Nakoda. Team G, Eiko Kaminari / Kyokujiro. Team H, Fumiko Tokoyami / Tsuyu Ajiri. Team I, Toru Hagakure / Mikira Wajiro. Team J, Eiko Kurishima / Hanashiro. Izuku had to admit that he was glad that his partner was Ochiko Uraraka. Out of all the females there, she was the only one who didn't see him like a male. It meant that she saw him as another student. In fact, when she called him Deku, it didn't sound so bad. She said it sounded like a real hero name. Not only did he have a crush on her, but seeing how she was treating him like another student, he wanted to make a good impression on her. So he had to think carefully about what he was going to do next. Now that we have the teams, we have to find out who'll be the villains and who'll be the heroes. All Might told her students, as she stood in behind two boxes, a black one and a white one. The black one had the label of villain, and the white box had the label of hero. Now, the first heroes and villains will be these guys. Here from the villain box, she picked ball D, and from the heroes she picked ball A. Izuku remembered who was on Team D. Kaken, he thought with slight fear, as he looked at her. Bakugo's hero costume was composed of a tight, black, sleeveless tank top, with an orange X across the middle, forming a V-neck. There were 2 dots along the left line of her collar, indicating the support company that designed his costume. Her costume also had a metallic neck brace worn with rectangular ends that have 3 holes on each side. Her sleeves reached from within her large grenade-like gauntlets to her biceps. Her belt also carried grenades, and held up her baggy pants with knee guards, below which she sports black, knee-high combat boots with orange soles and eyelets. Her mask is jagged and black, and as it goes around his eyes, a large, orange-rimmed flare shape protrudes from each side. He knew that she would come after him and try to show him his place in the world. He knew that he had to be careful with her if he wanted to win. He had to outsmart her if he could. Now Team A will be the heroes, whilst Team D will be the villains. All Might told the class, now whilst they get ready for their match, the rest of you can head to the monitoring room to watch. Izuku hesitantly looked over to where Kaken was. He saw that she was glaring at him. Seeing this, Izuku quickly turned away. He clenched his fists and turned to glare back. He wasn't going to let his old friend to intimidate him, not after all the training he has done to get here now. Kaken looked surprised that Izuku did this. She would let this go, and so she quickly returned the glade back. Meanwhile, the other students called out, "Yes, sir." As the students left, All Might turned to the 4 that were left. "Villain, you can go on in and get set up. Once you find the bomb, let me know and you'll have about 5 minutes to get ready. When the time is up, the hero will be let loose to find you." All Might informed them. "Now on the count of 5 you can start." "Yes, sir." Ochiko, Tomoyo and Izuku said together as Katsumi just growls. Before All Might started to count down, he turned to Ida and Bakugo and said, "Young Ida. Young Bakugo. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the perspective of a villain." "Got it," said Ida, even though she didn't like thinking of acting like a villain. All of her family had been heroes. She never once in her life thought about being a villain, or how to act like one. However, with this being part of the class, she would do her best to complete it as best as she could. Even if she had to think like a villain. Now if things go too far, I'll step in. All Might warned them, but she was mainly looking at Bakugo as she did. "If that happens, you'll fail the class." "Understood," said Ida, as Bakugo just growls again, not liking these limitations. "Now let's begin." All Might called out, before she started to count 1, 2, 3. These 3 seconds felt like forever for Izuku. He was worried as to how he could deal with Bakugo. But at the same time, it felt like his mind became clear and allowed him to think. 4, 5. And with that Bakugo and Ida ran into the building to find the bomb, whilst All Might gave Izuku and Uraraka a map of the building to look at, as she left the 2 to get ready. All Might is just as cool in person than she is on TV. Uraraka said with a sly smile, but was nervous too. I'm glad she's not threatening us with expulsion like Sensei Aizawa. Although, I have to wonder if All Might really expects us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big. You know. So, are you as nervous as me about this test? Well, yeah. Admitted Izuku. You see, it's just that we're up against Kaken. Plus there's Ida too. Both of them are so powerful. We have to be on our guard. Who knows what they'll pull? Oh, right. Bakugo. Uraraka said darkly, not liking the girl too much. He's the one who's always making fun of you, and she's amazing. Izuku admitted with a sigh, sure she can be a real pain, sure. But her strength and confidence, and her ambition, not to mention her quirk. They're all so much greater than mine. Uraraka grasped in surprise at hearing this from Izuku. But that just means I have to do better. Izuku said with confidence, I refuse to lose today. So it's a fated battle between rivals? Uraraka smiled at this. It's not like I'm trying to get you wrapped up in my fight or anything. Izuku told the girl. We're a team, right? Let's win this together. Uraraka said, throwing her fist into the air with a smile. Listen up, the villains have found the nuclear missile. Uraraka and Izuku heard All Might from their earpiece. Heroes and villains will now have 5 minutes to prepare. So, seeing how you know Bakugo, do you have any ideas on how to handle this test? Asked Uraraka. I do have one, but first, began Izuku, before he said something that shocked Ochako. Mei, are you there? I'm here, Izuku. Mei replied, although Uraraka couldn't hear her fully, just a faint voice. Can you get the map of this area and the blueprints of the building that I'm at? Asked Izuku. Uraraka was surprised at how confident Izuku was sounding now. It was almost like he was a different person. She had to wonder why this was. Already done so? Mei informed Izuku. I've also been able to hack into the building's secretary system. That's good to hear. Said Izuku. What is? Asked Uraraka. Mei was able to hack into this building's secretary system. Explained the male teen, before going back to Mei. So, are you able to tell me where Bakugo and Ida are? Yes, they are on the top floor on the front of the building. Mei informed Izuku, as an image of the building map appeared in his helmet with a flashing red square, pinpointing where Bakugo and Ida was. Good to know. Said Izuku, if need be, can you set off the fire alarms? That'll be easy to do. Mei said with interest. Why do you ask? Because the next time I contact you, I might need you to set them off to distract them. Izuku explained. Understood. Replied Mei. Unless there's anything you want, he'll wait for your call. Okay, talk to you later. Said Izuku. What was that about? Uraraka asked in confusion. If I know Bakugo as well as I think I do, she'll rush out of the room leaving Ida to find me. She come to find me, so that she could put me in my place. To show that men can't be heroes. Izuku explained as he thought about the way Bakugo acted in the past, and knowing how she thought too. So, it would be foolish to try and go up the building the normal way. Uraraka was amazed that Izuku seemed to know what Bakugo would do. He must know her very well to know her actions before the test starts. So, what do we do if we don't climb the building the normal way? Asked Uraraka, interested in what Izuku had planned. We wait for a few minutes before I fly us up to the floor to where Ida is, where we break the window and get the bomb. Explained Izuku. Uraraka had to admit the plan was simple, but yet effective. Bakugo and Ida wouldn't suspect this to happen. So they could win quickly without having to fight. So for the remaining few minutes they waited, where they talked about how to deal with Ida, until they heard All Might call out over the comms, Team A and Team D, your time starts now. 0000. Few minutes before monitoring room. Is that even fair? Asked Fumiko Tokoemi, after hearing Izuku talking to Mei. Her costume consists of a black robe that is tinted a dark purple where light hits it, covering her entire body, only stopping halfway down her shins, and knee-high black boots. She was also wears a dark t-shirt, wristbands, a pair of baggy pants similar to the ones that wears in her hero costume, and utility belt with a double pin buckle. Yeah, how is that fair? Having someone else hack into the building's secretary system to tell Izuku where Bakugo and Ida are. This came from Hanashiro. Her costume consists of a black, skin-tight bodysuit with a turtleneck, plain apart from a white design on her mid-torso area, and 2 yellow trimmings around each of her elbow-length sleeves. She was wearing white boots lined with yellow and had short white bands around her waist and the sides of her thighs, a larger one across her chest to connect her shoulder pads, shaped like tape dispensers. Finally, she had a yellow helmet, shaped similarly to her shoulder pads, with a sizable black visor obscuring her face. The other students were nodding at this, making All Might sigh. This was something that she had planned to teach the students later on in their training. I understand where you're coming from, but this sort of thing is normal when you're a pro. All Might explained to the training heroes. Sometimes as pros, they might have someone checking the blueprints, as the ones the public have might not have all the information that they need. If possible, pros would also have people hack into the building's secretary system to make sure the villains are there and to keep an eye on them. That way, when the heroes go in, they'll know where the villains are. Right now, young Midoriya is using everything at his disposal to win this test. Whilst I wasn't planning to teach you this right now, this is something you all should think about. As a lot of villains aren't easy to defeat, and you need to outsmart them in one way or another if strength doesn't help you. There were a few whispers. They couldn't believe that this male, no matter how good-looking he was, would be able to think like this. To be able to think of a plan that most teens of their age wouldn't think of. It would seem that there was more to him than they first thought. That they should rethink what he was able to do. For the next few minutes, they stood there thinking what Midoriya was going to do. They knew the basics from listening to him and Uraraka talking. But they didn't know if their plan would work or not. It was highly possible that Bakugo would stay, and that they would need to fight her too. If that was the case, how would things go from there? It would be interesting to see, especially as Ida moved everything, other than the missile, out of the room, so that Uraraka couldn't use them as weapons against them. Then after a few moments, All Might called out, "Team A and Team D, your time starts now." Then as she watched what was going on with the rest of the class, she told them, "Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do, young Midoriya." All Might thought to herself, as she watched him and Uraraka fly up the wall to where Bakugo and Ida meant to be, "In this class, you're just another student. They'll grade you as I would anyone else." Without playing favorites. To the class amazement, it would seem that Midoriya's prediction about Bakugo leaving Ida behind with the missile was right. She did just that. They watched as she ran out of the room angrily. This left many believing that she had some real anger problems to deal with. Whatever the case, the class realized what a mistake it was. Just like Midoriya planned, he used his power to fly up to the floor that Ida was on. But before Midoriya entered the building, he had Mei set off the fire alarms, making Ida go to the door to see what was going on. This was when they realized why Midoriya did this. The moment that Ida got to the door, Midoriya used one of his repulsor, a name that Midoriya came up with for his hand weapons, to break the window. And before Ida or the rest of the class knew what was happening, Uraraka used her powers to float off Midoriya and into the building, where she ran to the missile and took hold of it. Your indoor combat training is over. All Might announced to the 4 students who were taking part in the test. The hero team wins. Don't get All Might, she hoped and wanted her successor would win this test. But a part of her was worried that he wouldn't. The others had more experience with their quirk, whilst he only had a few months of training with his new quirk and armor. She thought that if he won, it would be by sheer luck. But the way that he did this, Izuka made it look so easy. It only took him a few minutes to do so, and it was without using his quirk, so it was no wonder she and the rest of the class were surprised. "Please come to the monitoring room and we'll discuss your results," All Might told the 4 students. 00000, monitoring room. As Izuka returned to the monitoring room, he saw that All Might was smiling at him whilst the students were looking at him in shock. Well, that was all apart from one, Katsumi Bakugo. She was staring at him with diggers. As the old saying goes, if looks could kill, he would be dead, 1,000 times over. "Deku, you loser, how the did you win?" sneered Bakugo, angry that a loser like him was able to beat her of all people. If it wasn't for All Might keeping a close eye on her, she would attack the male hero, to show him that she was above him, and not the other way round. "That's what we'll be talking about in a moment," All Might said with a smile. But a look in her eyes told Bakugo that she had to be careful what she said around the pro hero. Now, before we talk about what happened, let me ask you this. Who do you think was the most valuable player, or MVP? The students were still shocked that a male would win this sort of test. Sure, from what they heard about the entrance exam, he was meant to be powerful. Sure, they saw him use his quirk the day before, but they still had a hard time believing that he had such a powerful quirk. But still, to win without using his quirk but only his armor? That was something that none of them thought possible. So most had to wonder if it was pure luck or was it actual skill that allowed him to win this test. But there was one student who wasn't in too much of a shock, Momo Yaoyorozu. She was wearing a costume that had a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which is open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She had calf-length red boots with heels, which dipped sharply down in the center, 2 gold utility belts around her waist, and another thinner one around the top of her chest, below her shoulders. Yaoyorozu raised her hand and said, "If I had to guess, I would say that it was Midoriya." Sure, he might be a male, but his plan, while some might call it cheating, and his takedown of it was perfect. Other than Bakugo and Ida, who didn't know what Izuku did yet, the others nodded at this. "What did he do?" Bakugo asked darkly, wanting to learn what happened so that she could learn how to prevent this loss the next time. So Yaoyorozu told the 2 students who played the villains what happened. By the end, Bakugo was ready to attack Izuku for this, to win by using tactics instead of facing her so that she could show him his place. It was only down to All Might keeping an eye on her that she didn't do anything. "But isn't that cheating though?" asked Ida. "Shouldn't he fail this test?" "That's what we thought too. But All Might told us that it was within his right to do so, as he could use everything in his disposal to win. And that heroes would do the same too," Momo informed the other girl. Because of this, knowing how one of the villains would react knowing that he had problems with his quirk, Midoriya came up with a plan that would avoid Bakugo in a fight and get to the missile, without either of them getting hurt. For that and him embracing this challenge and adapting to his assigned role, made him the MVP. Here Izuku went red in embarrassment, not believing that a female would praise him for a good job, and whilst the others were in 2 minds about the male hero in training, other than Bakugo, they nodded in agreement. They knew that they couldn't outperform that performance. "If Midoriya hadn't done what he did, I would have said Ida was the MVP," explained Yaoyorozu. She fully prepared for her opponent's arrival. She had a strategy, and never lost sight of her mission to protect the dummy weapon, even if she was foiled in the end. As for the other 2, Uraraka wasn't able to do much in the test, as Midoriya's plan went off without a problem. But at least she helped with capturing the weapon. As Bakugo, her judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya. She didn't help plan nor help to remove the items within the room. The moment the test started, she ran out of the room to try and deal with Midoriya. Hearing this, Uraraka gave a sad smile, seeing how what was said was right. She did very little. She hoped that in the future, she could give a proper impression as to what she could do. As for Ida, she had a shy smile, embarrassed that she was getting such a compliment. She always wanted to be a hero, like all the females in her family have. To be complimented for doing a good as a villain felt wrong and embarrassing. As for Bakugo, she just stood there, angry at the fact being pointed out to her, and that Midoriya of all people beat her. She was too angry to think about this all. "This girl really has a good eye on her," thought All Might, surprised at the thought progress that Yaoyorozu had. But feeling that she needed to add something, she said, "Yes, well, you overlooked a few things. Young Ida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise, and that Midoriya should have shown us what he could do with his quirk. However, overhaul, you nailed it. One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. That's the only real way to become a top hero," Yaoyorozu told them all, showing off one of many reasons as to why she was one of 4 students who were admitted to the hero course based on recommendations instead of the entrance exam. "Now then, time for the next match." All Might told them all, "In this match, the teams will be doing their match in another building." "Sensei, why are they taking their match in another building?" Once again, this came from Ida. "They have the layout of the building just used." All Might told the young team, "To help you all understand how a real hero works, you'll be doing your matches in different buildings. As like in real life, villains don't always use the same buildings to do their deals. For that reason, All your matches will be in different areas of this city. I see, thank you for letting me know, Ida said with a bow of her head. Now, as we move to the next area, I want you all to think about everything we saw and discussed as you tackle this training for yourself. All Might informed them as they got ready to move. I understand that you can do the same as young Midoriya, but you can think of what you know about your classmates. Think about how they would use their quirks to defeat you and think of a way to counter them if possible. Yes, meme, the students said at once as they went to the next area. When they got to the next monitoring room, All Might picked the next teams. For the hero team it was Team B, Shoko Todoroki and Maya Shoji, where they would face off the villain team who would be Team I, Toru Hagakure and Makaira Wajiro. From here, Izuku sat in the back as he watched the battles. Watched as Bakugo got angry at the fact that she learned that she wasn't as special as high school made her out to be. For the battle for Team B versus Team I, he was amazed at how fast the battle ended. Shoji used her powers to find Team I, before Todoroki asked her to leave as she froze the building, preventing the villain from moving. For this battle, there wasn't much to say, seeing how fast the battle finished. But they did point out to Wajiro that she should find some footwear to fight in. As if it wasn't ice, it could be something else that could prevent her from fighting with her fight. So wearing shoes of some kind would help her in the future. Same with Hagakure. Whilst she doesn't fight with her feet, unable to walk because you're barefoot and the ground isn't a way to go for a hero. Here, Todoroki was thought of as someone who was strong and intimidating. Something that Izuku could agree with. He learned that she was the second person to get into the school through recommendations. As Izuku thought about it, it wasn't surprising seeing how her mother was, the number 2 pro hero, the flame hero, Endeavor. She was considered as the MVP for that match. After this match it was Team J versus Team H turn, with Team J as the villains. This match was slightly faster than the first two. The main thing that took up the time was finding the weapon. Unlike the first two matches, the heroes didn't have someone who could search for the villains by using their quirks. For that reason, they had to search the 5-story building for the villains, floor by floor, so it took time to find it. Thankfully, the villains were on the 3rd floor and found where Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to defeat Kirishima and Siro. This made Tokoyami the MVP for that match. Whilst no one seemed to notice it, Izuku saw that Dark Shadow became slightly weaker when it hit the light after being in the dark. He wasn't sure, but Izuku began to wonder if there was a connection between being in the dark and being in the light for this quirk. It was something that he would have to think about later, as what he saw very little and needed more information before he could tell for sure. The 4th match was Team C versus Team G, with Team C as the villains. This match took the full 15 minutes of the match, where the villains won. Sure, with Jiro's power, the hero team was able to find the villains thanks to hearing where they were, but that was all they had on their side. To win, they need someone with super strength. The reason for this was down to Yaoyorozu and her quirk. As she bared herself and Mineta in the room by making strong metal beam bars and placing them at the door so that it couldn't be opened. There was nothing Kaminari or Jiro could do to win. They were unfortunately up against someone like Yaoyorozu. Because of this, she was named MVP for that match. Not that he could deny it. If he was either Kaminari or Jiro, he didn't think he could beat the villain team. The last match was Team F versus Team E, with Team F as the villains. This was one of the strange ones. Although the heroes won, Sato from the villain team was the MVP. The reason for this was because Ishido was agile with her acid, allowing to slide and move as she wanted. Her acid kept spraying wildly all over the place. This prevented Aoyama from being as effective. Not that she was much help anyway, seeing how she was trying to show off how good she was when she wasn't helping. For the villain side though, the reason that they lost was that Sato rushed off to deal with the heroes hoping to defeat them before they could get the weapon, leaving Koda alone, who at this point didn't have any animals to help her and the training area didn't have any animals in there. Or at least not from what Izuku was able to see. Sato didn't run off for the same reasons as Bakugo, to prove anything, but to protect Koda who couldn't summon any, knew it would be harder to fight and defend Koda if she stayed, so hoped to get the heroes first. It didn't go to plan though. Thanks to Ishido's speed and agility because of her acid, she was able to tie Sato up fast enough. Aoyama fires 1 or 2 naval laser beams to keep Sato off balance. After capturing Sato, they went off to capture Koda, which they did easily and won the match. During the end of the match talks, where they talked about the match, Izuku advised Kota to get a pet. Something like a tiger or wolf, any sort of predatory animal to help to defend and fight for her. This got Kota thinking. She thought about it before, but her mother didn't like the idea, as fearing that the animal might attack them if she lost control of it. But now, she would have to rethink the idea, as Izuku's suggestion made sense. Either way, after talking about the match, All Might bid them all goodbye and ran off, saying that he had things to do. But Izuku saw slight smoke coming from the number 1 hero and knew that her time in that form was starting to come to an end, and needed to transform back to her normal form. With All Might gone, the students got back onto the coach and returned to U.A to get changed and return home. 00000. Katsumi wasn't having the best of days. This was the first official day at U.A, and she thought that she could show the world how great she was, how powerful her quirk was. The first half of the day was fine enough. When it came to normal class work, she had no real desire to stand out, as it meant little to her. But in the afternoon, when the hero classes were about to start, she believed that it was her time to shine, to show those there what she was made of, and to show that damn Deku his place. But it didn't go as she thought it would. It was much worse. It started off good. Sure, the only problem she had was stuck with the stick in the mud bossy boots, for eyes. But she was against Deku. She could show the damn nerd his place, that her quirk was more powerful than his so-called quirk. She also wanted to show how powerful she was to everyone else. But it wasn't to be. The nerd had this damn power armor. Something that she had to admit would be the only way he could make it as a hero, having a quirk or not. She thought it would be easy for her to defeat Deku, but she was wrong. She thought that he would go inside the building to face her, but he didn't. Instead, after she ran out to deal with him as soon as possible, he flew up the building and captured the weapon she and 4 Eyes were meant to be protecting. She couldn't believe it, that the nerd was able to defeat her by using sheep tricks. When she learned about this, she wanted to have a go at him about this, but she couldn't, not with the look that All Might was giving her. Normally she would do so anyhow, but with him being the student of All Might herself, it would be foolish to do so, so he kept quiet. Things only got worse as the matches went on though. When she learned that she wasn't as special as she thought she was. There was a half-hot half-cold bitch who was, which Katsumi hated to admit, was more powerful and skilled than her. And whilst not as powerful as her, she found out there were others who were almost as skilled as she was. These people were unlike the extras that she was used to. They were more like main players. But she wasn't willing to admit to this willingly. In her mind, she had to work harder to become better, to show everyone that she was the best, better than the rest of them. Either way, as she returned to school and got changed, she was trying to get her mind off everything for now. But as she entered the locker room and started to remove her costume, she heard the frog girl say to the round-faced girl, "You know, we never did get our rankings, did we? By the looks of things she is busy," and so she left. Said the girl that Bakugo was calling Ponytail. "So, she'll probably give them out tomorrow or something, you know how they like to make us anticipate." "Forget that," said the pink girl with S. "Did you guys see Midoriya in his costume? That spandex showed off all of his muscles. And I have to say, he has muscles all in the right places." "Damn Bakugo," said the girl Katsumi was calling Sparkplug. "Why didn't you tell us about Midoriya's body? We knew he was good looking, but girl, seeing him in his spandex costume, we can see why he really is. Were you trying to keep him to yourself?" "Shut up, Sparkplug," Katsumi sneered at all the extras. "Why should I take notice of the dork's body? He is a nobody, a weakling, a loser. I have no interest in that man." "Girl, I think someone protests too much," said a girl with red spiky hair. Katsumi just grunted, "Shut up, shitty hair." What didn't help was that she was right. The damn nerd had become hot without her noticing. It didn't help seeing how she had convicting feelings for him. One part, she wanted nothing more but to show Deku his place, to show him that he was beneath her, and would always be weak and a loser, and would never be a hero. But then there was the part of her that wanted to be beneath him, where he was showing her place. As his plaything, to be at whenever, wherever and however he wanted. She hated this feeling. She hated that her quirk was making it that she needed often. It seemed that this was the price of having power. She had heard about this since she was a child, but like other women before her, she thought she could fight it and control it. And for a while she thought she had. Sure, for the last 2 years or so the urge to have was strong, but she was able to control it. Or so she thought. Ever since the entrance exam, the urge for has gotten stronger. But the problem is that whilst she could control it, whenever she was near Deku, her thoughts went all over the place. No matter what, her mind and body would want him to use in her. She hated it. Of all the males that she might want to control her UAL urges, she never once thought of the nerd. Not until the entrance exam. For months before, he kept to himself and never went near anyone. He even left her alone. At the exam, when she saw him again, her body reacted to him, and now she couldn't stop thinking about the bastard. It was taking everything that she had not to jump the dork's body and him herself. She hated this feeling that she had. As to her, he was a nobody, a male who got lucky to have a power armor and a quirk. He wasn't all that special. At least that's what she kept telling herself. Hey guys. Katsumi heard the purple-haired girl called out, breaking her line of thought as she and everyone looked at her. Did you realize that Midoriya is just on the other side of this wall, right? She informed them as she began to drool. Not only that, but there's a hole in this hall. We could, Mineta, know that's a gross invasion of his privacy, and Four Eyes began to say something that, for the first time, Katsumi agreed with. She had no desire to see Deku, or that's what she kept chanting in her head anyway. Shut the up, prude, she said, wiping away the drool and moving down to stare through. If you don't want to see, then don't look. I was just sharing cause I know some of you wanted to. She told Four Eyes. She wasn't wrong either. Tsuyu, Mina, Kyoka and Toru wanted to see what Izuka looked like without his clothes on. Before she could actually take a look through the hole, a killing aura filled the room, from both Ochako and Katsumi. Don't you dare! Akako's threat died midway through as Katsumi was on the small woman in an instant. Her hand blew up to her side towards the wall in a threatening manner. Try it, grape shit, and I will leave just the stain where you stand. Whilst she might say that she didn't care about the dork's privacy, the truth was that she didn't want anyone else to see him. If she wasn't going to see him, no one else would either. She didn't want any more temptation than she already had. Minerva was a coward, that was true. But her cowardice paled next to her perverseness. Oh, shut up, the pervert told Katsuki. You only talk big cause you saw it already, haven't you? You childhood friend types always have that subplot. Katsumi blew up, both figuratively and literally, in anger or maybe embarrassment, even though she didn't know which. Angry because the little bitch would say such a thing, or embarrassment because she had it once. Even then it seemed bigger than other children of her age. It didn't even matter anyway, the end result was the same. Minerva was knocked out cold by the shockwave and fear, and the wall between the changing rooms crumbled away. This led to what she was trying to prevent, people seeing her Deku. Damn it, mind, not now. She thought in anger and embarrassment, how she was thinking about such a thing again. What they were now seeing was Deku totally, as it seemed that he had just come out of the shower and was getting changed. They saw that his was hard. Things were just as bad seeing how he could see his classmates in stages of undress staring back at him. From totally, half, some with only 1 or 2 pieces of clothes on, to being totally dressed. He blinked, they blinked. Holy shit, I want him to crush me with his thighs. Tsuyu said aloud, as she saw his big. Then the screaming started. They saw Izuka's hands twitch in panic and covered his private parts quickly out of embarrassment. He sputtered out several apologies in rapid fire and promptly pulled his boxers up and dashed out of the room, with his jeans in hand, forgetting that he was just wearing boxers. God, his is shapely too. Katsuki heard Shitty Hair say, Ajri, while I understand it is your mating season and you can't really control it, but please, Four Eyes begged, not wanting to hear such things. In fact, either did Katsuki. It was bad enough that she saw Deku and putting unwanted thoughts in her head. She didn't want to hear others talk about his junk. Come on, girl, you're saying that you wouldn't want that monster in you. I know I would. The pink bitch asked Four Eyes. Then, turning to Katsumi, she asked, Did you know that he was packing that monster in his pants? I have to say it's about at least 10 inches long. And why should I have his? Katsumi asked darkly. Her hand was crickling, ready to blow up the next person who said anything about this subject. Whilst it was true that she saw his once, and it was big for his age, she never imagined it would be that big. It's not like I would be interested in what he is packing. Stop this nonsense, said Four Eyes, sensing the problems that were about to happen and wanting to prevent it. Let's get dressed so we can go home. This got the girls' attention. Seeing how they finished for the day, they could go home now. So, they finished getting dressed and went home. But many of them would have Izuku on their minds, how they would like to him. Little did they know that soon, their dreams would become true. Thanks to one cat who has plans for Izuku and a horrifying event that was about to happen soon. This would allow Katsumi to be honest about her feelings, and allow some of the female students to finally act upon their UAL feelings that they had to hold back for so long. 00000. Talking about the cat, we find Nozomi in her office watching the events between Izuku and his classmates play out. She was having the best ing day of her life. I didn't even have to lower the wall with the controls, Nozomi said to herself as she gasped between fits of laughter. She was planning to have the girls see young Midoriya at some point, so that they would be attracted to him. But she wasn't sure when to do it. This was a great accident in her books. For one, the girls saw him, and so with luck were more attracted to him. For her plans to create a harem for him, this would be great. Secondly, it would mean that the other teachers wouldn't have a go at her for doing something like lowering the wall like she thought about doing. She didn't really understand humans at times. They are held back by moral and silly beliefs. Sure, she understood good and evil, but the other stuff, like not having signal partners and the like, she couldn't understand why they are against such things. That's why if she wanted to give Izuku the harem that she had planned to give him, she would have to be careful about her plans. When she first learned about Izuku having one for all, Nozomi was planning to have the girls from the first year from the hero course as Izuku's harem members. However, that was until after some tests to make sure the Izuku would be fine with one for all. It would turn out that their cover story that young Midoriya was the first male quirk user wasn't a full lie after all. It would seem that Izuku really did have a quirk, and it wasn't one for all. As ironic as it seemed, Izuku's real quirk was a type. Who would suspect that the first quirk that a male would be a quirk? It seemed that if Izuku's semen got into a woman, it would make that woman stronger. Not only physically but their quirks too. Although mental quirks like hers, Izuku's quirk might not have any effect on, as she didn't feel smarter than before. Although, that was for her type of mental quirk, that makes someone smarter, she needed to test it on other mental quirks that don't make people smarter. But there seemed to be a side effect. Those close to him seemed to slowly get attracted to him. Because quirks were different, Nozomi wasn't sure how strong Izuku's quirk was. So, she wasn't sure how much these girls would become attracted to the boy, or how long it took for someone to be fully attracted to the boy. There was another thing that Nozomi noticed about Midoriya's quirk. Whilst being around the boy makes the girl attracted to him, taking his semen into you was a different story. Those who took it wanted nothing more than to have more of it, wanting to do anything to get it. At first she wasn't sure, seeing how she was doing things so that he would get a harem and making sure his desires were met so that her plans for the future worked. Sure, when she gave him a blow job last month, she wanted nothing more than to have more. Although he was the one of the few male humans that she had with, the others she was within her mating cycle or forced to be with, she also resented them. After what humans did to her in the past, whilst she learned to work with them, she still had some resentment for them. Apart from a handful of humans, she couldn't fully trust them. Whilst she didn't trust Midoriya just yet, she was willing to use him. As much as she distrusted humans, she didn't want to get rid of them, well, maybe the bad ones, but that was different. Because of this, she was going to use Midoriya in the hopes to bring the population, or males, back up. It helped that Midoriya was different. Yes, she was at the end of the mating cycle, but with his huge and how it felt, she couldn't help but want more. When she learned about Midoriya's quirk, she wasn't sure if it was because of his quirk or not that she was feeling that way. But as she thought about it, it didn't really matter if it was or not. She was still going to use him anyway. This just made things slightly different. The main change was how many women she was planning to use. Instead of those within the hero classes, she is now going to give Midoriya every single woman within the school. Not only that, but she was going to get rid of the men in the school so that they wouldn't be able to date these women or go after them. The reason for the change of plan was simple. With Izuku's semen, the women can become stronger. So, with villains becoming stronger, Nozomi knew that heroes needed to become stronger too. With things as they were right now, villains could overtake heroes sooner than later. Something she couldn't allow, and why she was doing extreme things to prevent this. She was also hoping that with Izuku's semen, the future children, be they male or female, would be stronger than the children of now. It could be dangerous, with more stronger quirks being around, but she was planning to deal with that in time, so that the future children would have decent people teaching them. But it was something she would have to deal with at a later date. Now the way she found out about Izuku's quirk was that she tested Izuku's semen on a few others. She wanted to see how women would react to having it. She found that they wanted more of the food that had the semen in it, and were willing to do anything to get it. That was how she found out about that side effect of the male's quirk. Either way, with the information about Izuku's real quirk found, her plan to give him a harem was even more important. But it was taking some doing. Sure, by law he could have one, seeing how few men there were, but that was only for a few women. But she wanted to give him the whole school, so that the future of theirs becomes brighter. For this to happen, sacrifices would be needed. Women would be needed to be given to the young man, freely or forced. Although, spending time with the young man, as long as things went the way she hoped, it wouldn't be forced for too long thanks to Izuku's quirk. Did she know it was wrong? Sure, but for her plans to go the way she wanted when she knew the outcome would be better for everyone, she didn't care. She would do whatever it took to make this plan to exceed. The world needed it, even if they didn't realize it yet. The problem was the humans. She had to do things slowly and plan carefully, and act when needed. So far, luck was somewhat on her side. She had at least one key player on her side already thanks to Izuku's quirk, the school healer, Recovery Girl. Without the healer, things would have been harder. Other than herself, Recovery Girl helps to keep the school going. Without her there to help, the school would have been closed down a while back. So, it was important to keep her on side. For the rest, she would have to wait for things to fall into place. But she knew that time might not be on her side. But unless something big happens, she would have to hope her luck holds up and things would go her way. For the meantime, she would make sure that her other plans for Izuku would go smoothly until everything else falls into place. What Nozomi wouldn't realize was that her luck would help her again in the upcoming days. However, it wouldn't be in the way that she hoped. It would put teachers and students in danger, something she didn't want. However, at the end of the day, the results would be what she wanted, one step closer to Izuku getting his harem. USJ Part 1. 11th of April 2170. We begin this chapter 2 days later after the battle trail. For these days, Izuku had been keeping his head down, embarrassed that he ran out of the locker room with only his underwear. He ran across a few students who looked at him strangely, and he couldn't look people in anyone's eyes because of this. Anyway, yesterday, other than 2 incidents, it was a quiet day. The first incident was in the morning, where the reporters were trying to find out information about him and All Might, to see what they were like. Thankfully, Principal Nozomi told the school that whilst they could talk about All Might, they couldn't say anything about him. They wanted to keep anything about Izuku confidential, so that no one could find out who he was and so keep him and his family safe. After that, they went to their homeroom class. Here Aizawa told that she watched videos of the combat training from the day before, and that they did a decent job. Although she did tell Bakugo whilst she was talented, she should stop acting like a kid when she loses. As during her time at U.A, she'll be facing many challenges, and more than likely lose. If she acts like a child each time she loses, she has no right to be a hero. As a pro, there'll be many times, especially at the start of their career, where they'll lose no matter what. All they can do is learn from the loss and carry on, and hope for a better outcome the next time. Bakugo wasn't the only one that Aizawa had words for. While she was surprised and happy to see him use brains over brawn for the train, Aizawa told Izuku that he shouldn't rely just on his armor, that he should use his quirk too. That was the point of the school, not only to teach them to be heroes, but to teach them to use their powers. For this reason, Aizawa wanted Izuku to use his powers and his powers alone, not his power armor, in his next practical hero class, which should happen sometime that week. which alerted the students about another practical hero class for that week. After that, Aizawa wanted them to pick their class representatives for their year. This was something important in the hero course, more so than any other courses at UA. Sure, they would have extra work in doing this, but this would be a key factor for them in the future when they become pro. This would help them stand out to hero agencies in the future, as it would show the agencies if the students can lead or not, so that the agencies can decide if they should make them team leaders or not. So to students doing the hero course, becoming a class representative is important, and picking someone was just as hard. As every student wanted to become the representative, see how the rewards were just as important. It was thanks to Tenya Ida saying that they should vote for their class representative. Although some were worried seeing how everyone would more than likely vote for themselves, Tenya pointed out that whilst that might be true, the one that got voted to be the representative was meant to be their class representative. Here Izuku, although he said he would vote, he was dropping out of the voting. He was worried about how the rest of the school would treat him, or if the rest of the representatives would listen to him. Seeing how important it was, he knew his class needed a representative who the others would listen to and would take seriously, and that wasn't him. Hearing this, most of his classmates agreed with him, and thought with this mindset, he would be an ideal representative for them. But at the same time they knew he was right, so they agreed to let him drop out from being voted. However, he couldn't vote until all the other votes were in and there was a tie, as the problem would be if everyone voted for themselves, whoever he voted for would win, and so it would be slightly unfair seeing he could vote for someone he was close to. So to prevent this, it was decided that he should only vote if there was a tie in the vote, so that he would be the deciding vote. As it turned out, his vote wasn't needed. Whilst there were a few who voted for themselves, like Mineta and Bakugu, most of the people voted for Tomoyo Ida and Momo Yaoyorozu. Ida got 4 votes, whilst Yaoyorozu got 3, making Ida the class representative. Either way, the morning was a quiet day, where they had a boring day doing the normal class work. Whilst most people didn't mind them too much, as they were back up in case they didn't make it as a pro, most also hated it, as they got extra homework in these classes, as they don't have these classes in the afternoon, which meant that they had to keep up with other students by doing extra homework. Anyway, the next incident that happened that day was during lunch. Izuku was having lunch with Uraraka and Ida. They were the only females who didn't look at him like a piece of meat, or in Bakuga's hatred and resentment. As they were eating, the school alarms went off and most of the students tried to run out of the cafeteria, in doing so blocking the entrance as too many people were trying to get out of there. It was thanks to Ida that things calmed down quickly. She got the students under control by explaining it was nothing to worry about, that somehow the reporters had got into the school and the teachers were sorting it out. This helped a lot, as things returned back to normal. Never knowing the truth about what happened, although they would talk about how the reporters got into the school in the first place. After that, they had a quiet afternoon. They talked more about the assessment that they did the day before, how it went, and how things could have been done. They even talked about Izuku's quirk, wanting to know what he could do, seeing how he only used his armor during their first hero class. So, using the story that All Might and the principal came up with, Izuku explained that his quirk for now was called superpower. He also told his classmates that he wasn't fully sure what his quirk could do. All he knew was that after some tests, Izuku learned it was some sort of stockpiling quirk. Which is why it took so long for it to show itself, as it had to build up a lot of energy before revealing itself. He went on to explain that at first he thought that his quirk was for super strength, but during his training, he learned that wasn't the case. It would seem that depending on his training and experience, the teachers believed that he might gain new powers to help him. When asked what his eyes could do when they were red, Izuku explained that his eyes allowed him to track people's movement and allowed him to copy fighting styles of others. This got the students interested to see how his quirk would help him in the future. After that, they began to learn about past heroes. That day, it was one of the past heroes, one of the first ones, Raquel Irvin, aka Rocket. She had the ability to manipulate kinetic energy. They learned some of her fights and what her powers could do. When the class finished for the day, Izuku went to see Mel, as he wanted a helmet that could do the same as the helmet that his armor had, so that he could keep in contact with Mei whenever he needed to. In fact, When he got to the support department, Mei was finishing off a helmet she was working on. It would seem that she too had the same idea, realizing that there might be times that he couldn't use his armor but still needed her. For that reason, she created a more basic helmet, made of light metal. She wanted to make it the same as the helmet as the armor, but she couldn't fully work out how to do that right now. The helmet was designed from using the plans that Izuku created years ago. The mask had long ear-like protrusions that resembled All Might's haircut. These ear-like protrusions had a wireless network built in, so that he could connect to Mei when needed. The problem was that Mei wasn't able to put in the features that she wanted to. Unlike the armor, it didn't have the storage for all the information needed. She would have to create a new system to match with what the armor could do, but it would take time. For now, all she could do was add a camera and radio, so she could see what Izuku could see and talk to him when needed. She also added the ability for night vision, thermal vision, and glass specifically built to resist flashbangs. She didn't end with a way to contact her or help with seeing things better. She also added a rebreather that resembles All Might's smile. For now, it would allow Izuku to breathe with ease under water or poison for about 10 minutes. It wasn't long, but like with the rest of the helmet, she needs to create new stuff to fit the needs that Izuku needed. As she told Izuku when he asked her if this was alright with her, she answered it was a dream come true. She needed to create new items and systems. In doing so, who knew what new things she could find out or create before getting the ideal final product. It was something that everyone in the support class dream of. Such things can lead to new things that they didn't think of at the start. So, it was win-win for both of them. Izuku would get what he needs, whilst she can create new items with the great possibility of creating something new that no one else has done before. Not only did she give him the helmet, but a chest plate and shoulder pad made from Kevlar thread and carbon nanotube fibers. It was a basic armor for now, but she knew that without his power armor, the male needed protection for his chest, back and shoulder. Which is why she gave him the chest plate and shoulder pads. She had a few plans, but she just needed some time to do so. But for now, with the new armor prices, Izuku should be fine with his training. It wasn't like he would need extra protection. It would give Mei time to design and make better armor, and hopefully the armor that Izuku dreamed of. It would be interesting to see the armor that Izuku dreamed of come to life. After class, he had some training with All Might to try and get more out of 1 for all instead of 5%. Sure, he could use another 5%, but that would slowly hurt his body and damage it. Something Izuku and All Might didn't want, so they had lessons wherever All Might was free. That day was one of All Might's free days. Anyway, in those few hours of training, Izuku found a new ability with his eyes. It would see that he can see the energy from quirks, in the form of blue energy. At first, he and All Might weren't sure what Izuku was seeing. For All Might, the energy coming from her was light blue, whilst the energy from Izuku was a darker blue. It was from some testing, but they came to realize that Izuku was able to see the energy from quirks. As those males and the rare few that were quirkless didn't have this blue energy. Not only was he able to see who had quirks, but he could more or less pinpoint where the quirks were. Say that a person's quirk was within their eyes. When activated it would become a cyan color, same if it is the whole body or just the hands. But when Izuku looked at his, when he powered up 1 for all, the cyan color became darker for some reason. All Might nor Izuku could understand this. All they could come up with is that 1 for all was different to normal quirks. Not only that, but seeing how Izuku was using the quirk differently and gaining new powers, that could be the reason for energy being different. Well, that was the best that they could come up with, seeing how no one before Izuku, as far as they know, talked about this energy before. So they had no real idea if any of this was right or not, just that it made sense at the time. Either way, by the end of the training, other than learning about Izuku's new ability, they also learned that Izuku could now handle 7% of 1 for all. Sure, it wasn't much, just 2%, but seeing how Izuku only had it for a short while and only learned how to control it, it wasn't too bad either. Izuku would keep training to make his body stronger, so that his muscles could handle 1 for all. Now today, Wednesday, was the day that changed a lot of things. The morning was like the last 2 days, doing the normal classes. But it was the afternoon that changed everything, when they had their hero class. At the start of the day, They were told that they had to come back from lunch, as there was something that needed to be explained. So here they were, back right after having something to eat. For the first time in the last 2 days, their homeroom teacher was there before them. Once they were sitting in their places, Aizawa began the class by saying, "Okay class, today's hero class will be done slightly differently. Today, you'll have 4 instructors, All Might, Vlad Queen and myself, and 1 other faculty member, teaching you." Aizawa revealed to the class as they wondered who the 4th teacher could be. 4 pros? Is that because of the break-in? Izuku thought to himself. To him, there was no other reason for 4 teachers, 2 yes depending on the class, but 4, even 3 no. There was more going on than they were letting on. But as teachers, Izuku suspected that the teachers wouldn't admit to that, so not to make the students worry. "Excuse me, meme. But what will we be doing?" Siro asked. "Rescue." Aizawa held out a card with the word rescue in blue letters printed on it. "You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. Rescue, looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too," said Kaminari. Although she didn't sound excited about this. She didn't like the sound of the hard work that they might be doing. "Totally," Mina said, "sound more excited than Kaminari. Real hero stuff." Kirishima said with excitement, she couldn't wait to get to show off what she was able to do. "This is what separates the women from the girls. I'm shaken with excitement. Finally, I'll get to show off how good I am in water." Ribbit. Tsuyu said as she too was excited about the rescue training. The last time they had practical class, she couldn't really show off what she could do, but now, she might just be able to do so. "Guys, I'm not finished yet," Aizawa called out, making the students gasp. "First off, you should know that Principal Nozomi has decided that you'll be taking this training class with your sister class, Class 1B, whose homeroom teacher is Vlad Queen. With the world changing, the principal has decided to try out a new system where the 2 classes from each year learn from each other from time to time. So, she decided that every so often, Class A and Class B from each year will take classes with each other. Class 1A and Class 1B will be the first to try this, to see if the system works or not." This caught the class attention. They began to whisper. They wondered what the other class was like. What powers did they have? They wondered if Vlad Queen was anything like their homeroom teacher. But for Izuku, he was more than certain that this was something to do with what happened yesterday. Why else would the principal put the classes together now? Izuku didn't think it was a new system that the principal wanted to try. Well, not without a very good reason, and the male team that whatever happened yesterday must have been big enough to do this. If this was true, Izuku had to wonder what happened for the principal to act like this. What Izuku didn't know was that he was only half right. Principal Nozomi had planned to get the 2 classes together at some point, so that the female from Class 1B could meet the young male, as she wanted to test Izuku's true quirk, to see if her thoughts about his quirk were right or not. What happened yesterday only pushed her plans forward a bit. "What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about costumes." Aizawa interrupted his thoughts as she used the remote to make the numbered boxes that contained the students' costumes come out of the wall. "But keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities." This got some whispers from the students. While some were worried about this, they knew it wasn't every day that they would be able to wear their costumes. They knew that to get used to their costumes, they would need to wear them as often as possible. So they decided to wear them. "The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready," Aizawa informed her class. "We'll be meeting Class 1B at the buses, so don't take too long." And with that, the students got up from their chairs and began to prepare to head to rescue training. Rescue training. What I've admired, Izuku thought to himself as he remembered the video of All Might's debut. The one he watched countless times as a kid. He then clenched his right fist. "It's training to get another step closer to being the greatest hero. I'll do my best," Izuku thought to himself with a punch to the air, as he went to get changed. 00000. It didn't take Izuku long to get fitted into his costumes. When he got outside and went to the bus, he saw Achiko already there with a handful of the other students. "Hey Deku, I see that you have gained some more equipment since Monday. Good for you," Achiko exclaimed, happy to know that her friend's hero costume was upgraded, giving him more protection. Have to say, I like the helmet. Looking at the helmet in the male's hands. Yeah, I'm thankful that Mei was able to create these for me. Izuku acknowledged Mei's work, although I have to admit, I was surprised that she was able to do this so fast. I was only suspecting some basic equipment. It would seem that Mei is someone who really takes her work seriously. Yeah, it would seem so, said Ochako, feeling a bit jealous that another female was so close that wasn't her. But she didn't let it get to her too much. She knew that if Izuku wanted to be the hero he wanted to be, he would need the support of those from the support class, and most of them were females. So, trying to keep herself from getting too jealous, she asked Izuku, "So what does your new helmet and armor do? Does your helmet work like your other one?" The armor doesn't do anything right now, just protect my body," Izuku informed the gravity girl. As for the helmet, sadly it doesn't work like my other one. Mei hasn't been able to work out the tech for it. For now it has only got a camera and radio so Mei can see what I do, and be able to talk to each other. It also got night vision, thermal vision, and glass specifically built to resist flashbangs. That's not too bad though. Ochako told Izuku with a smile, "At least you have some protection and equipment to help you." True, admitted Izuku, as he smiled back at the girl. "So you're the male I've been hearing about." Izuku and Ochako heard a girl say before they could say another word to each other. They turned and saw a girl that they'd never before approaching them. The girl that was approaching them was of average height and had surprisingly large, upturned dusky green eyes with long lower eyelashes. Her hair was dark moss green, collectively reaching just below her shoulders aside from a short clump that hangs in the center of her forehead. Her hero costume consists of a purple, scaly mask over her eyes, a simple bodysuit with a matching design, and black knee-high boots. She was also wearing a pair of black fingerless gloves with orange, three-piece wrist guards and a belt around her waist with what looks to be a jewel embedded into the center. "Why, yeah, I am Izuku Midoriya." Izuku greets the unknown girl, holding his hand out to her. She looks at the hand before looking back at him and grinning, flashing her notably long and pointed teeth. "My name's Setsuna Tokage. I'm from Class 1B. The girl, now known as Tokage, says, as she takes Izuku's hand and shakes it. "The pleasure's all mine," Izuku says. He pulled back his hand but felt something was wrong. He looked down and saw that Tokage's hand was still holding onto his, but it was detached from her, shocking and scaring him. "Ah!" Izuku screams, jumping up in the air at a surprising height before falling back to earth, landing on his as Tokage just laughs wholeheartedly. "Ha ha! Wow, I didn't think you'd go that high up from that," Tokage told him with a warm smile, as her hand suddenly started moving on its own as it let go of Izuku and floated up in the air, flying toward Tokage and reattaching itself back to her arm. "It's okay. It's just my quirk. I just couldn't help myself." Izuku was calming himself down from the scare as he looked at his fellow green hair. It's okay. That's a really cool quirk," Izuku says, causing Tokage to look at him and smirk. Not only was he amazed by her quirk, but she seemed kind to him, even if he was a male. "You think?" Tokage asks, with Izuku nodding. I do," admitted Izuku, before asking, Can you remove other parts of your body? Like your eye or your ear?" "Yeah, I can. I can also remove other parts of myself," Tokage told the male, as she removed an ear and a leg. However, before Izuku could ask if the ear works whilst disattached from her, the rest of Class 1A and 1B began to appear. They were chatting to each other. "Is that the male that meant to have a quirk?" asked someone, a voice that Izuku didn't recognize. "He is a cutie. Class 1A is really lucky. I think he's hot," said another new voice. "I bet 1A could him any time they want." "Damn lucky bitches, having a toy in their class," said another voice. "Ladies, behave yourself," said another voice sternly. "He is a student just like the rest of us. He would be here if the teachers didn't think he couldn't make it. So treat him like you would any other student." "Come on, Kendo, you know they are right," said another voice. "He is an inferior male, whose only use is in doing the basic labor jobs. He's just a little bug in a woman-ruled world." The only reason that he's here is because of the so-called quirk and power armor that he meant to have. A quirk that he shouldn't have in the first place. And I bet his armor isn't all that good either. Not like it'll help him much, not when he is forgotten by Class 1B. When he sees that we're the superior class and tremble down to us and GH. As this girl was finishing what she was saying, Izuku could see what she looked like. She was a young woman of average height with long slick blonde hair, which reached the middle of her back, styled so that it's parted to the right, her bangs left hanging over her right eye. Her irises were periwinkle blue, her pupils white, and her eyes were shaped so that they're slanting downwards towards the far sides of her face, left half closed. This, along with her having a smirk and her head was tilted, giving her a rather contemptuous look. While Izuku would never admit it, she did have a beautiful face. For her hero costume, she was wearing a black dress with the center of her waist having a gray belt with 3 gold watches on it. She had a pearl bracelet on her right and left arm with a gray choker and pearl earrings with silver high heels without any socks visible. Great, someone else like Kaken, thinking that I shouldn't be here. Just my luck. Izuku thought with a groan of displeasure. He had met someone who acted like this girl right now and had the displeasure of being near them for the next few hours. It was bad enough to deal with Kaken, but having 2 people like Kaken, it was like a nightmare. Sorry about my classmate Monoma. She's been like this since Monday, thinking that we're better than your class. The person who knocked Monoma out told Izuku. I think she has a superiority complex problem. This girl was of medium height and slim build. She had teal eyes and long orange hair that she had tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs were split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts at the top of her head. For her hero costume, she was wearing a turquoise knee-length chipao, over which she had a black double-edged corset, ending just below her S. She also sported black short pants under the chipao. For accessories, she wore a loose brown utility belt around her hips with a satchel attached at the back, a thin black domino mask around her eyes, and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reached down to her toes, filled in with white slips. It's no problem. Is this normal from her? Izuku asked the girl with her nodding. Don't know, but it would seem so, yeah. The orange-haired girl told him with a sigh. I've had to knock her out at least 7 times yesterday since she was annoying us about how you guys are, the girl says as they look down at the down form of Mei and see her twitch occasionally. Ah, I see. Well, best of luck handling her. If you want advice on how to block out blonde, I'm your guy. Izuku says as the orange hair couldn't help but giggle a bit from his quirky joke. That was terrible, but I'll take that offer up with you. Imitsuka Kendo. The girl, now known as Kendo, introduced herself as she held her hand out to Izuku, who takes it. I, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku says as the two shake hands, glad to find another girl who didn't seem to be bothered that a male was in the hero class. As the 2 classes got together, and the teachers were standing there, Eraserhead said greetings, and the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, Shiho Aizawa, aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, and the homeroom teacher of Class 1B Sekjiro Ken, aka the Blood Hero, Vlad Queen. Vlad Queen introduced herself. In a few minutes, once the buses are ready, you'll be getting onto the buses as we leave for our training site for the day. Vlad Queen was a very tall, wide-set woman of a bulky, muscular build, with lightly tanned skin, a few visible scars showing on her left cheek and the left side of her notably thick neck. She had short pale gray hair which was spiked upwards, away from her face. The only exception to this was the small clump of hair which hangs down over the left of her forehead. Her eyes were very small and thin, and she had a wide mouth with 2 prominent lower canines, which were visible even when her mouth was closed. Her hero costume consisted of a dark red skin-tight suit with a low U-shaped collar, which exposed the middle of her pectoral huge S, and was lined with a thick black trim, which matched the ones over her shoulders. She wore white over-the-knee boots and thick vambraces over her lower arms, a thin wire snaking from one of the 2 small protrusions on the left one to the back of her neck, and red gloves. Around her waist she had a 3-piece metallic belt which dipped downwards in the center, and she wore an orange mask over her eyes. Ojiro. Itsuka waved at Izuku's classmate with a tail, as Ojiro approached them. Nice costume you got there, Ojiro. You went with your martial arts uniform. She deadpanned once she saw Ojiro's hero costume, which was a plain karate gi, tied with a black belt, its collar partially lined with fur. She was also wearing black boots with sand blue details. Yes, that way, I'm representing the dojo and kendo-sensei. She proudly exclaimed. I'm sure Grandpa would appreciate this, but, are you sure? Asked Itsuka. Absolutely, this is the least I can do for kendo-sensei. Moreover, I have to show everyone the spirit of youth. Ojiro added, hoping to tease Itsuka, but was surprised to hear her laugh instead. So you two know each other? Izuka asked with interest. Yeah, Itsuka and I used to go to the same martial arts class a few years back. Ojiro explained to her classmate. Yeah, I miss the two of us being together, admitted Itsuka. Grandpa and I would love it if you could drop by at some point. I would like that too, Ojiro informed her old friend. Is Sensei still at his old dojo? He is. The other young woman told her friend. Kendo, I wish you stopped hitting me. Monoma groaned as she came to and got off the ground. I'll do so if you stop acting like a fool and trying to give our class a bad name. Kendo told her classmate with a sigh. What? We all know that men are weak and useless when it comes to being heroes. Monoma told Itsuka, with displeasure and hate, come on. Really a male with a quirk? We all know that's impossible. And for his power armor? Where is it? Is it what he is wearing? Come on, how could he pass the entrance exam with that? I bet he has someone covering for him, making out that he has abilities when he is a nobody. Tenya Ida was close by when she heard this and immediately approached the blonde girl. What do you mean by this? Asked Ida, as she came to Izuka's defense. I know that you're from another class and Izuka hasn't been able to show off his skills, but for someone who saw his powers and armor, he isn't faking it. In fact, whilst I've only known Midoriya for a few days, he comes off as a humble and modest person. I saw him prioritize the well-being of others before himself during the entrance exam. He has the spirit of a true hero. More than anyone else that I've so far. As his friend and classmate, I can't allow you to insult him like that, Tenya sternly said as she wasn't going to let someone disrespect her friend in front of her. I don't take it well either when people insult my friends. Ojiro added as she too was provoked by what the other blonde student said. Oh please, scoffed Monoma, you're only defending him because you're ing high. Before the bitch could finish what she was saying, she was once again knocked out by her classmate. What's wrong with her? Izuka asked, confused by this woman's attitude. If memory serves him right, Izuka was sure that he never offended this girl before, let alone met her. Then again, a lot of females were like this. I'm truly sorry about her. I honestly don't know what's wrong with her. Her name is Naoko Monoma, by the way. Itsuka informed Izuku. The best I can tell is that she has a superiority complex. Before anyone could say more about this, they heard Vlad Queen call out, Let's go Class 1A and Class 1B, the buses are ready to go. And with that, each class went respectively to their buses. 00000. On the bus open layout ruined my boarding strategy. Ida said with a sigh, after a few minutes after Class 1A's bus left the school ground. She wanted to use their student numbers to form two lines to load the bus efficiently, and set in the seats, 2 people per set. But it wasn't to be. The layout was different. Instead of seats going down 2 lines to fit 2 people, there were long seats going down the sides and at the back of the bus. So, the seating was different than expected, which made Ida slightly upset. Ida, you really need to chill, said Ishido, who was wearing a plain white mask over her eyes, with a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern, ending just above her S. Over this, she wears a cropped, sleeveless, tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar, which she leaves unnoted. She wears custom-made plum violet and beige acid-proof boots with holes in the soles, allowing her to secrete acid from her feet to slide around. I normally say whatever comes to mind. This came from Ajri. She was wearing a bright green turtleneck bodysuit, tan-colored gloves with large buckles on each wrist guard, and 2 matching belts, one above her S, a strap at either side going around her shoulders, and one around her waist, little green dots embedded into it all the way around. 2 black lines run down her suit, each framed with yellow, and she wears tight black boots with markings in the shape of a V on her thighs and green webbed flippers resembling frogs' toes on her feet. She wears a headband with a color matching that of her gloves and goggles with dark green tinted lenses attached on either side. For that reason, there's something I want to say, about you, actually, Midoriya. About me? What is it, Ajui? Asked Izuku, surprised by this. I told you to call me Tsu. Tsu told Izuku firmly. Oh. Yeah, right. Izuku said meekly. That power of yours. It seems a lot like All Might's, doesn't it? Tsu observed, shocking Izuku that she noticed it only at once during the quirk assessment test. What? Really? Yelped Izuku. You think so, huh? I never really thought about that. I guess it's kinda similar. Here Izuku ranted on, nervous about this. Wait, hold on, Tsu. This came from Kirishima. You're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. That makes a huge difference. Not only that, All Might doesn't have red eyes nor can't copy fighting styles either. The only similarity is the strength boost. Kirishima was wearing 2 dark red gear-shaped shoulder pads. A jagged sash joins the one on her left to the right side of her belt. Below this, she wears baggy black pants and a half cape with a ripped hem. She was also sporting dark red boots and thick rings around her calves. Apart from a strap of leather going around her chest to cover her chest, she leaves her chest bare. She also was wearing a wired guard around her face, reaching from just above her hairline to below her jaw, an extra piece going over the bridge of her nose, and some spiked pieces around her mouth that resemble little fangs. Izuku had to admit that her outfit slightly resembles an oni, from folklore. Phew! Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he got caught red-handed for a second there. So, Midoriya, you told us yesterday that you can gain extra powers depending on your experience. But I was wondering, how often do you think that'll happen? Momo asked as she too was interested in Izuku's quirk. Ever since they heard this yesterday, this attracted the students' attention yet again, especially Todoroki and Bakugo, who silently stared at Izuku. For a male to have such a quirk, it was unbelievable. It was an OP skill, one that many would believe that shouldn't be in the hands of a male. I don't know, admitted Izuku. I don't know much about it, but as far as what Recovery Girl told me, my quirk is a hybrid of emitter and transformation, at least for now. At the moment it's emitter for my super strength. And for my transformation it's my eyes when I use it. When I activate the ability of my eyes, they change and they enable me to read my opponent's movements along with increasing my perception. I can copy the moves I see, thus making me able to copy my opponent's fighting style. As for my super strength, as you have, it strengthens me and makes me go faster. But if I overdo it, I end up injuring myself. It was now that Izuku got nervous once again. Sure, he was confident whilst he was lying about his quirk, as it was a white lie and based on truth of sorts. But now, he had problems, as it seems like Todoroki wasn't fully convinced by his story. It got Izuku worried a bit. Thankfully, Todoroki didn't say a word. All Might and I need to work on a better lie, thought Izuku, worried that the truth about his powers might come out before he was strong enough to defend himself. But it must be nice to have a quirk that gives you so many abilities, said Kirishima as she activated her quirk to sharpen the edges on her left arm. You can do lots of flashy stuff, my hardening's strong against others, but unfortunately it doesn't look like much. Don't say that. I think it's really cool. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a prose. Izuku reassured his classmate as he truly thought that Kirishima's quirk was pretty amazing. A prose, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know. Kirishima replied with a frown. My naval laser is pro-level in both flashiness and strength. Aoyama proudly pointed out. Her costume consists of a bluish-black bodysuit, over which she wears a suit of metallic lavender and golden armor, a chest plate, 2 spherical shoulder pads, elbow-length vambraces, and knee-length boots. Her chest plate has a high V-neck collar with a golden Greek fret-like trim, as with the lower diaphanous piece under the belt and the edges of the vambraces. It also comes with a long, glittery reddish indigo cape and a belt with a golden ring-shaped buckle with a blue crystal, from which she emits her quirk, matching the smaller ones over her shoulder pads and knees. She has straight, angled golden lines running down her baggy pants, a matching set around the shafts of her boots, and a red-tinted wing-shaped visor over her eyes. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache, Mina said as she giggled at Aoyama's annoyed face. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki, Midoriya and Bakugo though, huh? Kirishima said, making Izuku blush at the idea of being considered as strong and could be a hero. Sure, but Bakugo's always mad, so she doesn't seem like she'll be very popular though, Tsuyu said, which struck a nerve within Katsuki as it caused her to react. What the hell, you damn frog! You wanna fight? Bakugo yelled as she stood up from her seat. See? Tsuyu said as she pointed at Bakugo, who just proved her point. You know, we have not known each other for that long, and yet it's amazing that everyone already knows that her personality is crap, steeped in sewage. Kaminari bluntly said, What's with that vocabulary, bastard? They'll kill you! Yelled Bakugo. Kachin's being teased. Izuku thought to himself as the others continued to make fun of Bakugo, shocked that this was happening. All his time at junior high school, it was Katsumi and her friends that were teasing and making fun of him. But now that they were at UA, it was now Bakugo being teased and being made fun of. I never thought I would see this day come true. Wow, I guess that's UA for you. What a vulgar conversation, Momo said, as she covered her mouth with her hand, as she listened to the comments that were being made. I know, but it's kind of fun listening to them fight. Achiko replied cheerily. This lasted for a while, teasing Bakugo and talking about what they might be going to in today's class. Before long the bus stopped as Aizawa sternly called out to them, We're here. Stop messing around. Yes, ma'am. The class called out before leaving the bus and joined Class 1B. 00000. As they got out of the buses, Izuku looked around and saw that they were standing outside a huge dome. In fact, it was big as an amusement park. The students were excited to see what was in this building. As they were talking, someone who was wearing a white space suit that was made out of a puffy jacket instead of an actual space suit. She had a black helmet with white eyes and a pair of yellow boots. Walked out of the building to greet them. Hello everyone, I have been waiting for you, the teacher said to them all. Izuku smiled as he immediately went into fanboy mode once he saw who it was. It's the space hero, 13. The chivalrous pro who's rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world. Oh, I love 13. She's my idol, Achiko said as she also was excited from seeing one of her favorite pro heroes. There were a few others who admitted that she was their idol too. Haha. I see I have some fans in the crowd, the astronaut wannabe said enthusiastically, seemingly flattered by the brunette's fangirling, along with some of the others. 13 then turned her helmet toward Midoriya, and said warmly, So, you're the male that I've been hearing about. I have to say, hearing that a male has a quirk is something shocking. Then seeing the boy's unsure look, she added to reassure him, but it's not unwelcomed, at least not with me. I look forward to how your hero's journey turns out. Here Izuku smiled at this, liking that he was seeing more and more people not minding that a male wanted to be a hero, and not putting him down for it. Midoriya rubbed the back of his head bashfully. Thank you, ma'am. I hear that you have a power armor, said the space hero. Do you have it with you today? And no, ma'am. Aizawa wanted to see me using my quirk more, so I left it at school, Izuku informed the hero. Oh, I see, 13 said with a sigh. I really would have liked to see you in action in it. We'll talk to Aizawa about this, and see if we can have you bring it here for another class. I think it could be a useful tool in rescue work. As sure. Izuku smiled at this. Anyway, without further delay, let's get inside and start today's class, she exclaimed, before turning around and leading them to the facility. Look forward to working with you, the students of Class 1A and 1B said as they made their way inside the facility. When the students entered, they were amazed at what they saw. There were many different areas where different activities of rescue training can be performed. They couldn't wait to train here. Holy crap, said Kirishima, as she looked around in amazement. It looks like some kind of amusement park. Many of the students couldn't help but to agree with this. As you can see, we have prepared simulations for virtually every disaster, from fires to blizzards, from landslides to shipwrecks, from natural to unnatural disasters. We have it all. 13 informed the group as she pointed out some of the areas there, while the class watched and listened, matching her own excitement. I call the unforced simulation joint, or USJ for short, 13 told the students. Just like Universal Studios Japan. Class 1A and 1B thought. 13, where's All Might? Asked Aizawa, not impressed by the number 1 hero for being late. She should be here by now. Let me guess, she booked an interview instead. Actually, it's something else. 13 informed the teacher, as she held up 3 fingers. Apparently she did too much hero work on the way to school this morning, and used up all her power. She's resting in the teacher's lounge. That oaf, can she not go past her time limit for once? Aizawa groaned, showing her disdain for All Might, before thinking to herself, well, we should be okay with just the 2 of us. Then checking her watch and seeing the time, she said, the clock's ticking. We should get started. Excellent. 13 said happily, let's see, before we begin, let me say one thing, or 2, or 3, or 4, 5, 6, 7. We get it. It's increasing, the students thought with a groan. Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. 13 said as she explained her quirk. And to show them it too, she held up a finger, the tip of the suit flips off, and from within a mighty suction starts. Take my own quirk, black hole. It lets me suck in all manner of debris and hazards in a rescue operation, turning it all to dust. Flipping the cap closed, the vacuum stops, and she looks over the class. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Izuka asked energetically. That's true, but my power could easily kill as well. 13 informed her class solemnly. I have no doubt that there are some among you that have similar quirks that could do the same if not careful. The mood in the class dropped a bit as they each thought about their own powers. Izuka looked at his hands as he knew what 13 is referring to. With the power of One for All, he could easily destroy buildings and kill people. And that's with the powers that he gained so far. Who knows what he could do with other powers he might gain in the future. It made him ill to think about it. He wasn't alone with those types of thoughts. There were a few girls who was worried what they could do with their powers. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and strictly regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. Even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone, 13 told the class firmly, wanting to make sure that they understood what she was talking about was serious. Now, thanks to Aizawa's and Vlad's physical fitness test, you should have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. 13 continued with her speech, and thanks to All Might's combat training, some or most of you have likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Although this is a fresh start, carry the lessons that you have learned over to this class. In this class, you shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. That is all. Thank you for listening. 13 finished her speech with a bow. It was now Aizawa's turn to speak. All right then, please get ready. We'll be beginning the class in a few minutes. Until then, 13, Vlad, Queen and myself will be talking about which areas you'll be going to. With that, the students went into small groups either to make sure they were ready or to talk to each other. As Izuka put his helmet on, he tried to contact Mei, but for some reason he couldn't get in touch with her. After a few more tries and failing, he called out to Aizawa, Sensei, have you put up a jammer so that I can talk to my support group? What are you talking about, Midoriya? Asked Aizawa. I am trying to get in contact with Mei, but I can't seem to get in touch with her. Izuku explained to his teacher. This confused Aizawa. Whilst she didn't like the idea of Midoriya of contacting someone like Mei during a class, she knew that she couldn't stop it. This was part of the way he was becoming a hero, and so he needed to learn how to deal with it. And whilst she had plans to cut him off at some point in the future, to teach him and Mei what it was like when you couldn't get in touch with your support, it wasn't going to be today. So it confused the underground hero that Midoriya couldn't get in contact with his support group. So turning 13, she said, 13, can you see if you can contact the school? After touching her helmet, a few moments later, she said, something's wrong, I can't contact with. But before she could say anything more, the various lights and electricity went off. And in the middle of the USJ, appeared a purple portal that was created by a being who was made out of purple mist. Out of the portal came out a woman with multiple hands around her body. Aizawa widened her eyes at this. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Vlad. Yes, I know, it'll come with you. What's that? Kirishima asked as it seemed like she had noticed something. Out of the portal came more figures, each looking unique thanks to their own personal quirks. Is this like the entrance exam, where the lesson has already started? Kirishima asked again, not fully understanding what was happening. Don't move! Aizawa commanded as she put on her yellow goggles. Those are real villains! Vlad King added as she got ready to fight too. Izuku looked at the portal, as more villains came out of the purple portal one by one. However, he was beyond shocked by the sight of the two huge villains he saw. They both had their brains exposed, scars all over their bodies, and a mouth that resembled a bird's beak. One of them had black skin while the other one had green skin and wings, and was also a bit shorter than the other one. Not knowing what was happening, Izuku activated his Sharingan. Sure, he was planning to leave things to the teachers. He knew he had to be prepared for battle just in case they couldn't escape. Little did Izuku and the others realize right then, but what was about to happen was going to change everything for them. USJ Part 2. As Eraserhead saw how many villains were coming out of the portal, she realized that if there were this many here, how many were there waiting for them at the entrance? Sure, there might not be many, but she couldn't risk the students' lives by not knowing. Todoroki, ice wall now! Aizawa ordered the fire/ice quirk user, as she saw a bone-lined spear heading their way. The young woman in question was wearing a plain off-white shirt with matching pants and boots, with two gold-colored straps going over her shoulders. She has what appears to be a material resembling ice covering her whole left side, even her head, although it is detachable. However, Todoroki's ice wall barely had time to crawl along the floor before Izuku twitches, as the spear barely misses him, scamming across his cheek. Blood begins to spill from his cheek. Seeing this, a young girl, by the name of Hanami Rin, with lightly tanned skin and black hair reaching roughly down to her shoulders, which she wears in a low braid, fired scales to cover for Todoroki to finish her wall. This girl's costume consists of white knee-high boots and a black bodysuit with yellow clouds across the torso and gets progressively baggier as it travels downward. She has a red belt tied around her waist with pouches on the side, a large collar across her chin, and she was also wearing two large yellow gauntlets and a visor on her head. It provides enough of a distraction for Todoroki's ice wall to rise up and cover them, though they can still hear them on the other side. Well now, that's not the kind of loot you expect from a tutorial level. The lead villain jokes, voice carrying across the area with ease, so the rumors about a male with a quirk were true after all. Talk about a 6-star SSR pull, but then again, this is U.A after all, they only have the best of the best. Well girls, looks like we found our bonus objective is a go, get that male alive. This woman was slim with pale skin, with messy, grayish-blue hair. He was black clothing and red shoes like the pair Izuku normally wears. The thing that made her stand out was the 14 hands, zombie-like grayish-blue color, that were over her body. One on her face, one on the back of her head, two on her shoulders. The hand on the back of her had two red cords that connected to her shoulders. The rest of the hands were all positioned holding onto her on different parts of her upper body. 13. Other than the front entrance, are there any other exits that we can get to? Aizawa asks, peeking around the ice wall to see villains approaching down the stairs. Can't we take the front entrance? Asked one of the girls from Class 1B. Too risky, Aizawa told the girl. We have no idea if they have people waiting for us should we escape. So, 13? Well, there's a service exit at the control center of the flood zone. If Todoroki can keep spreading her wall, we might be able to make it there safely, but a large stone cube crashes into the wall, cracking and crumbling where it hits. A pair of bullets manage to make it through the hole before it's sealed, hitting the ground and splattering into small fragments of lead that leave the class peppered with small injuries. You heard her, Todoroki. Everyone move! Ordered Aizawa, not liking that she was putting the students at risk. but she couldn't do anything. Just as they were moving, Izuku peeked around the ice wall, and saw something that wasn't right. That can't be right. Izuku thought in shock and fear, as his body started to shake in fear. What Izuku was afraid of was the two huge villains just exiting the portal and standing next to the villain with the hands over her body. The best description for them were monsters, one black, one green. Both were humanoid-like monsters with very muscular bodies that had many scars on them. Their brains were exposed on the top of their head, while their large eyes were around it. They had beak-like mouths with an array of sharp teeth. All they were wearing were a pair of beige pants and metal knee pads designed to emulate skulls. Their feet and torso are left bare, although they had leather straps to cover their s. But that wasn't the most frightening part of them. It was the energy that Izuku could see from them. Whilst he might just got this ability, what he was seeing made no sense. Instead of the normal blue color that he had been seeing, he was seeing a purple color. He couldn't be sure, but from what he could feel and how the color looked like, it was like someone mashed multiple quirks into them. The whole sight looked chaotic and their energies emitted a strange aura. An ominous aura that struck Izuku's heart with fear. Sensei Aizawa. Izuku called out to his teacher, those two villains that just appeared and who are standing who I believe are their leader, they are dangerous. What are you talking about? Aizawa asked her student, as projectiles were hitting the ice wall. I might be wrong here, but they might have multiple quirks, Izuku told his teacher, not believing what he said, but felt it was right. I think they are the result of some experiment, or something. Izuku panicked as he was confused by how those two villains had multiple quirks. As far as he knew, the only quirk capable of being transferred was one for all. So what was going on here? Everyone was horrified when they heard what just came out of Izuku's mouth. Aizawa's and Vlad's eyes widened as they knew that this was going to be a tough fight. 13. Eraserhead and Vlad Queen, huh? A villain made of purple mist pointed out, as she and the rest of the villains realized that the symbol of peace wasn't there, and wondered where the number one hero could be. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was supposed to be here with 13, not Eraserhead and Vlad Queen. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Aizawa quietly said to Vlad. As she and Vlad Queen started to defend off a few villains that got up the stairs and got to them. Although none of the other students heard this, Izuku did, and it cleared up the suspicion that he had about what happened the day before when the reporters got onto the school grounds. Where is she? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might. The symbol of peace. I can't believe she's not here. I wonder if she'll come if we kill some kids? The leader said with absolute malice in her tone as she was annoyed by the fact it was pointed out that All Might was absent. Hearing this, Izuku clenched his fists as he started to get angry. What did she say? She'll kill everyone here, just because she's annoyed that All Might wasn't here. There's no way I'll let her hurt my friends. Izuku said in his mind as he activated one for all full cowl at 7%, where green lightning began to swirl around him. He was ready to fight those villains and show them the error of their ways. He took one step, before Aizawa stopped him. I don't know what the hell you are thinking, Midoriya, but stand back. The underground hero commanded, concerned about Izuku endangering himself. Her hair floated up as she undid her scarf, ready to battle. But sensei, there's so many of them, not to mention the two huge villains at the back, and there's only two of you. Whilst I might be green in fighting, with my abilities as they are at the moment, I can at least take down some of these goons, to make things easier. Please, just let me help you, Izuku replied, worried about his teacher's safety. This is why I believe males shouldn't be heroes. They are too hot-blooded for battle. Groaned Aizawa. She couldn't believe how foolish her problem child, as she was beginning to think Midoriya was acting. It was sweet and everything, but it wasn't his place to protect her, it was the other way around. Listen, Midoriya, you're a good kid, even if you're a male, the hero told Izuku, getting concerned about your teachers and all. But take a moment and look behind you. Aizawa instructed him. The teacher knew well that when it comes to it, people like Izuku would jump into battle to protect their classmates. Many of your fellow classmates are scared, they need someone like you right now. Someone who isn't afraid. But I am afraid, admitted Izuku. But yet you fight, admitted the hero, not many can do that. So help 13 and those who can fight and protect those who can't. Oh, okay, sensei. Izuku responded as he realized that Aizawa was right. One look at some of his peers' horrified expressions showed him how scared they were. Unlike him and a few others, they weren't ready to fight back yet. Vlad, let's take care of the villains, Aizawa said in a commanding tone, as she defended off some more villains that just appeared as they got down the stairs. It was taking too long to get to the flood zone, but with students afraid and villains making things slow, there wasn't much she could do. Sensei, how could they get in here? Kirishima exclaimed as she couldn't believe that a whole gang of villains showed up in one of U.A.'s facility. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Momo asked 13 as she thought that the security alarms should have gone off by now. We have them, of course, but... 13 trailed off as she too wondered why the alarms hadn't gone off yet. Was whatever missing with the trespasser sensors was missing with Izuku connection to whoever he was trying to talk to? Was there someone with a quirk that could jam signals? Did they only appear here, or around the whole campus of the school? Asked Todoroki, wondering how far these villains got. Was it only this area or the rest of the campus? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Izuku nodded his head, and finally got himself together and said, "Yeah, you're right. They must have stolen a copy of today's class schedule during yesterday's press commotion." Izuku continued Todoroki's deduction. 13. Get the students out of here. Once out, try calling the school. Make sure that they are safe. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering, Aizawa said as she turned her head towards Doi. Kaminari. Try contacting the school with your quirk, too, Aizawa ordered her student before leaving the cover of the ice wall and headed off towards the villains with Vlad Queen. Yes, meme, the blonde girl replied as she placed her hand on a device located near her right ear. Am leaving the safety of our students to you, 13. Vlad Queen said as 13 nodded her head. She then followed Aizawa and thrust herself towards the mob of villains. Shooting squad, let's go. One villain with holes in her fingertips said as they observed Aizawa and Vlad Queen descending towards them. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who are these two? One of the female villains with long gray hair floating upwards stated as she and the rest of the goons underestimated the teachers. I don't know. But if they think they can come at us from the front by themselves, then they're idiots. Another villain said as they got ready to kill the teachers. Aizawa responded by activating her quirk, as her eyes turned blood red and stared at all the villains in her line of sight. One of the villains tried to shoot from her fingertips but was confused as to why her quirk wasn't working. Huh! My quirk, the bullets won't come out. The other two villains experienced the same as their quirks weren't responding either. Aizawa used this opportunity to grab two of them with his scarf and throw them against each other, effectively knocking them out cold. During that moment, Vlad Queen used her blood to make a hardened fist and punched the third one, knocking her out cold too. Vlad Queen's quirk was blood control. It allows her to freely manipulate her own blood after it has left her body. She can also solidify the ejected blood, allowing her to trap her opponent. Also, it appears that it allows her to go unaffected by levels of blood loss that would normally be fatal to the average human. Idiot, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. And the other is the blood hero, Vlad Queen. A villain told them. Erase? Are you going to erase the quirks of heteromorphic-type villains like us too? A large alien with multiple arms around her body said as she charged Aizawa. No, I can't, Aizawa said as she dodged her strike and punched her square in the face. But the skills of guys like you. Aizawa wrapped her scarf around the villain's leg as she dodged another punch from another villain, and countered it with a kick, are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. Aizawa threw the villain that she wrapped around her scarf to Vlad Queen, who hardened her leg with her blood, and kicked the villain, knocking her into a crowd of goons, taking them all out immediately. So, I've taken measures against that, Aizawa said confidently as she and Vlad Queen easily manhandled the small fries. She's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, and since she's hiding her eyes with goggles, you can't tell whose quirk she's erasing. When she fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together, not to mention getting help from Vlad Queen is a great asset. They're basically covering for each other's weaknesses, Tamura stated as she watched Aizawa and Vlad Queen manhandling her goons. I see. I hate pro-heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them, Tamura said with a hint of annoyance in her voice and scratched her neck. Wow! Sensei is even stronger than I thought, and the teamwork between him and Vlad Queen is incredible, Izuku said with a hint of amazement, as he watched both teachers handle the mob of villains. This is no time for analysis. Hurry up and get back behind the wall. Tenya yelled towards Izuku, who nodded and ran back to the ice wall, which is now a few meters from him. However, seeing how villains were in the way, 13 called out to the students, everyone, back up the stairs, we're leaving through the front. But Sensei Aizawa said it's too risky. Mineta said fearfully, worried about getting hurt or worse killed. Her costume was simplistic, consisting only of a purple shirt and mask with a yellow cape, boots, and gloves. Her pants was white with a lighter purple trim and stuck out quite a lot around her waist. I know, but with these many villains here, it's too risky to go forward, 13 told the young girl, as she looked around and saw how many villains there really were now. It's better to go back where there are no villains, than keep going forward where there are many. Outside, we might be lucky and find no one if these are the numbers they have here. As much as the students didn't like this idea, they couldn't fault 13's train of thought about it. So they ran back up the steps and towards the entrance of the place. However, as they neared the entrance, a purple mist appeared in front of them as it grew in size. I won't let you, Kurojiri said as she blocked their path. Damn it! I just blinked once and the lady who looked like the most trouble got away, Aizawa thought as she and Vlad Queen got surrounded by the mob of villains preventing them from going anywhere else. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, Udata High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Kurojiri said, revealing to them their motive for being here. They want to kill All Might, Izuku thought, as his eyes narrowed. As much as it angered him, he wasn't going to let his emotions consume him. He had to focus. The safety of his classmates was in his hands after all. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play, Kurojiri said as she prepared to take out 13 and the students. It seems like there's a metal piece floating in this mist guy. It must be his weakness, Izuku thought as he carefully observed the villain with his Sharingan, and seeing something in the middle other than just mist. However, I can't rush in blindly without knowing her quirk. Izuku knew that he was no match for this villain with only a few months of fight training, but he knew that he couldn't stand by and let those around him die. That's not why he wanted to become a hero. He wanted to save as many lives as he could. Either way, before he could think what to do, Izuku saw that 13 was about to use her black hole quirk, but unfortunately, she was forced to stop. Kirishima, Bakugo and a student from Class 1B had jumped in front of her and charged towards the villain, head-on. Bakugo blasted her in the face with a loud explosion. What are those three fools doing? Izuku said as he wiped the smoke away from his face. Whilst Izuku didn't know at the time, this student with Kirishima and Bakugo was Tetsu, or as she preferred to be called, Tetsu. Tetsu was a young woman with chin-length, messy silver-gray hair, and black eyes that are tilted dramatically inwards, each lined with a very thick, jagged, tan-colored substance, which is presumably her eyelashes. She didn't seem to have any notable eyebrows, and like his classmate Eijiro Kirishima, she has rows of sharp, pointed teeth. She was wearing a hero costume consisting of a dark green jumpsuit, cut off just below her chest, with some small, silver-rimmed holes in the lower section of her baggy pants and black boots with metal soles, heels, and front plating. She has steel straps over his shoulders and under her arms, made up of multiple pieces, which connect at a red oval in the center of her chest, with two thinner bands around her biceps and a small plate on either side of her waist. She was wearing a metal jawguard around her face, similar to the one Aijiro wears, just thicker and not connected over her nose or around her chin, with the letters face stamped on a plate on each side of her face. "Did you consider that you'd got beaten by us before you did it?" Kirishima taunted Kurojairi. She thought that the fight was over, but she was dead wrong. It was far from over. "Oh dear, that's dangerous." When the smoke completely cleared, Kurojairi was shown to not have a single scratch on her. "That's right. Even if you are all students, you are excellent golden eggs," Kurojairi said as she praised the young students. "No! You three, get out of the way!" 13 said as she tried to warn Kirishima, Bakugo, and Tetsu. "I'm sorry, but I can't let any of you go just yet," the mist villain told them, "especially you male. You are the VIP here. We can't hurt or kill you, at least not just yet. But for your friends, that's a different story. My friends, you could call them, are allowed to do whatever they like with them. Just as long it takes the attention of All Might and have her come here." Then, before 13, Izuku or the other students could say or do anything, the mist villain enveloped the entire class with her purple mist. "What's going on? I'm getting sucked in," Izuku yelled as he tried to run away from the mist, but it was just too powerful. It was sucking him and many of the other students into the mist. The students could only watch in horror as they saw some of their classmates getting involved in the mist. Many of them were calling out to their classmates. Some outstretched their hands in an attempt to reach them. However, the purple smoke created a portal which forced Izuku to go through it whether he wanted to or not, and completely separated him from the group. "Everyone, run!" were Izuku's last words before he and most of the students completely vanished, to who knows where. 000. Tomoyo Ida was shocked and horrified at what had just happened. A group of villains had just broken into USJ in the hopes to kill All Might. But seeing that she wasn't there, the leader decided to kill them instead in the hopes of drawing out the number one hero. When they first learned of this, they feared that they might be villains waiting for them at the entrance, so their teacher believed that they should use another exit. However, as they were making their way to that exit, they met with more villains than suspected who were trying to hurt and kill them. For that, their teacher, the rescue hero known as 13, believed that they should risk escaping from the entrance, as the route they were now taking was too dangerous. But before they got near the entrance, the mist villain appeared and teleported her classmates to God knows where. "Shoji, is everyone here? Can you check?" Tomoyo asked Shoji, who was using her quirk to hear and see around her surroundings. Shoji was wearing a tight blue tank top, 6 white markings resembling eyes, connected at the top to a darker, more indigo-colored mask, its design the same as the one she usually wears. She was also wearing a belt with another, larger eye shape embedded into its center, this time yellow, below which she wears slightly baggy trousers to match her shirt, 2 darker lines running down the sides of her legs, and indigo boots. "Everyone's scattered, but they're all in this building," Shoji replied, after checking for her peers' whereabouts by creating multiple eyes and ears. "Class Rep. Ida," 13 called out her student. "Yes, Sensei? I need you to run to the school and tell them about what is happening here." 13 told the young speed quirk student, "The alarms are not sounding, and our phones and radios don't have signals. Even though Eraserhead is erasing people's quirks left and right, we're still completely sealed off from the outside world. It either means that something has happened at the school to prevent them from coming here, or it means they have someone with a quirk that is blocking our sensors from going off. And they are hiding somewhere here in USJ. They could be anywhere. Impossible to hunt down. It'll be faster for you to run and get help than for us to find whoever's jamming everything. But it would be a disgrace as a hero to leave everyone behind." Tomoyo tried to protest, but was cut off. "We're not heroes yet, we're still students," Itsuka said out of nowhere, grabbing Tenya's attention. "Huh?" Tomoyo questioned. "This is the only way to save everyone. I understand your feelings, but you're the only one who's fast enough to call the pros," Itsuka said as she was slightly shaking. She was afraid and sick and worried about Ojiro and her classmates. However, she knew that she needed to be strong now and do her responsibilities as both class representative and a hero in training. She knew that this was their one and only chance to save Ojiro, as well as her classmates, the first male quirk user. If anything, she knew that the male, Izuku, was more important than the rest of them. He could be the key to more males getting quirks in the future. She then went in front of Kurojairi, and was followed by the likes of Siro and Sato, who were then followed by the other present students after they managed to encourage each other. Itsuka had to be rational about their situation, and right now, she fully understood that the only way to save everyone is to create an opening for Ida to escape, and call for backup. Use your quirk in order to save others, 13 exclaimed as she too got ready to fight Kurojairi. She wasn't going to let any of her students get hurt after all. Even if you have no other choice, are there really idiots who talk about their plans in front of the enemy? Kurojairi mocked them as she dashed towards them. We did it because it doesn't matter if we're found out, 13 replied as she activated her quirk, and Kurojairi began to get sucked into the black hole. Ida, run! Hurry! Monoma shouted. She might not like Class 1A seeing how people see the class as the better one, and that they had the first male quirk user, but things were different. She was desperate now that the situation was only getting worse. They had to give it their all, right here and right now. Forget about their personal feelings, they needed to survive this, even if it meant working with those you don't like. Use your quirk to save others. Be a real hero, 13 told the speed girl. This got Ida, so that she activated her engines, and began to run to the exit. It was the only thing she could do now to help her friends, classmates, and teacher. Damn it! She shouted as she ran, ashamed and frustrated by her weakness of not being able to do anything to help. A sheep trying to escape from the wolves. I simply can't allow that. Kurojairi thought to herself in concern. We are only waiting for All Might. If the other teachers are called here, it will be hard for us. Kurojairi knew that she had to do something to stop the student from escaping, so she opened a warp gate in front of the girl that was trying to escape, to stop her. Everyone gasped in shock and horror as it seemed like turmoil was going to fall right through it. Their one and last hope was about to be taken away. Everyone was entrusted to me. I will. Turmoil thought in distress as she was only a second away from being teleported away. She pushed as much power as she could into her quirk, in the hopes to escape the place. Luckily though, Shirhai Kurwaro, a student from Class 1B, jumped into action, as he entered Kurojairi's body and took control over it. Shiana was a tall young woman with fluffy white hair and black eyes, which are long and thin in shape. Her most prominent feature was her pitch-black skin. Its unusual color was most likely due to the quirk she possesses, and her face usually holds an unsure or irritated expression. Her hero costume was a simple black jumpsuit with light shoes, a large wristband on her left arm, and 3 rectangular indentations. As for Shihana's quirk, it was called simply black. It allowed her to merge her body into anything that was dark in color, whether naturally dark or dark via external circumstances, such as shadows. Ida, hurry! It's my first time doing this, so I don't know how much longer I can hold the bitch. Shiana shouted as she closed the warp gate before Tomoyo could get sucked in. Tomoyo started to run again as fast as she could. She safely got to the door and tried to open it, but Kurojairi quickly regained control of her body again, and Shiana was forced out of her body, unconscious. I won't let you! Kurojairi shouted, but luckily Itsuka enlarged her hands and caught the metal piece hanging in Kurojairi's body. Itsuka's quirk was called Big Fist. It grants her the ability to enlarge both of her hands to a gigantic size. With the increased size, comes enhanced striking power and gripping capabilities. This metal thing must be a weakness because in reality you have a physical body, am I right? Itsuka questioned with a smirk, having figured out Kurojairi's weakness. Achiko saw a chance and ran before activating her quirk on the metal piece. Shortly after, Kurojairi began to helplessly float in the air. Nice assist, Uraraka. Itsuka praised Achiko. Oh no, my body! Kurojairi yelled in distress. This last attack gave Tomoyo enough time to run away. I had to buy enough time for Ida to escape. Achiko replied with a smile as Tomoyo finally opened the USJ front gates. Engine boost! Ida shouted as she exited the USJ, ran to the school building to get help. She's going to call for support. It's game over, Kurojairi thought, as she decided to go back to her master, leaving the students to defend against the villains that were about to attack. USJ Part 3, Conflagration Zone. We begin this chapter with 4 students being teleported into the conflagration zone: Tetsu, Yui Kodai, Sora Tsubiraba and Fumikage Tokoemi. This zone was set up so that students could experience rescuing people in areas that were on fire. As a lot of times heroes would need to rescue people in areas where whole city blocks were on fire. So, they would need to deal with fires, breaking glass, exploding cars and many other problems created by fire. This zone was meant to help students to deal with such problems. Now we have Tetsu, who after using her quirk steel, by covering her whole body with steel, she safely landed on the ground. Tetsu couldn't believe what had happened. She was still trying to process everything. First she met the first every male with a quirk, who was too cute for his own good. That alone was shocking, and she had to wonder what his quirk was. Then not long after coming to USJ, it was attacked by villains. She didn't think that was possible. However, the smell of something burning snapped her out of her thoughts. She looked around and realized where she was. I'm in the conflagration zone, Tsu said to herself. Tetsu. The steel teen heard her name being called by none other than his classmate, Yui Kodai. She was someone who had shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair, side-swept to her right, with shorter strands hanging above her eyes. She had fair skin, with an athletic build, and cerulean eyes. Her costume was a simple red bodysuit with a white collar trim, a matching V pattern running over her chest and around her upper arms, which also includes a short white skirt with a red design at the front, dipping so it follows the one in her chest. Yui wears plain vambraces and a hat that resembles the front of a baseball cap, colored red with white U-shaped lines around the sides, with a metal piece resembling a fin attached at the back of the strap around her head. She also has a belt at her waist and straps around her shoulders, what appears to be a yellow oval-shaped gemstone set between them on her chest, each adorned with a small pouch containing the various nuts, bolts, and all of the other small metal pieces. Kodai, you're here too? Tetsu exclaimed, surprised to see her classmate here. Yes, it seems like that Miss Villain scattered us in the different zones here, Yui replied, explaining the situation. I see. Then we must find the others immediately, Tsu said as she was worried about her classmates. Yui nodded as she agreed with her. Yes, we need to find all the students who ended up here with us. And where do you think you're going? A sinister voice said. The 2 teen heroes in training looked back and found a group of goons, ready to fight them. Yui noticed that they all had fire quirks in one form or another, as one of the villains' hair was on fire, and it made sense to her for villains with fire quirks to be here. Those villains, they knew exactly what was in these facilities before they gathered people. Did they gather intel somehow? Yui murmured to herself as she realized how big of an advantage the villains had. Tetsu, we need to run away. They overwhelm us in numbers and their quirks work best here. Huh! I can't call myself a woman if I run away. Tetsu shot back. Hearing this, one of the goons laughed, as if we'll let you escape that easily. Our job here is to kill you. The villain then dashed over the 2 teens and outstretched her hands to shoot fire at them. Kodai, stand back, Tetsu said as she stood in front of Yui and covered his body in steel. Once the villain stopped firing, he was surprised to see Tetsu still alive and with no scratch whatsoever. What the dash? How? The villain questioned in shock. Sorry to break it to you, but your fire is too weak for my steel, Tetsu replied as her eyes showed her resolve to protect her classmate. Seeing this, Yui quickly came to another realization. If the villain sent someone like Tetsu in the conflagration zone despite her heat resistance, then this could only mean that the villains had no idea about their quirks. If they knew, they would have sent Tetsu to the shipwreck zone. Tetsu. Change of plans, we're going to fight them. Our advantage is that they have no idea about our quirks. Yui explained their current situation and Tetsu could only grin as she was ready to teach these assholes the errors of their way. Out of my way, losers! Tetsu shouted as she prepared to rush in with everything she had. Despite the villains' attempt to use their fire quirks and burn Tetsu, they couldn't stop her from bulldozing her way like a juggernaut. The woman of steel snickered as she took half of them out. Yui opened her pouch and took a circular piece of metal before she threw it at the villains. Once Yui brought her fingertips together, The piece of metal then began to grow in size until it hit the remaining goons, taking them out effectively. This was thanks to her quirk, size. This quirk allows to alter the size of non-living objects that she has interacted with. Let's go. We need to get out of here before they wake up again. Yui commented, and Tetsu was about to follow her, until he heard the voice of one of the goons they just defeated. You think you kids will be able to get away? The villain said weakly before she chuckled. Just wait until our boss, Salamander, finds you. Her flames are stronger than any of us, and shall make sure to burn you all to death. The villain then began laughing with a hint of malice, but Tetsu punched her and put her out of commission. She was tired of her rambling. Let's go. Tetsu said as he had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Toru was also sent to the conflagration zone. After processing everything that just happened, she decided that it would be best to find a place to hide until all this madness ends. She was too afraid and things were getting worse by the second. Thanks to her costume consisting only of a pair of simple light blue gloves decorated by pale pink lines and light brownish-gray lace-up shoes, it was hard for others to see her. It made it easier to hide as she took her gloves off, as something floating in midair would make it easier for villains to suspect something. She quickly ran in the streets and took a left after a tall building, but stopped once she spotted a big group of villains. They're here, she whispered with a hint of panic. However, she calmed down a bit once she remembered that she was invisible and that the villains shouldn't be able to see her. It appears they're discussing something important, she whispered as she carefully observed them. She couldn't hear exactly what they were saying because of how far she was, but she was hesitant to get closer. What should I do? She asked herself. As much as she wanted to help her classmates and be useful, she was also terrified of the villains. She clenched her fists and steeled her resolve. She knew that if she wanted to be a hero, she needed to learn to overcome such fears. So, while she might not be able to fight these villains, she can at the very least gather information. Toru then approached the group of villains while making sure not to make any noise. Once the distance grew shorter, she was finally able to hear the conversation. Hey boss. Are you sure that this Shigaraki kid would be able to kill All Might? I mean, how can I say this? She doesn't seem to me like a proper leader. One of the villains said, and a few nodded in agreement. I know. A tall and muscular woman replied. Toru noted that she must be the leader of that group and noticed that he had a salamander tattoo on her neck. Not only that, but for some reason she was igniting her right hand's fingers with fire, one after the other. Then why are we here, Salamander? Asked another villain. The villain identified as Salamander sighed and smoke could be coming out of her mouth. Because I'm placing my bets on the two monsters that Shigaraki brought with her. You mean the Nomus? A villain asked. Yes. They are the strongest human weapons ever created. They were created by the King of Underground and Darkness himself. Salamander explained. You don't mean, gasped the villain, unable to finish what she was trying to say. Yes, they have multiple quirks too, Salamander admitted. This shocked Toru. Other than Midoriya, she never met or heard of someone with multiple quirks. I see, so Shigaraki is just a brat and nothing else, said a villain. A brat? Salamander scoffed. She's just a rat that she probably found in a dirty alleyway or something. And I think there's also another rat that has been overhearing us for a while now, she said before firing a fireball at Toru. Aha! Toru screamed in panic but managed to dodge the fireball by jumping away. She opened her eyes and tried to get up, but Salamander grabbed her by her throat. Toru then tried to break free of her grip, but her attempts proved to be pointless. We've found our first prey, she said before she threw her towards her followers. Toru immediately began to cough while holding her sore throat. Tell me, little one, where are your friends? I sent my women over a little while ago and they haven't come back yet, so I assumed your friends defeated them, said Salamander. How did you find me? Toru asked with a hint of fear in her voice. That's simple. I sensed the amount of oxygen dropping where you were hiding, thanks to my quirk. The lead of the villains said. Then with authority she asked, Now answer my question, where are your friends? I don't can she began but was interrupted by a fireball that was fired right next to her. You know what I hate most in this world, it's lying. I know that there's no way a weakling like you could have ever defeated my team. So, I'll ask one more time. Where are your friends? She asked with a very cold voice and outstretched her hand, preparing to shoot a fireball and burn Toru to death. Seeing this, Toru began to shake in fear and cry as her life began to flash in front of her. This is it. She was going to die. But she didn't want to die here. She didn't want to die now. I see. Then die. Salamander coldly said with indifference. But instead of aiming at Toru, she aimed at Tetsu, who hardened her body with her steel and tanked the attack. Toru then opened her eyes and saw Tetsu. Then her eyes drifted to a metallic object that slammed into Salamander's head. Ag! She let out a grunt in pain as she stammered. At that moment, a young woman with long spiky, up top and on the sides brown hair, grabbed her and ran away from Salamander and her mob. Another thing to notice was that the girl's eyes were also oval-shaped, along with her large pupils. Her costume consisted of a black V-neck t-shirt with white hemming, black shorts with gray pockets held on by red straps. She had shorts that were tied around her calves. She also had a longer black hooded jacket with red hemming, gray pockets with white hemming, and red flannel flaps that are held down by a series of yellow awns. Her shoes were black and yellow, with the ankle and tongue of the shoe folded down, and a single black strap. She also had fingerless gloves come to AV on her hands and are just short of her elbow. The gloves have red hemming, a yellow strap around the wrist, and a silver circle plate on the back of the hand. Nice job, Tsubiraba. Tetsu praised her classmate who they met up with a few minutes before. Thanks to Yui's plan, they managed to rescue Toru from danger. Thank you so much for saving me. Toru thanked Sora as she was grateful to the three of them. Her eyes were still teary, and she was still shaking in fear. But she was also relieved now, knowing that she has been saved. I won't let you get away. A villain shouted as she ran behind them, but slammed into an invisible wall. Seeing this, Toru was surprised, until Sora spoke. That's my quirk, solid air. I can solidify the air that I breathe out. Finally away from the villains, Sora put her down. Are you alright? Sora asked, making sure that Toru wasn't injured or anything. I'm fine. I think I just scraped my knee and bruised my shoulder. She replied as she got hurt when Salamander threw her. I'll look after her, said a voice, making them turn around to see it was Fumiko Tokoyami, and her quirk Dark Shadow. Tokoyami! Dark Shadow! Toru called out in relief, glad to see her classmate and her. Hagakure, are you okay? Asked Dark Shadow as the sentient quirk hugged the invisible girl. I'm good thanks, began Toru, but realized that she didn't know the girl's name that helped her. I'm Sora Tsubiraba, said with a slight smile. Then seeing there were still a few villains to deal with, she said, Tokoyami, can you look after Hagakure whilst my classmates, and I take care of the rest of them? Asked Tsubiraba. That's fine, said Tokoyami, as Tsubiraba gave a nod as she ran off to help her classmates. Out of my way, losers! Tetsu bulldozed her way again and took down a few villains, or made them fly towards Tokoyami, where Dark Shadow knocked them out, whilst Yui took down the rest of them with the last metal pieces she had. It's over now. You lost, so surrender yourself, Yui told Salamander, who was the last woman standing. However, the older woman just scoffed. Oh please, do you really think that you snot-bag kids have what it takes to defeat me? She then fired 3 fireballs towards Yui, to which the girl barely managed to dodge. Kodai! Tetsu shouted in distress, concerned about her well-being. I'm okay, she said, but gasped as Salamander quickly appeared behind Tetsu and grabbed her by her throat, after she dropped her guard earlier when Salamander shot her fireballs at Yui. Don't struggle if you want to live, brat, and if anyone tries something funny, you'll burn him to death. Salamander warned the young woman. You coward! Why don't you release him and fight us without using cheap tricks? Sora shot back in anger. TSK, you kids are really naive to think that a villain will play fair. The villain scoffed at the young heroes. Fool! Didn't you see how my steel completely blocked your pathetic flames, huh? Tetsu mocked the villain as she still attempted to struggle. I said don't struggle, brat. The villain warned Tetsu as she placed a hand on the young girl's forehead and activated her quirk, burning Tetsu's face. You really are an idiot. You don't understand, don't you? Even if your skin is made of metal and protecting you, What would you think would happen to the organs inside if I held you like that and burned you with the full power of my flames? Yes, they'll melt. So, if you don't want me to roast your brain, stay still. The villain continued as she raised the temperature of her flames drastically. Tetsu gasped in shock as she did indeed feel the heat reaching her brain. She never imagined that Salamander's flames could get this hot. She must have been holding back earlier. It didn't also help that she was almost out of iron. Tetsu is almost out of iron. After fighting 3 mobs of villains without any rest, she was close to her limits. At this rate, she'll be burned to death, Yui nervously thought as her neutral expression changed into a horrified one. I can feel it through my flames. Salamander thought to herself. They're heavily breathing. They're afraid because her fate is in my hands now. Salamander then looked at Toru and Sora and decided to finish them first. The villain opened her mouth wide open. Salamander breath, she shouted as a big fireball attack started to come out of her mouth. Tetsu didn't care though, she would gladly risk her life if it's to save her friends. She brought her hand to Salamander's mouth and stopped the villain before she could shoot the fireball at Toru and Tokoimi. Salamander then freed Tetsu's throat from her grasp as she started to cough after the fireball was fired in her own mouth. However, the villain also started to raise the temperature of her flames in her hand, as she was going to turn Tetsu's brain into a crisp for pulling that stunt. Ah! Tetsu screamed as the heat was unbearable. Instinctively, in the face of death, Tetsu started to use every last bit of iron in her body to harden her forehead, pushing past her limits. Tetsu! Both Sora and Toru cried out. They were concerned about her. Seeing this, Yui began to panic as she didn't know what to do. She didn't have anything to throw at Salamander. However, just then, she got an idea. It's a shame, but it's time for you to die, you shitty brat. Salamander pointed out, finally able to speak again before she got hit by something in the back of her head. It was Yui's hat. Aff. You little bitch, she growled as he finally let go of Tetsu. Tetsu then fell on one knee, breathing heavily as most of her body was no longer hardened by her steel. Her head felt terrible as the pain was ringing in her head. She was getting dizzy and she felt like she was going to pass out at any moment now. Tetsu, are you alright? Sora asked. I'm fine. If I go down after something like this, then I can't call myself a hero. Tetsu shouted as she stood up again, despite the terrible headache she currently felt. She was ready to attack Salamander. Salamander then began to clap her hands. I commend you for your tenacity, kid. I must say, you've proved yourself to be a real woman. But for how long will you be able to keep that form, huh? 2 minutes? 1 minute? Salamander said as she was having fun tormenting the kids who took out her group. Tetsu groaned as her patience grew thin with this woman. Since you're going to die anyway and I feel a little generous, I'll tell you more about my quirk. The villain boosted about her quirk. By creating a spark, I can manipulate the concentration of oxygen in the air. When attacking, I raise the density of the oxygen surrounding my target to a level at which it becomes volatile and creates narrow pathways of oxygen between myself and the victim through which I can direct the ensuing flash fire that blossoms from the spark my body produces. As a result, I can incinerate any number of enemies in the field while deftly avoiding any adjacent allies. Realizing just how dangerous this villain really was, Tetsu decided to do everything she could to take her down as she was the only one who had a chance to do so. Now die, kid! The woman shouted before she fired a salamander breath at Tetsu, an attack that was strong enough to melt the asphalt. Tetsu was quickly engulfed in the flames as she made no attempt to dodge. She was barely able to stand on her feet after all. Tetsu! They all shouted, thinking that the steel quirk user was done for. However, the woman of steel decided to endure whatever pain she was feeling right now and ran towards Salamander as fast as she could. She wasn't able to harden all of her body, and the pain of her flesh burning was nothing short of painful. But still, she kept moving forward and launched herself towards Salamander. This time, however, she focused her quirk to harden her hand as strong as possible. What? No! This cannot be! The villain shouted in panic, as Tetsu finally managed to get close to her. Take that, bitch! Tetsu shouted in rage. She hardened fist which made contact with Salamander's face and managed to break a few of Salamander's teeth along with her nose, effectively knocking her out. Her face became one ugly mess after that punch. Silence filled the area as the students managed to finally defeat Salamander. Everyone then sighed in relief, before Tetsu spoke. We did it. We defeated that bastard. Tetsu collapsed on the ground, unconscious. She was covered in blood and burns. Her leg was badly burnt, probably suffering second-degree burns as well as her right arm. He was severely injured and needed medical attention, but they managed to take out all of the villains in the conflagration zone. Sora then lifted Tetsu with the help of Yui. Come on, let's go. Sora told the rest of them as they began to head towards the zone's exit. As they got to the exit of the conflagration zone, Sora said to the girls from Class 1A, once we get out of here, we should find the male from your class. What about Tetsu? Asked Yui, worried about her classmate. She's badly hurt. We need to take her out of here as soon as possible, and take her to Recovery Girl. I understand, but we're talking about a male here, Sora pointed out. I don't know how he got into the hero course or what his quirk is, but whatever the case, I'm sure he's not strong enough to deal with these villains. Yui could see her classmate's point. It was a known fact that males were weak against most females with quirks that give them extra strength in some sort. So, even if this male had a quirk, she didn't think it could be as strong as the villains here. To deal with All Might, it would be foolish to bring those who were weak. In her books, they only won by the leader's poor planning and luck on their side. So for this male to be able to handle himself against these villains, she didn't know if he could protect himself. But before Yui could say anything about this, they heard Toru say, if they were the small fry that you guys faced, as long as he doesn't face someone like the leader of this group, should be able to handle them with ease. You really think he could handle these villains on his own? Asked the shocked Sora. He's just a male though. How can he do such a thing? I understand where you're coming from, but Midoriya is unlike any other male out there. Explained Tokoemi. He is full of dark mystery. His quirk not only allows him to have super strength, but recently his quirk allows him to see people's movements, and allow him to copy their fighting style. Or that's what he told us. Oh please, and you believe him? Scoffed Sora. Him having two different abilities? He's just making it up to make himself look good. There's no way a male can have that kind of power when no female has it before. I too was skeptical, but we have him using his super strength. Hagakure informed the girls from Class 1B, and I tell you, his strength is nothing to laugh at. He could handle most low-level villains without getting hurt. As for his ability to see movement and copying fighting styles, whilst we haven't it in action yet, we saw his eyes changing color, which is the sign of him activating this power. What if he faces a villain like the leader we just faced? Asked the concerned Yui. Would you get hurt if he faces them? Yes, he would get hurt, but not because of the villain attacking him, not fully anyway. Explained Hagakure. Yeah, his quirk would do that for him. Dark Shadow informed the other girls. What are you talking about? Asked Sora. Well, you see, Midoriya's quirk is a stockpiling kind. Explained Hagakure. This meant like every other male, he believed that he was quirkless. He only found out that he had a quirk 10 months before the entrance exam, where he was training and the quirk appeared out of nowhere. Over the months later, he found out it was a stockpiling quirk that took a while to reveal itself. As of now, he can only use about 5% of his power. If he uses any more than 5%, his body begins to break down, and so hurting himself. So you're saying that as he learns to control his powers, he'll get even much stronger? Asked the shocked Sora, shocked that the first male quirk user would have such a power. She thought that if a male ever got a quirk, it would be something weak, not something strong. But this quirk this male had, it sounded as if it was powerful, and it had two abilities. She and Yui didn't know what to think about this. It would seem so, said Hagakure. It doesn't hurt that he is hot. Smirked Dark Shadow, something that most of Class 1A thought but wasn't willing to say out loud. Dark Shadow. Tokoemi and Hagakure said together in embarrassment. Embarrassed that the quirk would say such a thing. Whilst the girls from Class 1B only meet the male quirk user, they too had to admit that the young male was somewhat good-looking. But Yui knew that they couldn't think much about this right now. The USJ was still under attack, and her classmate was hurt. The first thing that they had to do was to see if 13 can help them, if not, hide until help arrived. We can talk about Midoriya, his powers and looks later on. We have more important matters to deal with first," said Yui, making the rest of the group get back to the point at hand. "We need to leave here before these villains get back up and get Tetsu some help or somewhere to hide until help can get to us." The girls realized that Yui was right, they had to get from here before the villains woke up. So, with that, the 5 girls left to search for help or a place to hide. 00000, Ruins Zone. The next zone that we come to is the Ruins Zone. This zone simulates a destroyed urban environment, with buildings found in precarious conditions. This zone was designed to simulate areas that had earthquakes, or aftermaths of bombings, or when villains with giant-like quirks go on a rampage. Normally, students would have to deal with finding civilians or fighting villains who might be taking advantage of the situation at hand. But right now, real villains has appeared in the area and we find 2 students from Class 1A were fighting them. The 2 students were Katsumi Bakugo and Eiko Kirishima, and they were in a building fight the villains. "Die!" Bakugo shouted as she fired an explosion and took out 2 villains at the same time. Meanwhile, Kirishima, who had hardened her arms, managed to take out a villain too. Both of them panted as it looked like they took down a large group on their own. "Is that all of them? They're so weak," Bakugo pointed out. The moment the 2 of them were teleported to this zone, they were attacked by the villains waiting for them. They didn't have a moment to think about what was going on. All they could do was fight off the villains. Right now, it would seem that the 2 of them were able to defeat all the villains in the zone. "All right. Let's hurry up and go save the others. If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ too," Kirishima said as she was concerned about the safety of her classmates. "Besides, because we ran off ahead, we slowed 13 down. If 13 had been able to suck up that fog, then this wouldn't have happened," Kirishima added in frustration as she was ashamed of herself. "As women, we have to take responsibility for what we did. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm gonna kill that warp gate," Bakugo angrily said as she hated the fact that she couldn't defeat Kurogiri at the start of all this. "What? You're gonna act childish at a time like this? Besides, that guy's attacks," Kirishima began with a hint of anger, thinking that going back to defeat Kurogiri was more important than saving the others for Bakugo. "Shut up. That gate bitches the enemies in and out. I'm gonna cut off their gateway route for when the time comes." "It's not like we don't have a way to fight the fog," Bakugo replied, having enough of Kirishima's rambling. At the same time, a villain with an invisibility quirk was trying to sneak up on her and jumped at her once she got close enough. "Stop your chit-chatting. Since you've let your guard down," the villain began, but Bakugo caught her by her head and fired an explosion. The villain was clearly wrong about Bakugo lowering her guard. "Anyway, if these small fries are the ones assigned to us, pretty much everyone'll be fine, right?" Bakugo added. That reaction time was amazing. Kirishima murmured to herself as she was amazed by Bakugo's skills. "Anyway, were you always so calm and rational?" she asked, shocked at how Bakugo was acting. "I thought you were more like, die. 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 I am always calm and rational, you spiky-haired punk," Bakugo shot back. "Oh yeah, that's more like it," Kirishima said with smirk. "Humph. Then go if you want to," Bakugo said as he threw the villain away. Wait. Believing in our friends. That's really womanly, Bakugo. They'll follow you," Kirishima said as she hardened her arms again. Then a thought came to her and with a smirk, she asked, "Oh, does it mean that you trust Midoriya not to get hurt? He is just a male after all." Bakugo growled at this as she said, as much as I hate to admit it, with how he is, if the villains were like these guys, hell have no problems dealing with them. Kirishima just smirked at this, knowing how much Bakugo hated to admit this. But she did like how Bakugo was acting shy and awkward about this. But seeing this smirk, Bakugo said with a scowl, Don't get me wrong, he still shouldn't be a hero, as not all villains are as useless as these guys. He won't be able to handle them. If you say so, Bakugo, if you say so. Kirishima said with a sly smile, whatever the case, let's find that rap gate villain and take her out. Bakugo just grunted at this, as Kirishima smiled knowing that although she acted as she didn't, the other girl really did care about the male. Even if she wasn't willing to admit it. Whatever the case, they left the place to search for the Rapgate villain, 00000, Central Plaza. Finally, for this chapter, we find ourselves in the Central Plaza. This is the central area of USJ where it connects to the simulation areas as well as the main entrance. In this area, we find multiple bodies laid across the area as Aizawa and Vlad kept on dealing with all of the minions that stood in their way. After tying up 2 people with his scarf and knocking them out, Aizawa looked up to see Tamura Shigaraki charging straight for him with his right hand. 23 seconds. Shigaraki said as he ran towards Aizawa. Final boss? Aizawa said as he threw his long scarf towards him in an attempt to immobilize him. 24 seconds, 20 seconds, 17 seconds. Aizawa attempted to elbow Shigaraki in the chest, but was blocked at the last second as Shigaraki held Aizawa's elbow in a tight grip. Damn! Aizawa cursed as she realized her attack was stopped. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant where your hair falls. Shigaraki began as Aizawa widened his eyes. They were red and dry due to using her quirk too much. That's when you have deactivated your quirk. And the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Tamura finished as the skin of Aizawa's elbow tore apart, revealing a gory red blood bone as cracks appeared throughout the skin of her right arm. Aizawa jumped away from Shigaraki as she felt the pain in her right elbow. My elbow's crumbling. The fodder villains took this as an opportunity to get the jump on Aizawa. But luckily, the pro hero dodged all of their attacks. Her breathing was heavy as the fatigue of fighting a big group for a long period of time finally took its toll on her. That quirk of yours isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? The leader of the villains asked with a smirk, believing that she now got the upper hand in this fight. Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? Shigaraki exclaimed as she taunted Aizawa, who was able to take care of the other villains who tried to ambush her even with one arm. Aizawa! Vlad Queen shouted, as she charged towards her fellow teacher, but was blocked by the green monster. You're so cool, you're so cool. By the way, Eraserhead, you're wrong. I'm not the final boss. Shigaraki said with a hint of malice in her voice, proved by the evil smile on her face. Aizawa gasped as she turned her head to see the huge black-colored villain with an exposed brain right behind. It moved so fast that Aizawa never even heard it make a sound. Those two are Nomus. And they're the ones you really need to worry about. Not me. Shigaraki said as the black Nomu brought its claws down towards Aizawa. Aizawa tried to erase the black Nomu's quirk, but it didn't seem to have any effect as the black Nomu still brought its hand down and pushed Aizawa to the ground and smashed her head. It broke Aizawa's arm, who shrieked in pain. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive in the face of overwhelming power. You might as well be quirkless. Shigaraki mocked the erasure hero with a vicious smile. Meanwhile, Vlad Queen was now facing the green Nomu. Get out of my way! Vlad Queen shouted as she tried to punch the green Nomu with a blood-hardened fist. However, the green Nomu was able to easily catch her fist. That's not a problem, Vlad Queen said with a hint of confidence. Her blood then shot from her hand and started to engulf the Nomu's arms and restrained it. Vlad Queen smiled as she thought that she managed to take out the Nomu, but felt a sudden pain in her hand. She stepped back and pulled back her hand. She looked at it and found it injured, covered in cuts and blood. How's this possible? Vlad Queen questioned. She looked at the restrained Nomu, but the hardened blood was immediately shattered, and what she saw shocked her. She saw sharp bones coming out of the Nomu's arms. Seeing Vlad's shocked expression, Shigaraki began to laugh like a psychopath. You know, Vlad, I wanted to test this Nomu specifically against you. I wanted to see how your blood control will fare against his bones control. So please, make it entertaining as long as you can. Shigaraki sinisterly said. Something's wrong. A quirk like that one shouldn't be strong at all. In fact, it should hurt the monster when its bones pierce its muscles and skin like that. Also, it should also have a limit as to how many bones it could use, just like her blood. But then why Why was their leader so confident in its abilities? Suddenly, the Nomu pointed its fingers towards Vlad, and started to shoot its sharp long claws at the hero. Vlad made a blood shield, but unfortunately for her, the sharp claws shattered the shield and pierced her body. TSK, Vlad. I am sure you didn't slack off in your science class, but let me tell you something. Shigaraki began with a mocking tone. When I said that green Nomu can control his bones, I meant every bone in its body. It can also shape it and mold its bones however it likes. So please show me your best hero. My Nomu here is really eager to fight. Tamura taunted the blood hero, proud by her Nomu's work. Vlad Queen stood up and charged at the Nomu, whose claws came out of its knuckles this time. Vlad Queen hardened her fists with her blood and broke the Nomu's claws, only for them to quickly regenerate and almost pierce its side. Luckily for Vlad, she managed to evade the attack just in time, before uppercutting the Nomu. However, the Nomu did manage to scratch her side and tear the side of her costume. Despite her injuries and the blood loss, Vlad tried to restrain the Nomu by shooting her blood and hardening it to effectively immobilize the Nomu, but the monster managed to break free with its brute strength and claws. It also seems like the claws became much sharper, longer and stronger than before. It's no use, Vlad. Each time you break its bones, they'll grow stronger. Tamura pointed out, with a vicious smirk. I have to admit, it's stronger than I suspected, but can it get past this? Vlad decided to harden her upper body with her blood, something that usually put a strain on her, but as things were right now, she had no other choice. She charged at the Nomu again and dodged its claws before she caught its arm and flipped it over, which was an incredible feat, considering the monster's weight. Having no intention to stop here, Vlad hardened her leg with her blood and tried to land a devastating kick to the Nomu's chest. However, to her surprise, the Nomu's thoracic cage bones came out and protected it like a shield. Vlad was shell-shocked to see that the bones didn't even break under her attack. Af. The Nomu impaled Vlad's thighs with 2 rods of bones that came out of its wings, causing her to shriek in pain. The Nomu then stood up again in front of Vlad and caught her in a monster hug, before Vlad felt her body being pierced everywhere by sharp bones. How is he able to use his bones like this? Vlad said as she fell on the ground, with a puddle of her blood forming underneath her, taking them out of its body like they were disposable, and even when I broke them, it never felt any pain. You see, Vlad, bones control isn't the only quirk green Nomu has. It also has bones regeneration and bones hardening. Combine those with his bones control and you get the perfect combination. Unlike you who can only fight short battles so that you don't lose a lot of blood, this Nomu can fight endless battles. Tomoko Shigaraki said before giving the fallen hero one last malicious laugh. UW won't get away. The hero passed out. Vlad! Aizawa shouted, concerned about Vlad's condition. Aizawa's eyes turned red as she activated her quirk again and stared straight at Black Nomu, attempting to erase its quirk again. But just like last time, the Black Nomu was completely unaffected and snapped Aizawa's other arm as she grunted in pain. It's like it's breaking a stick. And sure, I erased its quirk. Aizawa thought to herself, that means this monster is just that powerful naturally. It might be as strong as All Might. Here the Black Nomu picked the hero's head up and smashed into the ground, creating cracks in the concrete, and inflicting even more damage as the battle was completely one-sided. Shortly after, it dislocated Aizawa's broken arm, causing her to yell out in pain. Aizawa didn't know what to think. She believed that all hope was lost and that her students would be next. And there was very little she could do but hope that the teachers back at U.A realized what was going on and get her soon. Little did she know, but there was one last hope there, and they would save her and Vlad. Mountain Zone. We begin our next chapter within the Mountain Zone. This zone simulates a rocky, mountainous area filled with cliffs, so that the students could learn how to rescue people in such areas. Sure, most heroes wouldn't need to deal with such places, but at U.A, they believed in teaching students everything that they could think of. As you wouldn't know when or where a hero would be needed. Izuka cried out as he came out of the portal, and found himself falling in the air until he hit the ground. Ouch! That hurt. He stood up and quickly began looking around him. It didn't take him much time to figure out that he landed in the mountain zone. A warp? Is that her quirk? They want to kill All Might? What in the world is going on? Izuku thought, as many questions popped in his head. If he wasn't in danger, part of him wanted to nerd out about the warp gate quirk. They were one of the rarest of quirks in the world. They allowed someone to teleport a person to another spot. Depending how powerful the quirk was, you might be able to teleport a good distance. It was even believed you could teleport across the world if the quirk was powerful enough, but no one was sure about it. However, before he could allow himself to go off in his own thoughts, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. Midoriya, so you were sent here too? Ojiro said, relieved that he found one of his classmates. Why, yeah, I think that Miss Villain scattered us into small groups, and each group must have landed in one of the rescue zones. Izuku said thoughtfully as he thought about it. It made sense for that to happen if everyone isn't here too. We must find the others and regroup. Ojiro nodded and the two teens began searching for their classmates. Both of them were anxious about this whole thing and wanted to quickly find them before it's too late. Bakugo and, the villains made a great mistake attacking us. Ojiro pointed out as she cracked her knuckles, ready for some action. Whilst in no sloth in fighting, we have guys like Bakugo and Todoroki. Why, even I can help with my strength, said Izuku. He didn't think he could win on his own, but with others to help with the other, there might be a chance. But the main problem was the villains at the center plaza. So he went on to say, however, we can't underestimate the villains who were at the center plaza. More importantly the Miss Villain too. It seems like she can warp us anywhere. But for now, let's find the others, they're our priority right now. Izuku exclaimed, still worried about the two villains who looked like Frankenstein duplicates more than anything. You're right. Let's go check this way. Ojiro replied, as she pointed to the direction where all the noise was coming from. Izuku and Ojiro descended from a cliff and found Momo, with two of the students from Class 1B fighting some villains. Izuku immediately activated one for all full Kao at 7%, along with his Sharingan before he and Ojiro jumped into action. Izuku leaped into the air and flipped forward to deliver an axe kick to the back of a villain's head, knocking her out effectively. Manchester Smash! He was followed by Ojiro who spun and swung her tail, knocking down another villain. Both of them were making quite a big entrance. Midoriya! Ojiro! You're both here, Momo said with a hint of relief. She was glad that two of her classmates came to help. I am glad you guys are okay, Izuku exclaimed, happy to know that his peers were fine. I see. So, this is Midoriya that I've been hearing about. The first male quirk user, said Owaze, not impressed at what she was looking at. He doesn't look all that if you asked me. Are you sure he has a quirk? Yona Owaze had long black hair, spiked upwards and backward to her left, and rounded gray eyes, tilted inwards. She wore a wide, striped patterned headband around her forehead, pulled down quite low, to keep her hair out of her eyes. Her costume consisted of a burgundy, baggy, full bodysuit, its collar passing her chin. She also wore shoulder pads and a bag on her belt in which he kept various items, including blocks of wood and metal to aid her quirk. Her quirk was called Weld. Her quirk allows her to fuse objects at an atomic level, although she needs to be touching both objects in order to fuse them. Her quirk is effective on both organic and inorganic material. I'm glad that he punished the sinners, Shiozaki simply replied. Ibra Shiozaki was a girl of medium height with green, tea-covered vines for hair, one set wrapped around her forehead a couple of times. She kept her vines at a reasonably manageable length, just above her waist. Her eyes are squinted and dark green with long lower eyelashes. Her quirk was called Vines. This is the reason that her hair looked like vines. She can lengthen and manipulate the vines, allowing her to attack, defend, and grapple. She also can detach them at will. The vines will grow back, provided her head receives proper sunlight and water. Her costume consisted of a plain white robe and black knee-high boots. Guys, I know the Miss Villain's weakness. If we manage to defeat the villains who are here, we'll be able to tell the others about it. Then we can escape and call for support. Izuku told them his next move. The students were all surprised that the male in front of them, whilst shy and was shuddering, had already figured out the mist villain's weakness. They were definitely impressed by his analytical skills. Also, Yaoyorozu, can you make me a metallic staff like the one you have? Sure. Momo replied, as she proceeded to create a staff out of her arm. Thanks, I prefer not to use my full power too often. Izuku told Momo as he took the newly made staff from Momo. Izuku learned how to use the basics of a staff from his kickboxing teacher, Mitsui, as she knew that not everything could be beaten with feet or fist, that you would need a weapon to win. So, she taught him how to use a staff. If you can fight with a quirk, why would you need a weapon? Asked Shiozaki. If I use my quirk at full power, my body breaks down. Explained the young male hero, so to help me in this fight I'll be using a staff, so I have to use too much power. How lame. Scoffed Owaze. Back off. Snapped Ojiro, defending her classmate. If you want to know, his quirk is a stockpile quirk, and he only got it about a year before starting UA. So, unlike the rest of us, he had very little time to train with it. So of course he'll have problems with it. How far would you gotten with your quirk if you only got it a few months before starting UA? She's right, Owaze, Shiozaki told her classmate. You should repent for saying such things. And if the Lord deemed Midoriya worthy of the gift of a quirk, who are we to question this? Owaze grinded her teeth at this. She only knew Shiozaki for a few days, but she knew that her classmate was a religious nut. So much so that Shiozaki was already getting on her nerves with her religious talk. But because she was her classmate, Owaze said nothing, as she had 3 years to spend with her, and she might need her help one day. So, it would be better not to say anything about it for now. Still, even if he has a quirk, it would be too dangerous to fight these villains. Owaze pointed out. She wasn't sure if they had what it takes to beat these villains. After all, they were still freshmen, and one of them was a male who had no control of his quirk. But before anyone could say anything, they heard the sound of footsteps coming towards them. Look over there, ladies. There are 5 kids. A villain pointed out, as they came near. Then upon seeing the male, they add, with a lewd expression on her face, oh look at this, one of them is a male, lucky us. We can easily kill those females and have fun with the male. Today seems to be our day, we get to kill All Might, and have some fun. The other villain added, look at his body, it's screaming rape me, and his costume isn't leaving much for imagination. Another villain added. She licked her lips, as if she was a predator who had found her prey. The 5 students gave them a look of utter disgust at how disgusting those villains were. Like he'll let you! Izuku yelled as he jumped and smacked the villain on his head with the staff. Not wanting to be the plaything to these villains, he then saw another villain closing in from the corner of his eyes and kicked her in the head without losing his momentum. The other villain, who looked like a crocodile more than a human, tried to close in on Izuku and attack him, but a white blur quickly came in front of Izuku. It was Ojiro, who punched the villain in the guts, knocking the air out of her lungs, before finishing her with a roundhouse kick, knocking her out. Owaze then proceeded to use her quirk to glue the knocked-down villains to the ground. At least this way we'll be sure that they won't move anymore. A villain with a camouflage quirk tried to sneak up on Ojiro, but was immediately wrapped up in Ibara's vines. She then used her vines to slam the villain into another villain. Honestly, with Izuku and Ojiro at the front, Owaze gluing the villains together, immobilizing them, and Ibara and Momo providing support with Momo's cannon and Ibara's vines, they made quick work of the villains. Damn, I can't believe it, this male has some skill. Owaze admitted in shock. She couldn't believe that someone like Midoriya could do so well. What they didn't know was that there was still a villain left, one who had a lightning-type quirk. She was hiding, waiting for the moment they would drop their guard, and once they defeated her comrades, she made herself known and appeared from behind Izuku, hoping to take him hostage. Midoriya watched the 4 students try to warn Izuku, but they were cut off once Izuku hit the villain in her stomach with his staff. This was thanks to the Sharingan still being active. Thanks to this, Izuku was able to see the blue energy coming off the villain, so he was able to hit the villain in her stomach. He followed this with swinging the staff into the villain's face, which knocked her out. It wasn't perfect, sure he could copy skills, but it would take time to master them as if they were second nature to him. That was close. said Ojiro, glad that her classmate was okay, although, I didn't know you knew how to use a staff. Will, my kickboxer teacher, allowed me to copy her abilities to help me fight better. Admitted Izuku, but it'll take some time before I can master to make it my own. What do you mean by copy? Asked Awaze. Other than giving me super strength, my quirk allows me to read and copy other people's fighting SD style. Izuku informed Awaze. But I need to gain experience to make it my own though. Awaze and Shiozaki were shocked to hear that Izuku could copy a person's fighting style. They hadn't heard of such an ability. They weren't sure what to think. Sure, it sounds like a useful ability, but it would mean that he could copy their fighting styles and make it his own. For Shiozaki, it was too much like stealing, something she didn't agree with on the basis of the 8th commandment, thou shalt not steal. But at the same time, if the person was willing to allow Midoriya to copy their skill, who was she to say anything? As for Awaze, she wasn't sure what to feel. It seems unfair for a male to have such a quirk, one that gives super strength and the ability to copy fighting style. She wished she had such a quirk, and not some male. She felt it would be wasted on him, that it would be better in the hands of a female. Everyone, I think we should leave and go to the USJ entrance to help the others defeat that Miss Villain, Momo said, interrupting the thoughts of the girls from Class 1B, now that they have defeated all the villains in the mountain zone. Wait. I want to go to the Central Plaza first. I want to check if our teachers are okay. Izuku objected. He was worried ever since he saw that those strange monsters had strange quirk energies. Something was telling him that his teachers might be in trouble. He might have just gotten the ability, but he could tell that this isn't natural, and whatever is up with these villains/monsters, they were more dangerous than anyone can suspect. That people were in danger, and he wanted to make sure his teachers were okay, even if he was scared. But Midoriya, the main villains are there, they are not like these minions. We'll be getting ourselves in danger, and possibly killed. Let's leave it to the pros and focus on saving our classmates, Ojiro interjected, trying to reason with her classmate. Sure, she felt confident defeating any of those small fries any day, but the villains at the plaza were on a whole other level, one that Udata can't prepare you to face in a single week. Heck, even Izuku said earlier not to engage them, so what was he thinking now? He's right, our teachers will punish the sinners. It's dangerous for us to go. Ibara agreed with Ojiro. I know, but there are 2 villains who have multiple quirks there. Something is fishy, and I think it's bigger than either of our teachers. I mean, think about it, they want to kill All Might. Surely, they didn't plan an attack like this just to lose to a bunch of students and 2 pro heroes. Izuku argued, worried about how strong those monsters could be, and besides, I'm sure our classmates can easily take on these goons too. The real danger is out there, and we're close to them. We can reach them. Multiple quirks? How do you know that? Asked Awaze. I recently found out my quirk also allows me to know who has a quirk and where it is activated, explained Izuku, and whilst this power just awoke in me, every in me is telling me that they have multiple quirks. This concerned the students. Seeing how they didn't know how Izuku's quirk worked, they didn't know if this was true or not. But seeing how worried the male was, they had to believe that he believed the risk was real. Okay, we can go and see how they're doing, but we can't intervene. If they truly are at risk, we run and get help somehow. Momo replied, thinking that a little look won't do them any harm. However, she would soon realize that this was a big mistake. Well, if you put it that way, I guess we can. Awaze nervously replied, still hesitant about this whole thing. In the end, everyone agreed, and Izuku was glad that he'll get the chance to check on his teachers. 00000 Central Plaza. As Izuku and his classmates arrived at the Central Plaza, they discovered that Izuku's deduction was unfortunately on the spot. Vlad Queen was lying in a pool of her own blood, unconscious, while Aizawa was yelling in pain as her right shoulder was being dislocated by the big black monster. Seeing this, the students felt shivers being sent down their spines. They were consumed by their fear. Not sure what to do. They wanted to run, but their feet wouldn't listen to them. They were stuck where they were. Izuku on the XWXE decided to keep hiding with them, and not blow their cover. However, much to their surprise, the purple mist villain, Kurogyri, suddenly appeared beside Tomoko. "Tomoko Shigaraki," Kurogyri called, getting said man's attention. "Kurogyri, did you kill 13? asked Shigaraki. "I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse of, and one of them was able to escape and made a run to the school," Kurogyri pointed out, referring to Tenya, who was able to escape the USJ and call for help from the pros. "Huh!" Tomoko began to angrily scratch her neck. "Kurogyri, if you weren't our warp gate and our ride out of here, I would have crushed you to pieces," Tomoko said with a hint of anger. She was pissed off as she realized that the pros would be soon coming here to rescue those here. It just made their situation a lot more complicated. The hiding students, however, were happy to hear this. This means that backup is on their way, Izuku happily thought, as now the situation has turned to their favor. There was still hope. Tomoko sighed as she stopped scratching her neck. "We can't win against dozens of pros. It is game over. Let's go home." "Wow, our classmates were really able to defeat that mist villain and call for backup," Momo commented, happy to know that she has such powerful classmates. "Did he say they're going home? Is this really the end?" Owaze asked, hoping for the best. "That's what I heard them saying," Ibara replied, as everyone was starting to relax and smile, now that the villains were leaving. Izuku, however, didn't buy it. Izuku felt that something was fishy, so he kept his Sharingan activated just in case. After all of this, they're going home? Just like that? No, something's wrong, Izuku thought. Shigaraki turned her head a little. "Oh yeah. Before we leave, let's smash some of her pride." In the blink of an eye, Tomoko ran towards the 5 hiding students at transonic speeds, with her hand aimed straight for Momo's face. Izuku could only watch this in fear, as he was only able to track Shigaraki's speed thanks to his Sharingan. However, he had no idea if he was going to reach Momo before Shigaraki did. As the symbol of peace, Shigaraki continued with pure malice in her voice. However, as she was stretching her arm to decay Momo's face, Izuku appeared in a flash. "Detroit Smash!" Izuku shouted before punching Tomoko right in the face, sending her flying a couple of meters away. Shigaraki didn't even know what hit her, and soon she hit the ground head first with a loud thud and lost consciousness. "Shigaraki!" Kurogyri called out her master's name. Seeing their collapsed master's form, the monster duo went to check on her and totally ignored the kids. Speaking of them, the other 4 students were all stunned by Izuku's speed. None of them were able to see him moving. However, once they snapped out of their gaze, they realized what kind of trouble they were in now. Their presence was made known, and there was no telling what was going to happen to them now. Izuku felt a little pain in his hand, the same one he used to punch Shigaraki. "I lost control and went to 15% for a second there, but if I hadn't done that, he would have probably hurt Momo," Izuku thought to himself, as he then looked and noticed that the 2 huge monsters were going towards their unconscious master. "This is our chance." He looked at his panicked classmates. They were too terrified to even move. "Think, Izuku, think. What should I do now? What would All Might do?" Izuku asked himself, but he quickly got his answer. Izuku stood tall in front of his classmates, shielding them. "Everything is fine now." "Why?" "Because I am here," Izuku said with a smile, trying his best to imitate his mentor and losing his stutter so that the other students wouldn't feel too afraid either. It didn't mean he wasn't afraid, not at all, because he was, very much so. But the thing is, his classmates needed someone to look up to in this moment of disaster and fear. They needed someone who wasn't afraid and could do what was needed, a true hero. And with the ones unconscious and the others who knew where, he knew he had to step up, seeing how no one else was doing so. This immediately succeeded in calming down his classmates and reassuring them that everything was going to be all right. "Everyone, let's go save Sensei Aizawa and Sensei Vlad and get out of here," Izuku shouted as his eyes were burning with determination. His intimidating Sharingan was doing an excellent job showing his conviction and sheer will, as well as freezing Kurogyri in her place, who was already panicking as she had no idea what to do now. However, they didn't know that the battle had just started. "Yes," Izuku's classmates responded with a hint of relief, now that the situation was turning in their favor. Ojiro grab Sensei Vlad, Awazu grab Sensei Aizawa, Momo and Ibra go with them to the entrance, regroup with the others. Izuku said with a hint of authority. But what about you, Midoriya? Momo asked, concerned about her classmate. We can't leave you behind. Awazu added, you're just a male. Yes, a male. A male with super strength and ability to track his opponent's movements. Can you say that? Izuku snapped at the female. At this moment, he couldn't deal with the bias against males. Lives were at risk and it seemed as if no one else was doing anything about it. So, he had to step up to the mark and do something. It'll slow down the mist villain. Don't worry, I know his weakness and he'll catch up to you in no time. I got you in this mess in the first place, so it's only right for me to stay. The females were shocked at how Izuku was now acting. He lost his stutter, had confidence and was talking with authority. Something that was there before, and they had to wonder what changed. Ojiro looked at Izuku for a moment, and seeing the look on his face, she knew that he wasn't going to change his mind. So, instead, she said, you better come back. I promise. Now go! Izuku said before giving her a thumbs up. Ojiro and Awazu carried their teachers and began to run with Ibra to the entrance. Momo was about to do so, but Izuku stopped her. Yayarozu, I need you to create a sword, a sharp and sturdy one. Izuku requested. This was another skill that he copied from Mitsui, but unlike with the staff, she only knew the bare basics, and that's what he copied. Whilst he didn't want to use a sword with just the basics, he knew that he would need more than the staff to deal with them. So, he was forced to take this path. Momo had an uneasy look, still hesitant about leaving Izuku alone, but if this is how she can help him, then so be it. With the type of quirk that he had, she would only be in the way. This was the least she could do to help her classmate. With that in mind, created the sword and handed it to him. Thank you, now go? Izuku told her. Momo then followed the other three students. Izuku then turned to face Kurojirai. He wasn't going to let the mist villain go anywhere near his friends. I see you want to play hero, huh? Kurojirai mocked the male upon seeing this, and realizing that she couldn't allow them to escape. What she didn't realize was that she was clearly underestimating the young male. He might be tame, but for his classmates, he would do whatever he could to protect them. Much more than you want to play as a villain. Izuku shot back, look around you, this game is over. The pros are coming, your leader is down. Give up now, it will be better if you retreat. Indeed, you're right. Admitted the villain, before going on to say, however, my master here has a short temper. And I'm sure she'll be more than happy if I at least manage to capture the one who messed up her fun. More so seeing as you're our secondary target. Come at me and try your luck then. Izuku replied, taunting the villain. This is something that he learned during watching videos on the site Hero Hub. Whilst not all villains would fall for it, but a lot of villains would fall for taunts and act in ways they wouldn't if they were thinking straight. Kurojirai charged at Izuku, thinking that Izuku was just your normal and arrogant child with a strong physical enhancement quirk. More so seeing how he was a male, as she knew a lot of them were like this. But unfortunately for her, she was wrong as Izuku immediately jumped and grabbed the metal piece hanging in her body. He held her down, much to the villain's surprise who didn't expect Izuku to know about her weakness. After all, she was doing a much better job hiding it this time. What? How? Kurojirai questioned in confusion. Her weakness was exploited once again. My eyes here see through everything. From the moment you appeared in front of us at the entrance, I saw that metal piece you were hiding within your mist. Izuku informed the villain. I see, I underestimated your quirk and judgment. Kurojirai replied as she acknowledged Izuku's skills. Even more so thinking that you were as foolish as most males that I've dealt with. I also know that the key to your plan to kill All Might are these two, am I right? Izuku asked, as he pointed towards the two monster-like villains. Indeed, but what will you do about them? You can't possibly defeat them. Your teachers tried and are barely alive now. Smirked the villain. I don't need to. I already know that they were part of an experiment. This was an out-and-out lie, he didn't know this. But his gut was telling him something was up and an experiment was the only thing that made sense. So he bluffed the best he could and hoped to buy some time for his teachers to get here. Not only that, but they are programmed to protect your boss here if she's unconscious. So, as long as I am holding you here and not attacking her, I should be fine. Give up now, you lost villains, Izuku said, and intimidated the villain with his Sharingan power to strike fear in him. So young and naive, look over there. Kurogiri smiled darkly. Izuku looked at Shigaraki, and saw that she was getting back up. What the Izuku thought to himself in shock at what he was seeing. 15% should have been enough to keep her unconscious for a while, hopeful the whole day or something. This is not good, the pros should arrive in a few minutes, but someone should hold them until then. He realized it was too early to celebrate. Shigaraki began scratching her neck before saying, "You moved well back then. Your smash. Are you a follower of All Might's?" She questioned in a very angry tone. "Yes, I'm going to become the greatest hero, just like her," Izuku replied with a hint of defiance. Tomoko began to laugh at this. "You, becoming the greatest hero, please don't make me laugh, like that's going to happen. You're just a lossless male." The leader of the villains told the young male darkly, "I was planning on killing you either way. But now, I'll make sure to make it as painful as possible." Tomoko replied as she was now pissed. After all, he hated All Might's very existence. Sure, her master wanted this male alive, and maybe she would have caught the male alive. But now that he said he wanted to be like All Might, and be the next great hero, he had to die. Green Nomu, kill him. The green Nomu charged at Izuku with its claws, trying to pierce the young man in his chest. But Izuku dodged the attack and delivered an uppercut to the monster's chin. The Nomu fell on its back and Izuku stepped on its claws, breaking his bones, only for them to regenerate again. "I see, the bones control and bones regeneration are his quirks," Izuku pointed out. He didn't exactly know what his quirks were per se, but he knew that the monster had multiple quirks. "Oh, we have a perceptive student here, call me impressed. Especially for a male." Tomoko sarcastically mocked Izuku. "But even if you know about its quirks, what are you going to do about it, brat?" "Well, I'll break its bones until it can no longer regenerate them," Izuku replied. He was sure that there must be some kind of limit to the monster's bones regeneration quirk. The green Nomu stood up and started to shoot its long sharp claws from its fingers. But Izuku was able to dodge them easily and deflect some of them with his sword, thanks to the Sharingan. "I see, those eyes of his," Kurogiri murmured as she started to understand what Izuku meant by his eyes could see everything. "What's wrong, Kurogiri?" Shigaraki asked. "I think that the boy may have two quirks, or maybe a combined one," explained the Miss Villain as she looked at the young male. "At first glance, you can see that he has a physical enhancement quirk, but then how does he keep predicting the Nomu's attacks? How did he discover my weakness immediately? His eyes are not normal," Kurogiri deduced. "I can see that his eyes are not normal, but having multiple quirks? Is that even possible?" "He's not a Nomu, you know," Tomoko replied, curious about Izuku's eyes. As far as she knew, only her master had multiple quirks. How could anyone else, especially a male, have a similar quirk? If this is true, it's just another reason to kill the male. There would be a threat to her master if she let them live. The green Nomu then started to grow sharp bones from its elbows and knees now, and went straight for Izuku. "Lowest round kick," Izuku shouted as he ducked under the sharp bone coming from the Nomu's elbow, and as the Nomu tripped off its feet, Izuku prepared his next attack. Texas Smash. Izuku hit the Nomu, right in its guts and sent it flying away. "TSK, just before I delivered that smash, he used his thoracic cage's bones to block my attack," Izuku thought to himself as he quickly thought about what happened so far. "But I managed to break his bones, but my punch didn't do as much damage as I wanted to." However, just then, a bony rod came out of the Nomu's wing and shot at Izuku. Izuku was taken aback by surprise as he didn't expect the Nomu to recover that quickly. Luckily for him, he managed to cut it in half with his sword at the last second. This was more luck than judgment in that attack. That's either some excellent reflexes the male got there or excellent perception, Kurogiri thought as he carefully observed Izuku. Whilst Shigaraki might be her master right now, her true master would be all for one, and she would want to know such details for when they report this back to her. Sure, AFO would be mad at them for killing the male, but her current master, Shigaraki, wanted the male dead, and as such, it was up to her to Shigaraki to do this. I don't know exactly which one it is, but I'm leaning towards the latter. Roar! The green Nomu let out a mighty roar as it stood up again. It was angry at Izuku and began to pull out its vertebral column from its spine. Izuku watched this whole process in disgust as he had never someone pulled their spine like that. After fully pulling it out, the green Nomu began to swing it like a sword, ready for round 2. Izuku took his fighting stance and firmly held his sword. Yes, he was a novice at sword fighting, but right now, he had no other option but to fight with a sword. A staff wouldn't do enough damage to this monster. For the next few moments they stared at each other before Izuku charged at it. Sharp bone spikes shot at him from the Nomu's kneecaps, but Izuku deflected them all with his sword. Once he got close enough, both of them swung their swords and clashed with each other. Izuku noted that the bone was as hard as steel. Izuku and the Nomu then began to clash swords together at a high speed. Izuku tried to slash the monster's chest, but the Nomu blocked his attack. The Nomu then tried to shoot bone spikes at Izuku again from its kneecaps, but Izuku had already perceived his attack with the Sharingan and jumped over the attack. That was close, Izuku admitted aloud. However, just then, the Nomu swung its sword as fast and strong as it can. Izuku tried to parry it with his own sword, but was sent flying away. Unfortunately for him, this wasn't the end, as the Nomu began to shoot bone spikes from its fingers. Izuku tried to dodge the incoming attacks, but one of them managed to impale his shoulder before he fell on the ground with a loud thud. "Aha!" He yelled out in pain as blood ped from his shoulder. It was painful, but not as painful as breaking one's bones. So, he grabbed the bone spike and winced in pain as he pulled it out of his shoulder. He was panting but still standing. He had to continue fighting because he truly believed that he was currently the only one capable of protecting his classmates right now. "Come on, Izuku, All Might and Mitsui trained you to be better than this," Izuku told himself, as he firmly gripped his sword. "Sure, they didn't prepare you to fight a monster that uses its spine like a sword, but still." Shigaraki made an evil smirk. "I'll give you credit. For a male you have done way better than most heroes I dealt with. But at the end of day, it's no use, kid." The leader credited the young male. She might hate doing so, but she could give credit where credit is due, and in this case, credit was very much due. Nowadays, the so-called heroes aren't as powerful as they made themselves out to be, but this male was putting them to shame, and Shigaraki hated that thought, giving her another reason to kill Izuku. She couldn't let people know that a male could be better than a female with a quirk. There's nothing you can do to defeat a Nomu that was specifically made to kill your trash of a symbol of peace. Just give up and accept your death with grace. Hearing this, Izuku just scoffed. Give up? Still, Izuku, with everything that happened to you, everything that you have done to try and become a hero and get into UA, you ought to be proud of yourself. Izuku remembered his mother's words she gave the day that he started UA. No matter how much life put you down, you stood up again, you never gave up. That's what I'm proud of and hope you keep on doing. Never give up on anything you want. Then, his memories shifted to another distant memory. Mom. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I promise you that I'll never give up ever again. What's so funny, kid? Shigaraki asked with a hint of annoyance. What's funny is that you think I'd ever give up. Izuku told the villain with a fake smile, but I won't. I'll stall you until the pro heroes come and protect my friends. Because Izuku began as the green lightning around him began to violently swirl around him, and the scent of ozone filled the air. His Sharingan began to spin too as it showed his conviction and determination. I never give up and I never go back on my word because that's my hero. My hero way. Izuku shouted as he charged at the green Nomu once again. His charge alone created gusts of wind as he ran so fast towards the monster. Shigaraki and Kurojiri were taken aback by surprise as they were having a hard time tracking Izuku's speed. They didn't expect the Sharingan user to be this fast. The green Nomu tried to shoot bone spikes at him again from its knuckles and knees, but Izuku cut them all with his sword at an incredible rate and speed. After slashing the last one in two perfect halves and managing to get closer, the Nomu swung its sword at him, trying to cut the male down. However, out of instinct and nothing else to think of, Izuku just threw his sword in the air over the Nomu and ducked under the attack as he slid between his legs. He then caught the sword and did a quick turnaround before he slashed his calves. Ryurei! The Nomu shrieked in pain. Seeing this, Shigaraki's and Kurogiri's eyes widened in shock. Just who's this kid? Kurogiri yelled in his mind. I'm not done yet! Izuku shouted as he quickly followed with a devastating kick to the monster's spine, breaking it in the process before the Nomu was sent flying away. Izuku then jumped high in the air and threw his sword at the Nomu. His sword impaled its back and stopped it in its place as it was pinned to the ground. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Izuku remembered All Might's words to him. He's a student. This is his hero academia now, and he was going to protect it from the villains. Remember this because I, Izuku Midoriya, am the hero who will become the next symbol of peace. Izuku yelled as he pulled back his fist. The pain in his shoulder hurt him as blood poured from it, but he wasn't going to stop there. He was going to finish this. Detroit Smayas! Izuku brought his fist down and landed a solid punch right to the Nomu's face. The punch was powerful enough to create a crater in the ground as it came down with a loud boom. Shigaraki coughed as dust filled the area, but once it settled and cleared, she only saw Izuku standing and her Nomu in a bloody mess and helplessly lying on the floor. She focused on Izuku's eyes and looked at them and only saw a burning inferno in them, but what mostly irritated her was that they reminded her of All Might. This Nomu was made to kill All Might, not to get defeated by a mere kid. Tomoko angrily shouted as she scratched her neck. Blood could be pinging from it. She was clearly furious and pissed off. Tomoko, it's best for us to leave now. That kid managed to defeat the Nomu, and the pros will arrive any minute now. I'll retrieve the Nomu. Kurogiri began but was interrupted. No! I'm not leaving before I kill this brat. Shigaraki shouted at him. I know that master wants him alive, but look at him, he's only 15 but he defeated a Nomu, Kurogiri. A Nomu, if we let him go alive, he'll prove to be a bigger threat in the future. Kurogiri then watched as her young master charged at the Sharingan hero with her hands outstretched. Izuku quickly picked his sword before he dodged Shigaraki's hand. He didn't know what the villain's quirk was, but seeing as Shigaraki ran with her hands outstretched like that, the young male knew that something bad would happen if the villain touched him. Die, you brat! Shigaraki shouted as she tried to touch Izuku with her 5 fingers. As Izuku dodged Shigaraki's incoming hand once again, he noticed the sudden portal that was opened behind him by Kurogiri. Oh no! Izuku jumped back and kicked Shigaraki in her chin before he did a backflip over the portal and landed on his hands first before flipping and landing on his feet. Phew, that was close. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He then quickly grabbed his sword and jumped towards Shigaraki before he stomped her chest, pushing her down onto the floor and brought his sword right in front of the villain's face. Surrender, it's over now, Izuku calmly said. Shigaraki then grabbed Izuku's sword and Izuku thought the villain was just trying to resist. However, he gasped in shock as his sword crumbled and turned into dust. What's this? Izuku questioned. Izuku jumped back as he saw Shigaraki outstretching her hand towards him. He wasn't going to let her touch him. Ayaha! Izuku felt a sudden pain as 2 rods of bones pierced him through his back. He looked back and was surprised to see the green Nomu back again. This time it had bones coming out of its shoulders, elbows, knees, and knuckles. It seemed like it was getting serious now. You have to be kidding me. No matter how much I hit him, he gets up. Izuku thought with concern and slight fear, not knowing how to deal with this villain. No matter how much damage he dealt, the monster kept getting back up. It seems like it can only regenerate its bones since there's blood coming from its mouth, meaning that it's suffering internal damage. But still, I finally got you, kid. Izuku looked in horror at Shigaraki, whose hand was coming closer and closer. No! I can't die here! I can't die now! I have to escape! Izuku thought as his eyes widened in panic. He couldn't move because of the 2 rods. Izuku closed his eyes as Shigaraki's hand was only 1 centimeter away. Was he going to die now without even passing one for all? Was he going to fail All Might, Entro Plaza? Upon seeing Shigaraki's hand, Izuku closed his eyes. He prayed for some sort of miracle as the hand got a few centimeters away from him. However, the hand never got to him, as just then, Izuku heard a familiar voice, causing him to reopen his eyes. Get away from him! A white blur kicked Shigaraki, sending her flying away. Ojiro, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, surprised to see her there. I came because I was worried. I couldn't let you fight the main villains alone. So once the others took Sensei Vlad, I immediately came back, and am glad I did. She explained as she took a good look at Izuku. Then with concern and worry she said, Midoriya, you're hurt. You look terrible. After all, Izuku had 2 rods coming out through his chest, and his shoulder was bleeding and he was covered in bruises. There's no time to worry, help me quickly. Izuku weakly replied. With concern and wanting to help her classmate, Ojiro used both of her hands to break the rods one by one. After that, Izuku breathed in and pulled out the bony rods from his chest. Ag. Don't worry, I'm fine. Izuku let out a grunt. That was a lie, but all things considered, it could have been much worse, so it was fine when it wasn't. He took a few heavy breaths to recover. See that big green monster over there? Yes, what about it? Asked the tailed girl. That monster has 4 quirks, from what I've. Izuku quirk warned Ojiro. It has wings, bone regeneration, bone control, and some kind of bone hardening, I think. Do you have any plans to defeat him? Ojiro asked. Sort of. Izuku told her, you see, we have to break its bones, faster than it can regenerate them. I believe it must have some sort of limit, after all. Only problem is that we also need to attack it as fast as we can, or it'll hurt us with its bones. Be careful because it has long-range attacks too, so follow my lead because it's hard to get close. Izuku explained his plan as he stood up again. Right. Ojiro responded. She knew it wasn't the best of plans, but with very little other options to use right now, it did the best plan that they had at hand. Another of these annoying kids are coming, but it doesn't matter now that my Nomu has gotten serious, they don't stand a chance. Tamura exclaimed with a hint of confidence. Nomu, kill them! Izuku started to run towards the green Nomu, followed by Ojiro. His movements were now sloppy because of his injuries, but he had to push himself harder. The Nomu started to shoot its bone spikes from its knees and fingers at them once again. To the right, Izuku said, as he and Ojiro dodged the incoming attacks. Now to the left. Now jump! Izuku instructed as both teens charged at the monster. However, just then, the Nomu began to focus its attacks on Ojiro, where it shot more bone spikes from its chest now, using its thoracic cage. Ojiro froze in her place as she knew that there was no way she could dodge all of them. But Izuku quickly pushed her out of the way as he took some of the attack. He managed to dodge many of them, but some managed to graze him and Ojiro. Midoriya! Ojiro cried out. I'm okay. We have to keep Izuku was cut off as the Nomu delivered a powerful uppercut and sent him flying away. You bastard, how dare you! Ojiro shouted as she was enraged. She aimed a punch at the Nomu, but the monster evaded the attack with a sidestep and moved around Ojiro. The Nomu then tried to hit her with its knee and impale her with the sharp piece of bone coming out of it. However, before it could, Izuku landed a devastating kick to its head as it gritted its teeth, certainly from the pain. Ojiro decided to follow Izuku's attack and landed a solid hit to the Nomu's side. Both of their attacks managed to push it back. Izuku then picked Ojiro and threw her towards the Nomu, who was still stunned from the last attack. Once it did though, it was smacked by Ojiro's tail. However, it didn't do much damage as the monster tried to catch Ojiro, but was hit by a sudden pain. Once again, it was Izuku, who had retrieved his old staff and impaled the Nomu's chest, causing the Nomu to shriek in pain. That's payback for earlier, Izuku said in spite, but took the full brunt of a punch to the face and was knocked away. Ojiro tried to punch the Nomu, but she too was smacked away. Both teens quickly recovered, looked at each other, and nodded as they began to run towards the Nomu again. Having enough, the Nomu flapped its wings and hovered above them as it began to shoot its sharp bone spikes again, while the two teens ran side by side. They managed to evade each and every attack, however the numbers of spikes increased more. Seeing this, they both jumped and made a turn midair, placed their feet against each other and jumped, perfectly evading the attack. Each one of them then charged towards the Nomu from each side. After that, the Nomu did a quick 180 degrees turn as it fired bone spikes at the two of them. Luckily though, both teens managed to jump in the air towards the Nomu, who had to regenerate its bones to resupply its ammo. Izuku then did a front flip and delivered an axe kick to Nomu's back, while Ojiro also did a front flip, but hit it with his tail. Manchester Smash, Ojiro's special, White Dragon. The combined attack was so powerful that the Nomu ate the concrete. The creature then tried to stand up again, but was hardly able to do so as it stammered. The two teens smirked at each other as they saw the Nomu's regeneration getting weaker. You brats are really persistent. Green Nomu, what are you doing? Kill them! Tamara ordered the Nomu. Rohar! Roared the monster. Once its master's orders registered in its head, it charged at them and tried to cut them down with the claws coming out of its knuckles. Izuku ducked and slid between the monster's legs while Ojiro dodged by taking a step back. Seeing both of them preparing for an attack, the Nomu tried to use its thoracic cage to protect itself. Now Ojiro, let's finish this! Izuku shouted. Alright, let's do this. Ojiro smirked. Both of them used their own attacks to attack. Izuku hit the monster from the back and whilst Ojiro hit it from the front. The power of these attacks was strong enough to break the villain's thoracic cage. However, they were not done yet. Ojiro jumped and kicked the Nomu's head with a roundhouse kick, stunning him before Izuku pulled his fist back. Meanwhile, the students who were watching from the entrance were amazed by the coordination between the two teens, and the effort they're putting despite being severely injured. Their teamwork was nothing short of amazing, seeing how they only knew each other for a short while, as they were making quick work of the same monster who defeated their teacher earlier, just showing the class how the different types of quirks can change the course of a fight. And now, they were witnessing the climax of this battle as Izuku was going to defeat that monster. Get him, Izuku! Itsuka murmured as she hoped that the male quirk user would finally defeat that monster. Deku! Ochako murmured too, worried about Izuku but hoping that he would win. Do it, Midoriya! Show him what you're made of! Finish the monster! The students at the entrance shouted as they cheered for Izuku. They're counting on me! They're all counting on me! Izuku thought as he mustered all of his strength. I can't fail them or else I won't be able to call myself a hero. Go beyond, plus ultra! Everyone shouted. Resonating deep within him, the past wills and power of One for All echoed in his body, granting even more power within him, before he clenched his fist. Texas Mayas! Izuku cried at the top of his lungs as blood came out of his injured shoulder and chest. But it didn't matter because, for the first time outside of All Might and his mother, he had everyone's support, and he was going to defeat that Nomu no matter what and show the world what a male can really do, if given a chance. His fist hit the Nomu, and sent it flying away with an explosive power. Having no way to defend itself, the Nomu suffered severe internal damage, which was evident by the blood that came out of its mouth. It then hit the ground with a loud thud and lay there. Silence filled the USJ for a moment. Everyone was anxious to know what happened, including Shigaraki and Kurojiiri, who were too shocked to see their Nomu defeated. Izuku and Ojiro were taking heavy breaths as they were tired. However, they had to make sure that they had managed to defeat the Nomu. Both teens stood above the knocked-down Nomu, unable to determine if they got the monster or not. Did we get him? Ojiro asked. Yeah, I think so. However, Izuku panicked as he noticed the bones all over the Nomu's body coming out again. Ojiro, jump! Izuku shouted in distress before he and Ojiro jumped back. At that moment, bone spikes shot out from all over his body at a great speed. Both teens tried to dodge them, but some of them hit them as there were too many. But thanks to his Sharingan, Izuku managed to catch one of the bone spikes. He pulled his arm back midair and threw it at the monster with all of his strength. Ryuthei dash! The monster cried out as the bone spike impaled its throat. The creature began to make sudden moves as it struggled to breathe, but it eventually stopped moving at all. Midoriya, yes Ojiro, we did it. This time we won, Izuku said with a smile. Both of the teens believed that that last attack was probably a desperate one to try to kill them. One that would have left it vulnerable since it molded all of its Bodis bones into spikes. It would have taken it some time to regenerate. 000. Unfortunately for our young heroes, they had forgotten about the other Nomu in their moment of victory. The black Nomu appeared in a flash and grabbed the two of them before smashing them into the ground, creating cracks in the concrete. Shigaraki then approached the other Nomu, and pulled out the bone spike out its throat and turned it to dust. Shortly after, the green Nomu was breathing again. No way! We were so close, Izuku said in frustration, but we did our best. Why? Why wasn't it enough? How did we fail? Ojiro replied. She too was frustrated at her own weakness. Well, I have to say I am impressed, Shigaraki admitted bitterly, as she walked closer to Izuku, where she looked at the male and with a dark smile said, You two are definitely excellent students, but playtime is over now. What you did to my Nomu really angered me and am not in a good mood today to be merciful, Shigaraki angrily said. If you think you've won, then you're dead wrong. All Might will be here any second now, and she will kick your ass. Izuku retaliated as he moved his head to look at Shigaraki despite the Nomu's grip. You! The All Might wannabe! You especially irritate me, thinking you can save everyone like her. Nomu, torture the male bastard! Tamura angrily shouted as she was pissed off by Izuku. She hated him now as much as All Might, if not more so. Who knew that a damn ing male could all this? Sure, the green Nomu was the first prototype, but still, it meant to be more powerful than a male. The scene she saw back then when everyone counted on him to defeat the Nomu and save them made her want to throw up. Hearing its master's orders, the Nomu lifted Ojiro with one hand before it brought his foot down and stomped Izuku, crushing his ribs. Ayaha! Izuku screamed loudly as he felt his ribs easily breaking like a stick. He was in a whole new world of pain. Midoriya! Deku! Both Itsuka and Ochako shouted in distress, worried about the male quirk user. Seeing this, the students at the entrance began to panic. They were terrified and they were losing hope. What was taking the pros so long to get here? Sato and Shoji prepared to enter the battle. They weren't going to let their classmate carry their burden anymore. However, they were stopped by someone. Aha! Izuku was yelling again, until Shigaraki raised her hand for the Nomu to stop. So, Midoriya, do you still want to be a hero or will you give up? Shigaraki taunted the male. Midoriya, tell her no, please tell her no. Ojiro pleaded. She couldn't bear to see her classmate, no friend, suffer like that anymore. How could she not think of Izuku as a friend after what the two of them had just been through? I will be a hero, and I'll make sure to kick your ass before putting you in jail, Izuku replied. His breaths were getting heavier, and blood was coming out of his nose. He could pass out at any moment now. Shigaraki's eyes widened as she angrily glared at Izuku. You insolent brat! I'll show you that you're no hero! She angrily shouted before she grabbed Ojiro's tail and activated her decay. Ojiro! No! Izuku shouted as his classmate Rien yelled out in pain. His tail's skin and muscles were crumbling, and in a few moments she would meet her demise as her whole body would turn to dust. Izuku raised his injured arm and charged 100% of one for all in his finger. He was going to kill this bitch once and for all. Sure, a hero shouldn't kill if there were other options, but at this moment there weren't any. He won't let Ojiro die because of him. One for all 100%. Del. Izuku stopped as he noticed that Shigaraki's decay was not working anymore. It suddenly just stopped. Erase her head, ruining my fun again, Shigaraki said as she looked behind her where she saw Aizawa. She was standing thanks to both Ochako and Itsuka helping her. Her eyes were red, and his hair was floating, which meant that her quirk was activated. Green Nomu, Black Nomu, let's go kill them before the heroes come. Kurogiri opened the portal. We're going home soon, Tamura said as he and the Nomus went to kill the students and teachers. The green Nomu had the time to fully heal itself by this point. No! I can't let them kill them. I have to do something. But I'm very weak. I might pass out at any moment now. Izuku thought as he was ashamed of himself for not being able to do anything to help his classmates. Some successor I turned out to be. Can't even protect those who are close to me. But just then, he got an idea. Ojiro, can you stand? Izuku asked in a very weak voice. I think I can manage, but I'm too tired to fight anymore and I am terribly wounded. What about you? Ojiro weakly replied. I have one last special attack. I'm sure I can take out the leader of the villains with it. If I take her out, the Nomus will automatically stop, since they seem to only obey her. Izuku told the other young hero in training. Tell me your plan, Midoriya. Ojiro told the male. Tamura was now approaching Aizawa and the girls. First, I'll make you watch my Nomus kill your precious students, and then I will kill you myself, Eraser. Shigaraki. Tamura looked behind her, and saw Izuku flying really fast towards her. What the dash? 00000. A few seconds earlier, I want you to throw me with everything you've got towards Shigaraki. Izuku said, completely serious about it. You want me to throw you with everything I got towards the leader? Ojiro questioned, having second thoughts about this already. Yes, I'll use my strongest attack and take him out. Can you do it? Asked Izuku. This skill he was about to use was something he had just started to create before starting UA. Whilst he got the basics of it down, he wasn't sure if this new skill would work. Even if his body wasn't so damaged, it was a hit and miss still and needed more work. But with how things were, he knew that there wasn't another option. He had to save his teacher. I don't have enough strength to do it. I won't be able to throw you that far. Ojiro informed her friend. What the happened to you, Deku? Izuku and Ojiro heard suddenly. As they turned round, they saw Bakugo and Kirishima running towards them. This was when Izuku realized that it was Bakugo that called out to them. Midoriya! You're hurt so badly, you need help. Kirishima added. Both she and Bakugo were shocked to see Izuku in this terrible state. They both thought that with the quirk that he had, no one could hurt him badly. This was what Bakugo was worried about. Whilst they slowly parted ways over the years, mainly because she thought she was better than Izuku because she had a quirk and he didn't, and seemed that through school she was better than him in classes. Not only that, but she knew that as a man he would be too weak and if he tried to become a hero, something like this would happen. This was why she disliked him so much, that he would keep trying to be a hero even though he knew that he could get killed easily, and he didn't seem to care, and she was right. She hated to see the person that she once called friend like this. Sure, he might have a quirk, a powerful at that, but still, he was no match for this boss. She needed to protect him, even if it was from himself. Kaken? Izuku was surprised to see Bakugo here. I got defeated by the villains. However, I have one last special move to take them out. I know you might hate this, but can you help? Izuku began, but was interrupted by Bakugo. I will. She told him. Yes, she wanted to protect him, but at the same time, she wanted to show him how useless he truly was. That even if he now has a quirk, it doesn't mean he is meant to be a hero, that it was too dangerous, and he should leave hero work to the females. They were born to be heroes, not men. For that to work, she needed to let him lose badly and step in to show that she was more powerful than him, and show how weak he was. Kaken, I know that you want to defeat the villains by yourself to prove your weight, you will? Izuku asked in shock. He couldn't believe that Bakugo just agreed to team up with him to defeat the villains. Yes, now explain your plan before I change my mind. She's willing to cooperate with me if it means taking down the villains to save the others. Izuku thought in shock, maybe being at U.A is slowly changing her, making her a better person, even if she still has a bad personality. Izuku then explained his full plan to Bakugo before the latter picked him up. Don't get me wrong, DKU. I just want to see your strongest attack, to see if you really can become a hero. Nothing else. That and the fact that my target is the warp gate. I won't let these ING villains get away so easily. Bakugo said. In reality though, sure she wanted him to fail, she also wanted to see if he really has what it takes to become a hero. She was conflicted about it all, but she was sure about one thing though, she wanted to help Izuku take care of the villains and save everyone, before anyone else gets hurt. Even if it meant helping the fool. Right, thank you, Kaken. Izuku thanked his childhood friend. Don't thank me, you piece of shit. Just die. She yelled as she used her strongest explosion to throw Izuku as far as she could. Shigaraki! Izuku yelled, as he was flying so fast towards the villain. 00000. Back to the present. What the dash? That annoying brat! Tamura thought as she saw the male flying at her. This is it. This is my first ultimate attack. Now is just as good as any time to use it. Izuku thought to himself as he got closer to Shigaraki. One for all 100%. Ultra kick! Izuku cried out. It wasn't the best of names for an ultimate attack, but seeing how he had only been training this skill for a short while, he didn't have a better name for it. Izuku shouted as he used the full power of one for all in his leg. As he did, the green energy that normally came from using his quirk formed. To his shock though, the energy took the form of a green dragon that gave a mighty roar and engulfed his leg. Not having time to think about this, Izuku pulled back his leg before he kicked his target. This was all or nothing attack. Whatever happens next, his leg would be broken and he would be out of the fight. As the devastating kick made contact, it caused massive shockwaves through the entire USJ and broke every single window in the facility. The whole USJ was shaking like there was an earthquake, and the students who were close to the attack were knocked off their feet. What is this incredible power? Itsuka shouted as she tried to block the shockwaves with her hand, but was still getting pushed back. She and Achiko had to do their best to shield Aizawa. Itsuka was awestruck at Izuka's incredible power. She never imagined that this male would be this strong. Idiot, he must have broken his bones, Aizawa said, as she shielded her eyes. She couldn't even open them. So much power, Sato said as she also had trouble staying on her feet, along with the students who were at the main entrance. Needless to say, everyone felt Izuka's immense power. Heck, even the scattered students, the villains, and Kurojiiri did. The gusts of winds managed to push the Miss Villain back, which made her unable to open a portal back to their hideout. Bakugo was left utterly speechless by Izuka's attack and the destruction it caused. She was beyond shock. She didn't think that he could be this strong. As to her, even if he had a so-called powerful quirk, he was still a male and so was weak. But this just proved how wrong she was, and she hated this feeling. It was worse seeing how deep inside, her body was telling her to make him hers. But at the same time, she looked at the monster that Deku defeated. Did Deku just kill the guy? She thought as her eyes were wide open from the shock. He's so manly. Kirishima cheered for the male quirk user. Did he get him? Ojiro asked, hoping that her friend finally defeated the villains. I don't know, I can't see from the dust. Kirishima replied, trying to take a good look at the situation. The whole USJ was silent, both villains and heroes. Everyone was just waiting for the dust to clear, so that they could see the conclusion of the epic battle. Suddenly Izuka's shadow became more visible, and it seems like he has managed to hit a target. But it wasn't the target everyone expected. As the dust settled, everybody saw Izuku. His leg was broken, bruised and purplish, but it had managed to break the green Nomu's neck and jaw completely. The green monster managed to save its master at the cost of its own life. They both fell on the ground. One was dead while the other was plain exhausted and incapacitated. Izuka's Sharingan faded as he reached his time limit, followed by him deactivating his full Kaul 2. At least this will make things easier for All Might. Izuku weakly muttered. His vision was becoming blurry as he was about to pass out in any second now. Meanwhile, everyone was just trying to process what just happened as they were still amazed by Izuka's ultimate attack. After all, he managed to defeat one of those deadly beasts. The same one who took out Vlad Queen. You little brat. How were you able to kill my Nomu? After its bones were broken so many times, it should have been able to withstand a hit even from All Might. Its bone regeneration quirk has no limits. So how? You little pest. How were you able to kill it? Shigaraki began her temper tantrum. I told you I would break its bones until he could no longer regenerate. Izuku said weakly as he tried to smile at this. All I had to do was deal a blow strong enough to kill it instantly. Shattering its bones first, before landing the blow was a strategy. But it took too much time and in the end it failed. So, I had to improvise, and deal a powerful blow to snap its neck. That's its weakness, a fatal blow to a weak point, just like when the sharp bone spike impaled its throat. Izuku was happy that he made things easier for All Might now. Damn it! My Nomu was defeated by a little kid. A male no less. Shigaraki angrily shouted. I already know that it's no longer human, so I'm glad I was able to save its poor soul that is being tormented by you. Izuku murmured weakly. All he could think about right now was to think of the monster that he killed, as a monster. If he didn't, he would break down from killing a person. Something a true hero should never do. It was my target in the first place, as I knew it was going to protect you. That and the fact that a hero shouldn't kill a villain, unless they had no other option, so I wasn't aiming to kill you in the first place. Shigaraki then began to violently scratch her neck, until she regained her composure. You know, brat, the green Nomu was just a prototype. In fact, it wasn't really the ace up my sleeve to kill All Might, it's the black one over here. But you piss me off so much like that stupid symbol of peace, and the fact that you managed to defeat a Nomu makes you a potential threat in the future. Black Nomu, kill him! The black Nomu immediately grabbed Izuku, and started to smash his head into the ground. It then started to punch him repeatedly, but Izuku had already lost his consciousness. His ribs and leg were broken, his face was all covered in blood, and his nose was broken as well. Not to mention, he lost too much blood from the injuries he got in his shoulder and chest earlier. DKU! Damn it! Bakugi yelled as she tried to go save Izuku, but her path was blocked by Kurogyri. I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Kurogyri exclaimed as she blocked Bakugu, Kirishima, and Ojiro's path. ING warp gate! Bakugu cried out in anger as the bitch blocked her path. Deku! Izuku! Both Ochiko and Itsuka respectively shouted as they were helping Aizawa stand to her feet. Damn it, if I wasn't so useless! Aizawa said in frustration as she knew that there was nothing she could do to save her student. She was in a bad shape and she knew beforehand that trying to erase that monster's quirk was pointless. You see, Midoriya. You kept trying to save everyone, saying that you'll become a hero, but look at you now, Tamura said while laughing like a maniac. You're moments away from death. You couldn't even save yourself, you shitty brat. And no one will come to save you. However, his laugh was interrupted by the sound of the entrance's door crashing, as a silhouette appeared and managed to put the students' hearts at ease. All this time, this place was only filled with the darkness of villainy and fear. But the deeper the darkness, the more dazzling the light shines. All Might! The students shouted with a hint of relief. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came. All Might thought as she entered the USJ. I passed young Ida on my way and got a rough idea of what had happened. Good grief, it really makes me angry. Thinking about how frightening it must have been for the children. And how hard my juniors fought. As she thought this, All Might looked round at the sight of crying students, along with injured teachers and students. Her eyes focused on the unconscious Tetsu and Shirhai. But that is why I must proudly say thought to herself before crying out the last part aloud. It's fine now. For now, I am here. All Might then looked at her almost dead successor. She tore her tie as an angry expression covered her face. She wasn't smiling. Over the last year, All Might felt like Izuku was someone special to her. She wasn't sure what she was feeling, but seeing the young boy in such a state made her boil with rage. She immediately rushed at the Nomu and in a second, punched it in the face with a loud boom, sending the monster flying back to the central plaza. This managed to send shivers down the villains' spines as they were once again reminded that they were standing in front of the symbol of peace. Even Tamura and Kurogyri flinched for a second. All Might then carried the limp body of her successor, who began to open his eyes again. All Might! I did my best to protect everyone. I tried my best to stall them until you arrive. Izuku murmured before passing out again. It's okay, young Midoriya, you did a great job. I'm afraid that I'm the one who failed you. All Might murmured before giving Izuku to Sato and Shoji, who carried him to the main entrance. A bit late, wouldn't you say, All Might? I've been waiting for you all day, you trash of society. Shigaraki greeted All Might, but was met with a back slap, bitch slap, from All Might, sending her to the Nomu, who managed to catch its master. The hand that was hiding Shigaraki's face fell. The other villains tried to attack her and overwhelm her with numbers, but she knocked out all of them without breaking a sweat. Sorry, Aizawa. All Might apologized. She couldn't bring herself to look at her fellow teacher because she was ashamed of herself. If she had been here, none of that would have ever happened. I was too weak to protect him, he's the one who protected us all. It should have been the other way around. A child should never bear the adult's responsibilities. Aizawa said with a hint of frustration, hating that she couldn't do anything to protect the male and the other students. What kind of hero did that make her? To allow a child to fight and adults fight. You did your best, Aizawa, now leave everything to me. All Might told the black-haired Fio. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. I'm sorry, master, Shigaraki said as she was hiding her face with her own hand, until she grabbed the hand that was on her face and put it back again. She hit me as she was saving them. It's the violence of a government official. She's fast, as expected. I can't follow her with my eyes. But not as fast as I thought she'd be. I guess it's true, after all, that she's getting weaker. All Might couldn't make heads or tails as to what the villain was talking about. It was as if she had gone crazy or something. Whatever the case, she knew that she couldn't allow the villain to regain her bearings, so she ran towards Shigaraki ready to attack. Carolina. Noma! Shigaraki simply said, and the Nomu heeded to its master's call and went in front of her in a flash. Smash! All Might shouted as the attack landed on the Nomu but was unfazed by it, which shocked All Might. It wasn't affected at all? All Might said as she dodged an attack coming from the Nomu and punched it in the guts, but once again the monster was unfazed. It's like All Might's attacks weren't even working. In that case, All Might said as she punched the monster 2 times in the face before dodging another attack from the monster. It doesn't work on his face either, huh? All Might questioned as she kept punching the Nomu in its chest. It doesn't work because of shock absorption, smirked Shigaraki, before she pointed out. In order to cause damage to Nomu, it would be most effective to slowly gouge out its flesh. Whether it lets you do that or not is a different issue though. After all, it's the anti-symbol of peace who exists only to kill you. Thanks for telling me all that. If that's true, then it's easier for me. All Might replied, as she grabbed the Nomu in a bear hug and bent her back backwards to smash the Nomu into the ground and immobilize it. All right. Take that. Those guys are underestimating All Might too much. Sato cheered as she was carrying the unconscious Izuku. Although he was unconscious, Izuku was able to hear and feel everything happening around him. I know we should leave things to All Might, but I know she's at his limit. Izuku thought to himself, worried for the number 1 hero. Every day on my way to school, I read the hero news in real time. The reason why she didn't attend the class today must be because she spent 3 hours in his hero form. I'm the only one who knows. I'm the only one who knows All Might's secret and the predicament she's in. Unfortunately for All Might, when she was performing her last attack, Kurogyri opened a warp gate which teleported Nomu's upper body right under All Might's back. The former then held All Might with its monster hands by her sides, restraining the number 1 hero. Is that how it is? All Might grunted as the Nomu was piercing All Might's injured side with its claws and blood was starting to leak. Shit! That foggy nobody managed to slip from me, and now she's teaming up with the freak against All Might. Bakuga growled. Were you trying to keep it from moving by sticking it like that? Because Nomu is as strong as you are. Shigaraki exclaimed with a grin. This is good, Kurogyri. It's an unexpected opportunity. Ouch. That's my weak spot. Stop it! All Might yelped to herself in pain, as the Nomu was squeezing her injured side. She then tried to free herself from the Nomu's grasp, but it was no use. What power! She thought to herself, astonished by the Nomu's pure strength. This is your first offense? You'd better prepare yourselves. All Might said, trying her best to free herself from Nomu's claws. Kurogyri Shigaraki simply called her subordinate. I do not want blood and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. You are too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Nomu's job, and then, when your body is halfway in, to close the gate and tear you apart is my job. Kurogyri explained their plan. Get your filthy hands off All Might! Bakuga yelled and grabbed the metal piece hanging in Kurogyri's body before she pinned her down. At that moment, the right half of Nomu was completely frozen too. It was Todoroki who finally appeared. Young Bakugo? Young Todoroki? All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might. Todoroki said. She controlled it so that the ice stopped just before it reached me. Thanks to that, his grip loosened. All Might thought to herself as she was starting to get out of Nomu's grip. Careful there, heroes. Shigaraki exclaimed as she held Ojiro. Explosions brat, let my subordinate go, and you there, ice brat, don't interfere. You don't want me to kill your classmate here, you bastard. Bakugo growled. She didn't know what to do. Should she try to save Ojiro or All Might? Young Bakugo, young Todoroki. It's okay, stop interfering. All Might said. But we can't choose to save which life, Todoroki protested, but was cut off. That's an order, you are still kids, so back off. All Might ordered. No! All Might! Ojiro shouted. All she could think about as she watched the Nomu broke from Todoroki's ice and began to tighten her grip once again was if only she was stronger. If she was able to help Midoriya more. None of this would be happening. No need to concern yourself about me, just do what you have to do, All Might. Shut up for a moment. Shigaraki said as she held Ojiro by her throat with 4 fingers. Bakugo let Kurogiri go like All Might ordered her to, still reluctant about this whole thing. All Might began to yell out in agony as a lot of blood was coming out of her injured side. Hearing this, many students began to cry, many were already losing hope. How could all of this happen during their first week at Udate? And was this really the end of All Might, the symbol of peace? Meanwhile, Izuku's injured body was lying on the floor with the other injured students and teachers. He was trying to wake or move, as he was able to hear All Might yelling from the pain and suffering, but he was just helpless and couldn't do anything. No. No, All Might. There are still tons of things I want you to teach me. Izuku yelled in his mind as different memories of All Might were flashing in front of him. Memories of All Might teaching to become a hero, telling him that even though he was a male and quirkless, he too could become a hero. Memories of her telling him that he was worthy of one for all, that when she first saw him saving his childhood friend, she realized that he had the heart of a true hero, but now he would have the power of a true hero. More and more memories ran through Izuku's mind of the two. It got too much for the young male hero, being trapped in his mind and unable to do anything. All he could do was cry out in his mind, All Might. Izuku wanted nothing more but help the woman who made it possible for him to be at Udata High. If only he had the power to do something to help. Do you really want power? Izuku suddenly heard a strange female voice in his head. Do you want to save her? Izuku didn't care whose voice was this. He didn't care about anything right now except for saving All Might. Yes. He agreed. Then let me help. Izuku didn't know who this voice belonged to, or how they could help, but he knew only one thing, he needed to help All Might. So he called out in his mind, help her! Unknown location few moments earlier. This is why a male shouldn't have one for all, said a female with short, spiky, ginger salmon hair, and somewhat thin red eyes that are slanted slightly downwards. She also had a large scar on her face, starting from the left side of her forehead, forking out in the middle, and finishing underneath both of her eyes. She was wearing a green combat jacket with a large, black collar. He also wore large gauntlets. I can't believe that Tokinori would do something as foolish as this. I always thought that you always made a mistake in making her the next Wilder of One for All, Nana, this just proves it. She picked him for the same reason I picked her, Kudo. She saw great potential in him, the potential of becoming a great hero one day, said Nana with a great smile, proud that her successor found the same kind of person that she saw in Tokinori. Now Nana was a beautiful woman with a tough demeanor. She was a tall woman with a curvaceous figure, and at the same time, she was well built. She had fair-skinned and had a small mole below her bottom lip, centered to the right, and sharp, intelligent eyes with long eyelashes. Her hair was dark and straight, which she kept shoulder-length. With the exception of a clump of short bangs hanging above her forehead, it was styled in a half-up half-down bun. She was wearing a dark, sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar, yellow elbow-length gloves, and white knee-high boots. Around her waist was a belt with an angular golden buckle, a small cape attached around the back which hung down to her knees, and over her shoulders was a longer cape, one to the shoulders of her bodysuit. You might not like males, Kudo, but you can't say that Midoriya hasn't been trying to master one for all, so that it wouldn't break his body when using it, Nana said proudly. He just has the misfortune of facing someone like Shigaraki and her monsters. She's right, Kudo. Who knew that my sister would have a daughter to help her? Said a young woman with a sickly and malnourished appearance. She had white, messy hair. Her hair reached just below her shoulders, and her bangs usually obscured her bright green eyes, which gave her a sinister appearance not consistent with her personality. She was dressed in simple clothes, wearing a white shirt and dark pants and a light blue jacket. No offense, Ichiko, but I don't think All for One is a motherly sort of person, remarked Nana. It's more than likely that she found someone to take her name rather than giving birth to a child. As much as she hated to admit it, Ichiko knew that this was true. She wanted to deny it, hoping that this villain wasn't connected to her sister, and she had the same family name because another family had the same name. However, upon seeing the monsters with the villain, she knew otherwise. Oh, she had hoped that over the last 200 years she hoped that her sister would have found a tiny bit of humanity. Or that when All Might fought her all those years ago, that she had killed her. But seeing these monsters, something her sister wanted for some time but until now she couldn't create, and this villain, Ichiko realized this wasn't the case. Not only that, but she was alive and kicking. Now you would think that Ichiko was immortal with having a sister who's over 200 years old, but that wasn't the case. The truth is that she, Kudo and Nana were nothing more than echoes of their former selves, that the real them were long dead. That their echoes were trapped within a powerful quirk, one for all. Ichiko and the other two women's echoes weren't the only echoes that were trapped in the quirk, there were many others in there too. It all started when she and her twin sister, Aiko, were children. Whilst she was caring, loving and wanting to help others, her sister was quite selfish, arrogant, and had a discerning lack of empathy. Maybe this was down to the fact that their mother died during childbirth and they were forced to survive in a chaotic era caused by the emergence of quirks, or as they were called back then, meta-ability. However, All for One believed those who didn't help them, mainly her, deserved to perish. She killed them by using the meta-ability she took from their deceased mother to kill people while stealing their abilities. Ichiko didn't know why, even though she was weak, considered useless and opposed to what her sister was doing. Aiko thought that she belonged to her. Maybe Aiko only saw people as playthings or as prizes to win, that even she wasn't exempt from Aiko's possessive and dominant nature. It didn't help that with her power and personality, Aiko gained a god complex. Over time, she compared herself to a demon lord she read about in comic books, and wanted to be like the demon lord. Because of this, Aiko used her charm and cunning to rule from the shadows, where she enjoyed herself at the expense of people before discarding them. One of the ways she gained this power was to use her own power to help people, but in exchange for their servitude. As she took advantage of the chaotic era caused by the uprising of meta-abilities, Aiko, or as she was calling her in the shadows, All for One, would offer people anything they wanted as long as they followed her, including choice and power to those who had none. She would take the meta-abilities from those who didn't want them and gave them to those who wished for strength, or a meta-ability. What people didn't realize at the time was that she only did this as a means to gather numbers and gain their loyalty to her. This way she could conduct her schemes through other people, and make sure no one knew about her unless she wanted them to know. Aiko masked her true intentions by claiming that she just wanted to help restore order and balance to society. The problem was that once they outlived their usefulness, All for One would callously abandon them, and for those who were a danger to her, All for One would deal with personally, or allow her followers purge those who defied her will. Over time, Aiko would relish her total power over Japan and saw herself as a higher being. She would steal the most powerful meta-abilities and crush anyone who stood in her way. Ichiko had to admit that her sister displayed signs of kleptomania, claiming that she couldn't resist stealing a powerful meta-ability when the opportunity presented itself. Ichiko did try to stop her sister, but being weak and powerless, there was very little she could do about it. In fact, to keep her safe and out of the way, Aiko held her sister captive in a dungeon so that she could prevent Ichiko from doing what she wanted. Aiko even tried to change her sister's mind by giving Ichiko a stockpiling meta-ability, to try to change her mind. But it didn't work. And not only that, but not long after giving Ichiko a stockpiling meta ability, Kudo and her companion, Meijin Lin, raided All for One's base with the intention of killing Ichiko for being associated with her enemy. However, as she and Meijin Lin enter Ichiko prison, she hesitates from doing so as she saw the state of the young woman, decided against her initial assassination attempt to instead lend out a hand to rescue Ichiko. Once Ichiko was free, she agreed to join the resistance who was trying to stop her sister, to try to bring down Aiko, so that she couldn't do more harm to Japan and if left alone the world. The problem was that 2 months after escaping All for One, the supervillain caught up with her sister and the resistance group. However, as Ichiko and the resistance tried to escape from All for One by using the sewers, Aiko used a spatial distortion meta ability on one of the resistance fighters, but Ichiko took the hit instead to protect the fighter. Not only did this make a cave-in, but it killed Ichiko, leaving nothing behind but her left hand. Ichiko didn't know what to suspect would happen after she died. Pitch blackness, standing in front of heavenly gates waiting to get into heaven, even going to hell. But what she wasn't suspecting to happen was to find herself back in the dungeon that her sister placed her in. At first, Ichiko thought that she was knocked out and got captured by her sister. But that was until she began to see and hear things from Kudo's point of view. She soon realized that she did, in fact, had a meta ability all along, but it was a totally useless one that she would never have known that she had unless she died like she did. But even if she knew about it beforehand, it would still be useless to her, as it was a meta ability that allowed the user to pass the skill to another. But as she thought about it, and seeing how Ichiko saw that Kudo was getting slightly stronger, she realized that thanks to her villain sister, her meta ability had changed. She didn't know how this was possible, but it would seem that when Aiko gave her the stockpiling meta ability, the two meta abilities merged together creating a new meta ability. This new ability allowed the stockpiling meta ability transfer to another person. You see, when Ichiko, died, Kudo was covered in Ichiko's blood, and sometime after Ichiko's death Kudo's body started to feel off, so she had Meijin Lin examine her. After confirming she didn't get touched by All for One, Meijin Lin revealed to Kudo that her body now had 2 meta ability factors inside her. Her original one, Gearshift, plus one that she calls an unformed dud. The only thing that Kudo came up with was that Ichiko had a quirk, and somehow, she passed it down to her. Realizing that she had part of Ichiko inside her, Kudo decided to protect the power, and over time called it One for All, opposite of All for One. It was only over time that she and Meijin Lin realized as Kudo got stronger, the new meta ability that Kudo got was part of the stockpiling meta ability that All for One gave to Ichiko. With that in mind, both Kudo and Meijin Lin decided to find a way to make One for All stronger, so that one day, it would be strong enough to defeat All for One for once and for all. Over time, All for One learned about One for All, and she wanted the meta ability back by any means necessary. Realizing that All for couldn't get her hands on this quirk, or in doing so she would become too powerful, they researched ways to transfer One for All to another person, so that not only to prevent All for One getting it back, but to make it stronger too. It was only when Kudo thought back about when she first got the One for All and realized the key point, Ichiko's blood, which meant to transfer the meta ability, they had to transfer it by using DNA. And after some testing, they realized that the transfer had to be done willingly for it to work. That came with a dark theory though. Although it needed to be done willingly, they came to realize that the willingness can be forced. All a person had to do was blackmail the user at the time to give it to them, or they would kill or hurt the person that they cared about. Both Kudo and Meijin Lin realized that from now on, they had to be careful who knew about One for All and how someone could get it, just so that One for All could never get it. Over the next few years, All for One kept tracking Kudo down to exact revenge for making her kill her brother and reclaim her sister's meta ability. But one day All for One finally cornered Kudo, after massacring the entire resistance, leaving only Kudo standing to oppose her. However, even with One for All, Kudo wasn't strong enough to defeat All for One. However, by this point she had already passed it down to Meijin Lin, who became the third user, while Kudo brought time for her successor to escape. Sadly, Meijin Lin only had it for a few years before passing it on to Haikage Shinomori, before dying at the hands of All for One. Haikage, who knew that she was no match for All for One, hid from the supervillain as her quirk was to sense danger, and she had no skills in fighting. So, she hid to make One for All stronger. Unfortunately though, she died 18 years later at the age of 40. The thing was that she died of old age and not by All for One. That's when Ichiko and the others realized that having One for All ages you faster if you had a quirk already. Either way, that's how it has been over the years. One for All got passed down from one hero to another. Some tried to fight All for One, but failed and died, but not before passing the meta ability, or as they now known as quirks, to a new hero. But if they knew they didn't have the fighting experience, the heroes would try to make the quirks stronger. It would seem that no matter what they did to make One for All stronger, it wasn't enough, as All for One was always one step ahead and made herself stronger over the years. The users of One for All realized that to defeat All for One, they needed something more than making the quirk they were trapped in stronger. They needed the wielder of the quirk to be able to use all the powers that were stored in the quirk too. But until recently, they weren't able to give the user of One for All any of their old powers. That was until Izuku Midoriya came along, the first male quirk user. For some reason, they were able to give one of the quirks that was stored in One for All to him. Many believe that it was time that One for All had finally reached the quirk singularity that people have been talking about over the years. That it got so powerful, that it was time for the quirk to evolve into something more. Some thought it was a bad thing, seeing how humans don't evolve fast enough unlike quirks, and so they believe it would be the end of the world. But there are others who believe that quirks would force humans to evolve, so that the quirks could be used by them. This too people fear would be the end of the world as they know it, as they weren't sure what would happen to humans if quirks forced the females to change. For those who were trapped in One for All, some were fine for this to happen with the user being a male, but a handful weren't. They were against it, but knew that they couldn't do much about it, so other than giving disapproval looks and remarks, they let it be, but vowed not to give Izuku their powers unless they had no other option but to do so. Either way, back to the present, and the fight with Izuku versus the Black Nomu and Shigaraki. They weren't sure what to do here. Whilst a few weren't happy about giving Izuku more power, they knew that unless they did something Izuku would die before handing One for All over to someone else. The problem is that the male's body wasn't strong enough yet to handle their powers, and the ones that he might be able to handle, they weren't fit to be used in battle. Listen Kudo, you might not like male, and I'll admit that I have some misgivings about him, but he seems the type to do what is right. Which is why I gave him my ability to help him, admitted a young-looking woman with long black hair, which was in a ponytail, swiped to the left with wavy bangs. She also had black eyes, but wore a pair of red-framed glasses. She was wearing a long red sleeveless chipao shirt. She was also wearing a pair of black shorts, dark purple thigh-length stockings, black shinobi sandals, and long dark purple arm warmers and a pair of black fingerless gloves. On her back she had a kusanagi sword. Whilst it was true that she gave the young male her quirk, it was slightly by accident too, as like many times in the past, she tried to give users of One for All her quirk. None of them were able to receive it. That was until now. It would seem that the theory of the quirk singularity was true and One for All had finally got to that point. That One for All got so powerful now that it could transfer quirks to a person. But before they could say more about this, they saw that the fight with the Black Noma had gotten a turn for the worse. Seeing this, Kudo sneered at this as she said, "See, this foolish male is going to get himself killed and he hasn't even passed the quirk to someone else." Whilst there were only a few that believed that Midoriya shouldn't have the quirk, all of them were worried and upset that he wasn't able to pass the quirk on to someone else. One for All was the only thing that had kept All for One in check. Without it, there was nothing to stop her from taking control of the world. They needed to quickly think of something that would save the male so that he could transfer it to someone else. "I think I know how to save Midoriya," said the former user of the Sharingan, "but it means giving him a new power and allowing him a temporary use of my advanced technique." "I knew you were nuts, Uchiha, but this is a new level of nuts," said a female with silver, shaggy hair and dark-colored eyes. "He isn't ready for any more of our battle quirks. The rest of the quirk aren't usable in battle. Even if you allow him to use your mind-altering technique, how do you know he would be okay? At the best of times, that technique nearly blinded you or outright killed you. In the state that Midoriya is in now, we have no idea what could happen. So again, this is a new level of nuts, even for you. Whilst I wouldn't put it like Senju did, she is right, Sarada. Ichiko acknowledged the silver-haired female point. In the state that he is in right now, Midoriya is unable to use any of our quirks, which is why we use a non-combatant quirk. Sarada said with a quirk. She was grateful that time in the quirk could be altered so that it is faster than in the real world. As this could take some time, we gave him Kinney's quirk. Upon hearing this, they all looked towards a young woman with long black that went just below her shoulders, with a long gray streak of hair in the front of her hair. She had green eyes, with a scar across her right eye that she got from a quirk that nothing could heal it. She was wearing a black and white sleeveless full-body spandex. Are you mad? Asked Kudo. Whilst her quirk is useful for self-healing and would be useful, giving it to Midoriya now would be pointless. It would do more harm than good, which is why we should limit the amount of power he has right now. Sarada told the second user of One for All, sure it'll only allow him the low level of peak human regeneration, but if he lives after this, he'll be able to heal much faster and more than likely not die. But what if he becomes unconscious for a few days after he uses your full power? Asked Kinney. As you know, for my quirk properly, I needed to eat a lot. If Midoriya is unconscious, how will he get the nutrition he needs to have my quirk work properly? He could still die. Sure, the plan is risky, the Sharingan user acknowledged the other's worries, but that's the only thing I think of to save Midoriya. So, do you want a certain risk of death, or a possible risk of death later? This is the best plan we have right now. With a lot of luck, Midoriya will be fine when this is over. As the past One for All users thought about it, they realized that Uchiha was right. This was the only plan that they had, and the only hope that the male had so that he could pass One for All on to me as a female. Okay, do it. Let's hope that this works out for all of us, said Ichiko. Without another word, the Sharingan user walked towards the only door in the room where a bright blinding light appeared in the doorway. As she walked through the light, she saw that Midoriya's body was injured and he was lying on the floor with the other injured students and teachers. Sarada could feel that the young male was trying to wake or move so that he could help those around him. He could even hear the former One for All user yelling in pain and suffering. But the male couldn't do anything to help the former One for All user. The Sharingan user could sense that the male feeling helpless as he yelled in his mind as he thought about his past with All Might. No, All Might. There are still tons of things I want you to teach me. Sensing that the male wanted nothing more to help All Might, wanting more power to help her and the others. Uchiha knew this was the right time to act, that he would let her help him if it meant helping All Might. Do you really want power? Sarada asked in the male's mind. Do you want to save her? Yes, came the reply from the first male user of One for All. Not caring about what would happen to him. Then let me help. Help her. Midoriya told her. I will, but be warned, there'll be side effects, warned Sarada. You'll more than likely be out of action for a short while. And when you come to, you'll have a hunger unlike anything you felt before. You'll eat more than ever before. And the power it'll give you now, you won't be able to use again until you are much stronger. I don't care as long as you can help All Might and my friends and classmates, Midoriya said without worries of what would come later, only caring that this voice who just appeared could help him to save the innocence of his classmates, friends and the former user of One for All. Sarada was strange to see a man who doesn't care about power for himself, but wants it to help others. It would seem that this male could truly be worthy of One for All, unlike many other males in the world. Then let's do this, Sarada told the male, as she prepared to help Midoriya. 00000, All Might! Izuku shouted as he woke up and tried to stand up, but found himself in pain as he tried to get up. But still, he forced himself to do so to help his mentor. He could feel the presence of the voice in the back of his mind, telling what he had to do. Izuku, stop, you should rest. You already did plenty for us, Momo said as she ran to his side, as she tried to prevent him from getting up and hurting himself more. No, I have, to save All Might, Izuku replied, not willing to let his mentor die like this, seeing his hero fighting to protect them. Knowing that if he didn't act soon, All Might would be killed. Monoma and a few others there just looked at Izuku in total admiration. They began to realize how much they were wrong about Izuku. He really is selfless. He really is a true hero. Were thoughts of the girls there, or at least similar thoughts on those lines, as they realized just how much more of a hero the male was compared to many other female heroes out there. They would really need to rethink what they thought about this male hero. Izuku, stop! You're not going anywhere, idiot! Itsuka shouted at him with tears in her eyes, not liking the idea of a fellow classmate getting hurt. Can't you see? It's over. We lost. There's nothing we can do. We won't let you go, Deku, and that's finale. Ochako added. She had tears in her eyes too. Please, you already have done enough for us. She pleaded. I have to do this, Izuku told the gravity girl. I have a way that'll stop this, but I have to go. There's no other way. I can't let you. Aizawa interrupted. Sensei Aizawa, Izuku interrupted his teacher, knowing what she was about to say. You are too hurt to do anything and All Might is in danger. So unless you want us all to die, you'll let me do this. As much as she hated to admit it, she knew that Midoriya was right. She was hurt and right now, she couldn't open her eyes fully, with them being damaged. So she would be useless in this fight, and her body couldn't move much. As she looked at Midoriya, she saw that his body was damaged too, but somehow he was still able to fight. But as she looked him over, she was shocked to see that some of Midoriya's smaller wounds were beginning to heal. Did his quirk suddenly give him the ability to heal himself? Aizawa asked herself in shock. This quirk of Midoriya's was something she had never before. It was giving the male everything that he needed to become a hero: strength, ability to learn to fight with ease, and now the ability to heal. She had to wonder what else this quirk would give to Midoriya to help him. Whatever the case, these were questions for later on. For now, she, Vlad Queen, the students and All Might were all in danger, and whilst she would like to be the one to fight, both she and Vlad Queen were out of the fight, and right now, Midoriya seemed to be the only one able to fight this fight. She was just shocked at how different the male was now than he was earlier, weak and stuttering at everything and would jump at the smallest of things. But now, as he was fighting these villains and using his quirk, he was a totally different person. More confident, able to stand up for himself and willing to do whatever it took to protect people. As she thought about it, she believed that this was all because of the adrenaline wash he was on. If that was the case, he would more than like go back to his old ways, and if that happens? She didn't know. But right now, she couldn't think about it. Like it or not, she needed him to fight for them and rescue All Might and the other students. So with a deep disappointing sigh at herself for being so weak, she said, As much as it pains me to send him to do the adults' fight, Midoriya, you're the only one who can save us all right now. I will gladly do it. Izuku replied with a lot of determination. His eyes shined and his Sharingan started to spin. Monoma, seeing how a lot of the students were too scared to do anything, knew that this male needed help. He had a plan, but was having problems walking. So, with no one else able or willing to help, she said, I can see that you have a plan, but you need someone to carry you, so I'll do it. Monoma, right? Izuku asked the girl, who nodded back. Whilst he didn't want anyone else to get hurt, he knew without help, he wouldn't be able to go far, so with a sigh he said, Alright, let's do this. 0000. Back to All Might. All Might's body has finally entered the warp gate. Kurogiri was finally ready to close the portal and kill All Might. Many students closed their eyes as they couldn't look at their symbol of peace's death, while others were crying and frustrated for not being able to help. All Might was now letting herself get sucked in. This was the kind of death she expected as a hero, dying while saving others. Even if I die here, I know that the pros will be here soon to save the students, All Might thought to herself as she closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate. I've no regrets dying like this except for one. Young Midoriya, I'm sure you'll become a fantastic hero in the future, and I'm sorry that I wasn't there to guide you till the end of the road. All Might! A voice yelled that caught everyone's attention. Young Midoriya? All Might questioned as she saw Izuku being carried by Monoma and heading towards her. Get your hands off All Might, you bastards! Izuku shouted. Young Midoriya! Don't All Might tried to tell Izuku to stand back, but she looked at the boy's eyes, and what she saw shocked her. His right eye, a second Tomo appeared. Did One for All reawaken again? All Might asked herself in shock. The former quirk that she once had was acting very strangely recently. First, giving the male extra powers that she never got, and now, if she guessed right, altered the quirk somehow. She had no idea what was happening, and whilst she had been looking into it, found very little to explain it all. The only thing she could come up with the help of Principal Nozomi, quirk singularity. But why now? It was a lot of work she was trying to figure out. Either way, All Might felt the Nomu pulling her out of the portal and letting go of her. What's going on? All Might thought in shock as the Nomu let her go. But that alone wasn't the only thing that shocked her. But it was the Nomu's eyes. They were like Izuku's. It had the Sharingan. Nomu, save Ojiro. Izuku ordered. He wasn't sure if this was going to work, but the voice in his head told him it would, and with nothing to lose, did as he was told. He was shocked to see that it did work. The Nomu charged towards Shigaraki with supersonic speed. The Nomu then delivered a powerful uppercut, breaking Shigaraki's jaw in the process, and then carried Ojiro to Izuku. Shigaraki, who was sent flying away, stood up again, still too shocked to comprehend what had just happened. Kurogiri, what is happening? Why is the Nomu obeying that kid? Shigaraki asked in panic, while she held her broken jaw. I don't know, Tomoko. I don't know. Kurogiri replied nervously. She too had no idea what happened here. To her knowledge, there were only two people the Nomu should listen to, Tomoko and All for One. So, why was it listening to this male of all people, ruining our first week of school, attempting to kill my friends and teachers? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! You won't get away with this! Izuku yelled. Roar! The Nomu, who was standing behind him, roared to show Izuku's anger. Seeing this, all the villains started to shake in fear and shock. Who the hell are you? You're not a human brat. No, those eyes, those red eyes, you must be a devil. Shigaraki shouted while taking a couple of steps back. She was scared of Izuku's death glare. What was that about me not being able to save anyone? Izuku asked with a dark glare. Don't count me out so easily. As for who I am, I already told you. I am the hero who never gives up, the hero who will save everyone. Izuku Midoriya, the next fledgling symbol of peace. Izuku replied as Shigaraki just froze in fear. Izuku then looked at the Nomu, who seemed to be still under his control. Nomu, finish all the minions who are here. Izuku ordered. The Nomu didn't hesitate to carry its new master's orders and took care of all the cannon fodders in the USJ in a flash. Izuku then ordered the Nomu to grab Shigaraki, and the Nomu immediately charged at its old master, and grabbed her by her shirt, before lifting him off the ground. Meanwhile, everyone stood in awe at Izuku's power, and how he was able to subdue the Nomu despite his current state. Tell me, Shigaraki, how does it feel now when you're at the receiving end of the Nomu's power? Izuku asked angrily, as the Nomu was squeezing Shigaraki's body so hard, and the latter was just grunting in pain. This is how Sensei Aizawa felt, you bitch. This is how Ojiro felt when you decayed part of her tail. This is what everyone felt today. Fear. And now you'll have a taste of your own medicine, Izuku yelled as he was consumed by his rage at the moment. But just then, he started vomiting some blood. Shigaraki, however, never felt this terrified of someone in her entire life. In fact, she doesn't remember when was the last time she felt fear. Young Midoriya. All Might called her successor's name, worried about his current state. All Might, stand down. Izuku said as blood came from his eyes and nose. He was straining himself beyond his limits, even though the voice in his head told him not to. He was exhausted and felt as if he was about to faint at any moment. I can still hold him down much longer. I'll save every, Izuku added before vomiting blood. Young Midoriya, even though you're injured and so tired, even though you're at your limit. All Might thought worriedly, as she gave her successor a sad smile. You're pushing forward to save everyone, going beyond plus ultra. My boy, you really are a true hero. But I have to stop you before you kill yourself. Think this last part. All Might then hit Izuku's neck, which made the latter fall unconscious. It was the only way All Might could think of right now to save the young male, as she knew he would continue to fight, even if it nearly kills him, or outright kills him. He was too young to die like this. He had too much to learn and All Might couldn't let him die before he became the next great hero like he wanted. The moment that Izuku was hit on the neck, the Nomu snapped out of its trance and let go of Shigaraki, who was visibly shaking in fear. "That ing brat!" Shigaraki exclaimed. She then went on her knees and coughed. Blood was coming out of her mouth too, as she had definitely suffered some internal damage. Shortly after, she got up shaken to the core, but still managed to regain her composure yet again. "What the is this?" Shigaraki asked in shock. Whilst she didn't like the male and wanted him dead, he was the only one so far who could have defeated her and saved everyone. "You just knocked out the only student who could have saved everyone. Do you really want the credit of defeating us to yourself?" Shigaraki taunted with a newfound confidence now that Izuku is out of the picture. "Young Midoriya, thank you, but it pains me when you destroy your body to save me. And as a hero and your teacher, I can't allow you to do that," All Might said as she looked at her almost unconscious successor. "No, All Might," Izuku murmured before fainting. All Might then gave Izuku and Ojiro's bodies to Monoma. "Take them to safety," she simply ordered. "Nomu, kill All Might and then that green-haired brat. He's too dangerous to be left alive," Shigaraki ordered the Nomu as she violently scratched her neck. In fact, there was blood ping from it now. She knew that her master wanted the male alive, but his actions proved that she was right to kill him. The male was too dangerous. If he's that strong at 15 years old, then imagine how strong he'll become in a few years. No. In fact, prioritize killing that brat. I won't let him get away for his insolence. It's true that I barely have a minute left. My power has been declining faster than I expected. But I must do this. All Might thought to herself, knowing that to save her successor, she had to give it all. Why? Because I am the symbol of peace, All Might said as she emitted a strong aura that froze everyone in place except for the Nomu. As the two titans finally charged at each other and clashed, their exchanges of fists caused a shockwave that blew everyone away. "Damn! Hey, you talked about its shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you?" Shigaraki questioned. "Yes, I did," All Might said as she managed to knock the Nomu away. The two titans started to exchange fists so fast at supersonic speeds that even the normal human eye couldn't keep up with their movements. Wow! Kirishima said in amazement as she was blown away. "I can't get near them," Kurojiri exclaimed. "If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there's a limit to it, right?" All Might said as he began to get the upper hand in the fight, dealing more blows, landing one punch after the other. "Made to fight me? If you can withstand me at 100%, then it'll force you to surrender from beyond that. She's not swinging randomly. Every single hit," thought Bakugo, as she watched her favorite hero and the villain fight, "is more than 100% of his power." Todoroki finished Bakugo's thought, who was thinking the same thing, as All Might finally landed a devastating punch that knocked the Nomu several meters away. Seeing this, Shigaraki got more and more angry. "A hero can always break out of a tough spot," All Might said as she jumped over to the Nomu and began their intense exchange of blows. Neither side was willing to surrender, until All Might grabbed the Nomu by the arm, swung it and threw it to the ground, creating a large crater. Finally, All Might landed in front of the Nomu with a loud thud. "Hey villain, have you ever heard those words?" Resonating deep within her, the past wills and power of One for All echoed in her body, granting even more power within her, before she clenched her fist. "Go beyond! Plus Ultra!" All Might roared as she punched the monster in the guts. The result was the punch sending the Nomu upwards through the roof of the USJ at max velocity. It was sent through the sky across the city. The power of the punch also made the entire place shake as if there was an earthquake. All the students that were there just stood there in awe at All Might's power. The symbol of peace was definitely in a league of her own. Is this a comic book or something? It's like she nullified the shock absorption. Her brute strength is crazy, Kirishima said with visible shock in her voice. What insane power! Does this mean she rushed at the monster so fast that it couldn't regenerate? Bakugo added she too was shell-shocked. So, this is the top. Todoroki added, admiring All Might's power. Is this the world of pros? Bakugo asked herself in shock. I really have gotten weaker. In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. But it took more than 300 hits. All Might said with a smile. Smoke started to emit from her body as she was going to return to her weaker form in any second now. Shigaraki was now shaking with anger. This by far has been the worst day of her life. She arranged for this attack and recruited mobs of villains only for them to be taken out by children. She had Kurojairi scatter them, but one of them escaped. Her green Nomu was taken out by a 15-year-old kid. What was worse, it was a damn male with a quirk that did it. Being defeated by a female hero was bad enough, but being defeated by a male who shouldn't have a quirk, that was something she couldn't abide by. She then tried to kill the male but failed because All Might appeared. She almost had All Might and was going to kill her, but that damn male got in the way again and saved her. And finally, her strongest Nomu was defeated by All Might. Yeah, this wasn't really the best day of her life. On the bright side, could it get any worse? Weaker? No way. We've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe she did that to my Nomu. She used to cheat? Tomoko angrily said as she began to throw a temper tantrum like a child. What's going on? She's not weaker at all. Did that sense lie to me? She added as she scratched her neck. Luckily for our heroes, the long-awaited support that Ida went to get had finally arrived. The first thing that happened was that the pro-hero, Snipe, fired a shot at Shigaraki's shoulders, hands and legs to prevent her before she could do anything else to hurt the students and teachers. This is when Kurojairi quickly warped herself and her master and ran away. Next time you're mine, you trash of society, Shigaraki shouted before escaping through the warp gate. The second thing that happened as Shigaraki was making her get away was that the pro-heroes/teachers that came to their rescue. They immediately scattered about the building to apprehend the small-time villains. There were a handful of villains that were still up and fighting the students. But it didn't take them long to be dealt with. At this sight, the students cheered that the attack was finally over and they were safe and sound. The heroes were accompanied by Principal Nozomi and Ida, and outside the USJ were the police and a couple of ambulances, who immediately took the injured students. Out of the 40 students, 15 of them had minor injuries, 3 were severely injured but not in a critical state. However, there was one was between life and death and needed immediate medical attention. Not to mention there were also 3 severely injured teachers. Unfortunately for U.A, the public had to know about the injured student who was in a critical condition, and so in a span of a few hours, everyone knew that Izuku Midoriya was injured due to him taking out one of the main villains. Nozomi wanted to hide this fact, but she knew that there was nothing she could do to hide this fact. She might have some power to hide things from the press, but this was one of the few times where she couldn't. As too many people knew about what happened. They also heard how his chivalrous acts ended up saving the students and teachers, as well as helping All Might in defeating the strongest villain. This brought too much attention towards the male. Sure, there was some attention on young Midoriya, for being the first male quirk user, but Nozomi was able to downplay it. But now that the news was out about how powerful Midoriya really was, there was going to be a lot more attention put on him now. Principal Nozomi knew this would happen at some point, but she was hoping to have more time, so that she had a system to protect the young male. As Midoriya had a power that could make other females stronger, something she wanted to capitalize on to make the females at U.A stronger. She wanted to see if Midoriya impregnated the females, more males with quirk could appear. Although she would have Midoriya well protected, happy and cared for, she had plans to train him to become stronger once the system was in place. However, with the news now out about Midoriya, Nozomi knew that she had to rush her plans. Push a few of them ahead of time. Even if she didn't like the idea, but for the future of the world she would push ahead, even if people saw her as a monster. Because of this, she would be found in her office after the event at USJ, where she would be sorting things out for what was to come. At one of the League of Villains hideouts, we begin this chapter with Shigaraki, as she fell out of the warp gate in pain. They appeared in a basic bar, with a TV on the wall. Ouch! Moaned Shigaraki, as she came out of the gate, shot in both arms and legs. All those underlings wiped out. Even Nomu was beaten. We failed. Those kids were so strong, and the symbol of peace wasn't weakened at all. Here, Kurojairi started to treat Shigaraki injuries. As she was doing so, the decay quirk user, you were wrong, Master. So wrong. All Might wasn't weaker at all, he managed to defeat the Black Nomu. What? He managed to defeat both of the Nomus? All for one question from the TV monitor. From the sound of it, she was surprised to hear what she had just heard. Well, to be honest, the green one was defeated by the male quirk user that Kurogiri informed All for One. He had crazy powers, Master. Not only did he have super strength, as we were informed about, but his eyes turned red, and it seemed that he could see through any attacks thrown at him. He also managed to hypnotize the Black Nomus. Not only that, but there was green lightning all around him, that seemed to increase his physical strength. I see. We underestimated not only the students but also this male. Kurogiri and Shigaraki heard from the monitor. At least we failed under that cheap League of Villains name, and not our own. Anyway, what happened to the Black Nomu? Where is it? Yes, whilst the green one is dead, why didn't you bring both of them back? Forgive me, but I was unable to bring them back. Kurogiri informed All for One. What? Why not? Asked the doctor. The Black Nomu was blown away by All Might, and without its precise location, I was unable to use my warp to bring it back with us. And with the heroes and police there, we didn't have to search for it. Kurogiri explained why she wasn't able to bring the black monster back. As for the green Nomu, the hero, 13, tried to use her black hole power on me, sucking me towards her. It took all my concentration to escape with Shigaraki. I was unable to get the other Nomu with us. This is a travesty. The doctor sighed deeply. The green Nomu wouldn't be so bad, but the black one, what a waste. After all, we did what we could to make it as powerful as All Might. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. Unfortunately. All for One said unhappily. This is all down to that annoying male bastard. Because of him my plans were ruined. We almost had All Might, but even after being injured so badly he saved her. That bastard. That bastard, Shigaraki growled in frustration as she decayed a random chair, before yelling. I want to kill him. If it wasn't for All Might, I would have. You were trying to kill him. All for One asked darkly, even after I told you not to. That I wanted him alive. What were you thinking, Master? I don't know what the big deal is. He's just a male who got lucky in getting a quirk, said Shigaraki. She didn't get what is wrong with killing the male bastard, not after seeing how strong he was at the moment. Who knew how strong he could get if left alone for a long time? To her, it was for the best to get rid of the male as soon as possible. If you saw how powerful he was, you would want him dead too. Listen, it's natural that you're upset. This was your first true big public outing as the League of Villains, instead of doing small crimes. But this was not a futile mission. It is a good lesson to show you that not all plans or missions will go as you want, and sometimes you will have to retreat and try again another time. All for One acknowledged Shigaraki's reason for being angry and upset. That was until her voice turned darker again. However, I told you not to kill him but bring him to me. You know that I hardly ever tell you to do anything, as I want you to learn things on your own. I believe that people learn better by trial and error, making mistakes and learning from them. Teachers like I should only step in when they are truly needed and only then. So when I asked for you to do something, you know it's important if I do so, and as such you should have done it. I am sorry, Master. Shigaraki gulped in fear, feeling the coldness in her master's voice at disappointing her. Whilst she often saw this happen to other people who betrayed and let her master down, she never felt this feeling detected right at her. I know you are, and I know your feelings towards this subject, the supervillain admitted to her student, but if you want to become a true leader, you need to learn that there are times when killing isn't always the answer. That you might need information from the person you want to kill, or they could become an ally if you use the right leverage. I understand, Master, said Tomoko. Now while still put this down to a teaching moment, you need to be punished so you understand your mistake. As without such punishments, you'll never learn. Said All for One, for that reason, you'll need to heal normally without the aid of a healing quirk. Is that understood? Why, yes, Master, said the student. Good, now before I go, I need to ask. Other than super strength, speed and ability to read your actions, did this male show off any other skills? asked All for One, a bit worried about what this all meant. If her fears about what was happening and the male got what she wanted, things had gotten a lot more difficult. But she knew from what she had heard so far it was she needed to start planning, but she wanted to make sure. Well, I am not sure, Master, but it looked like some of his injuries were already starting to heal. Shigaraki informed her master, damn male, what sort of damn quirk does he have to make him that powerful? Doctor, do you think your theory is finally coming to terms? Asked All for One. Users of the past had those eyes and the ability to heal, so do you think the time has come? I can't be sure, not unless more powers show up, Master. The doctor informed All for One. For all we know, it could be his own powers. Master, what are you talking about? Tomoko asked with curiosity. This doesn't concern you. All I say on this subject is that you're not allowed to harm this male at all. Keep an eye on him and report everything you learn about him to me as soon as possible. If you harm him other than having no other option, you'll be severely punished. All for One commanded Shigaraki. Apart from that, you continue as you please. Gather the villainous elite. Take all the time you need. I must remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you to be my face. A symbol of your own. Tomoko Shigaraki. Once you're healed and ready, you will show the world that it should be afraid of you. Understood, Master? Said Shigaraki. Good, as I really don't want to find another person to train to become my successor, because I had to get rid of you. All for One told Shigaraki before cutting off the monitor, ending the call there. Damn it, that damn male, this is all his fault. Shigaraki threw a tantrum, not liking what happened. To her, it was all down to this male, Midoriya, that she was being treated like the way she is with her master. With her master threatening to kill her and get a new student, she would find a way to make this Midoriya bastard pay for what happened to her. Master, please calm down, I have just bandaged you up and stopped the bleeding. If you do too much now, the bleeding will start again. Kurojiri warned her master. Fine, I'll be careful. Shigaraki huffed like an unhappy child, as she carefully got up and went to the bar to think about what she was going to do next. 00000. Later at Udata High, a few hours later in a trip to the hospital to be checked over and healed, the students were sent back to school where they were happy to hear the day was over. Whilst most of them were healed, it didn't mean that they were mentally okay, far from it in fact. They had suffered a lot. Useless, coward, weak, failure, fear, terrified, shocked, afraid were the common thoughts they had about themselves. And whilst they were healed, some still feel the pain or the memory of the pain was still there, and didn't help them. Unfortunately, this was an experience that they never should have experienced, at least not in their first year. Maybe their third year at U.A, depending on certain things, but normally until they started to work as a pro or worked for pro if they decided to work for agencies instead of being independent hero like a rare few do. Whatever the case, they now got to know firsthand about how dangerous being a hero truly can be. After being interrogated by the police, the students went back to school to get dressed and get their things. No one dared to speak about anything that happened today to anyone that asked, as they were too tired and some were still in pain even though they are healed. Some weren't mentally fit to talk about it yet, but there was one thing that they all talked about as they were getting ready to go home, Midoriya. They couldn't believe how strong he was, that he was able to defeat one of the monsters mainly on his own, whilst he used the other monster to help them before helping All Might to defeat it. This was something that none of them thought would be possible. That a man could be so powerful and useful. It was something none of them could dream could be possible, as they were taught otherwise. Everything that they knew had slightly changed, at least towards Midoriya anyway. They realized that he at least could become the first male official hero. This wasn't the only chance that they felt. They felt more UAL towards him. They all knew the side effects of having a quirk, that they would be more usually active than men and the rare few women who don't have a quirk. They all had classes about this, and about how to deal with it so that these effects wouldn't control them. But right now, all their instincts were calling out to them to do whatever it took to him, no matter what. Share him, be used by him, do whatever it took to make it happen. It was such a strange feeling to have. They have been taught to control these urges, as they didn't want men to learn of these UAL urges, as they feared that if men knew, they would try to use this fact against the women and try to control them this way. However, now their urges were going into overdrive. For the first time ever, they wanted to let go and give in to them. To be led by this powerful male. That they found someone worthy to lose control to, someone to submit to. It was a feeling that they never felt before. Sure, they always felt the urge to have with a male, but it was more or less bearable, and they decided who they wanted so not to be used by a male. But now, it would seem like the side effect of having a quirk had just gone up a notch. That something in their quirks had reawakened, and all they could think about was getting led by this male. So, other than feeling scared, guilty and the like, depending on the person, they were all becoming yearly aroused by the male. More so than some of them were before. All thinking that if he lived through this, they would throw themselves at him and allow him to do whatever he wanted to them. Because of this, a few of the females from Class 1B who hadn't been taken home by their parents already had given their phone numbers to Momo so that she could give them to Midoriya. They also asked for his number. This way, they could begin talking to Midoriya should he survive today's events. Momo was only able to nod at this request, as they exchanged numbers. She felt guilty for allowing Izuku to go off to fight when she knew he wasn't fully capable of fighting at full strength. Because of this, he had ended up nearly dying, and the last she heard, he was badly injured and was in a coma of some sort. She blamed herself for not being strong enough and for not being able to back him up. If he survived, she would have to think of a way to redeem herself, and show him how sorry she was for not being able to help him when he needed her, and the others the most. Whatever the case, when they sorted and traded numbers for Izuku, the remaining students of Class 1A and 1B left to go home. None of them knew what was going to happen next, nor what was going on with Izuku, just hoping that things would get better. Central Hospital. Principal Nozomi was waiting outside one of the surgery rooms at Central Hospital, waiting to see Recovery Girl, who was treating Izuku Midoriya. Nozomi didn't like the idea of young Midoriya being here. The place wasn't as protected as UA. She made sure of that, as she didn't like the idea of villains one day coming to attack the school to kill the heroes in training, so she created walls and other protections to protect those at the school. She would have liked to have had to build some dormitories in the past so the heroes could live near school and be better protected during the school year. But the school board and the parents didn't like the idea, as there was no need for it. However, since Midoriya joined U.A, she was able to rope a few people into her plans to create new dormitories. In fact, because of her plans, not only dormitories but a small town by using the new battle area that was created recently. It was going to be used for the students to learn from, but now, it'll be a place for them to live in and keep Midoriya safe from danger until he is stronger. Even then, she was hoping he would stay there once he finished UA. But she knew it was unlikely, as if he truly wanted to be a hero, he would want to leave the town created for him, to help as many people as possible. So unless she could change his mind somehow, she knew that there was nothing she could do about him leaving. All she could do was hope she could keep him there long enough for him to give birth to a few more males with quirks. If that happened, she wouldn't have to worry about the future. The population of men could start going up again, and they wouldn't need to worry about humanity disappearing. As for the town/dormitories, she was trying to figure out how to convince the board and the parents to allow the children and their families to move there. Sure, she created the place for Midoriya, but getting him and everyone else there was a different problem to deal with. Sure, she had a few tricks she could use, but for the sake of appearances and not wanting to create problems for the place nor Midoriya right away, she wanted to do things right, even if it took a while. However, with the unfortunate event at USJ, the USA principal believed she might have found the loophole she needed to get the board and the parents to agree to have the children move into this new town/dormitories. She could put forth that seeing how the villains already attacked the children once already, they or another group of villains could try again. She knew that some might blame All Might or Slash and Midoriya for being there, but she already thought about it. She would counter that whilst that was true, removing the two wouldn't change anything. She would tell them that the school had been attacked already. And with how easy the villains made it seem, more villains might decide to do the same. It would be for the best for the students and their parents to be in the new area she was building. Even without All Might and Midoriya, villains might try to attack the school to either try to make a name for themselves or to try and get to All Might and Midoriya by threatening the place that they once were, hoping that their feelings for the place and people there would make them return and so would attack them there. She would tell them that it would be better for them to be there and to have Midoriya trained here so that he could help protect them more easily should something happen. If she could make this work, this would make things easier getting rid of the males from the school. Don't get her wrong, she had no problems with males and, in the past, was more than happy to have them at UA. However, with her plans for Midoriya, they would only get in the way of her plans to give Midoriya the biggest harem ever known. If she wanted him to give birth to more males, young Midoriya would need to as many females as possible, meaning the whole school in her book. She knew that depending on the family DNA, some females would have more chances of having females instead of males. So Midoriya would have to impregnate as many females as possible. But having the male students here, trying to get the other females for themselves wasn't good in her book. Not now, anyway, not with Midoriya, who might be able to bring more males into the world with quirks. No, she couldn't allow it here. Not when humanity was at stake. Because of this, she would use the event at USJ to get rid of the rest of the males. She had already started to slowly remove the male students from U.A, starting off with those who scored low in the basic entrance exams. Normally, even with a low score, she would allow males into U.A to help them in the world, seeing how most hero schools had problems with male, and had no problem denying them into the school. But now, she was only allowing those with high scores to enter the school, so as not to let people realize she was up to something. She did the same for those who scored low in last year's exams. When she got letters from past and new students asking why this was, instead of telling them the truth, she told them she wanted higher standards for the school with the males. They didn't like it, but with her being the principal, there wasn't much they could do about it. Anyway, Nozomi had been trying to think of ways to get rid of the males, but now she had a way to do so without many questions. She would tell the male students that due to the events at USJ, there could be more risk of the school being attacked. Because they were quirkless, they would be in more danger, where the females would be taught basic self-defense and how to handle their quirks a bit better. She knew that the males wouldn't be happy with this, as they worked so hard to get into U.A, but with how the world worked, there was nothing they could do about this. Sure, they'll hate her, but she knew that in the long run she didn't care. Call her what they want, but at the end of the day she was doing this for their future, to make sure there was one. She knew well enough that sometimes to make a better place, some people have to do bad things for the greater good. She just has to be careful not to cross the line that she could never recover from. You promised me that my son would be fine if he came to you, said a sobbing and angry woman with green hair. This woman was Inko Midoriya, the mother of Izuku Midoriya. She had an appointment with the mother before Midoriya joined the school, where the mother asked many questions and where Nozomi had to promise that Izuku would be safe. Unless they were training with the pros during their internships, her son wouldn't be in danger. Even then, until their third year, their internships would be basic, being in the background and seeing what it means to be a hero, only helping with the most less dangerous villains. This would help them to learn. I know I did, and he would have been. Nozomi told the sobbing mother, what happened today was beyond anything that we suspected would happen. This has never happened before and so we couldn't plan for it. But I have to say, your son was the bravest soul there today, helping to protect his classmates. You should be very proud of your son. He saved not only All Might but also the rest of the teachers and students there. The mother sobbed even more at hearing this. She was proud of her son, but upset that he had gotten hurt so badly that he was in hospital and in surgery. Just then, Recovery Girl, who came to see if she could help the first true male hero in any way, came out of the surgery room. Upon seeing the youthful hero, the poor mother pleaded, Recovery Girl, please tell me that my Izuku is going to be okay, please. Surprisingly, yes, Recovery Girl said, sounding surprised as she reassured the distraught mother. Please come with me, and I'll explain. You too, Principal Nozomi. Here Recovery Girl led the two women to a waiting room, where Nozomi asked, Shio, what's going on? Is my boy really okay? Asked Inko, who was very worried for her son now. Okay, let me be straight here. For now, yes, your son is doing surprisingly well, more than we could hope for, to be honest. Shio told the mother. What do you mean? Asked the mother. From what I learned as to what happened back at UJS, the damage that young Izuku has should be way much worse, explained the nurse, making the mother sob even harder. Despite that though, He has less injuries, and it's all thanks to his new healing ability he somehow gained back at UJSB. But how? Asked Izuku's mother. I thought that a quirk would only give a person one ability, and if they were lucky, they could create skills depending on the quirk. Look at Endeavor, she has a fire-type quirk, and she found a way to make herself to fly by pushing the flames through her back and feet. But with my son's quirk, which is meant to be an enhancement-type quirk, how is he able to have eyes to be able to read people's movements and copy them, and now be able to heal himself? To be honest, we don't know how this is possible. Recovery Girl half lied. They had a theory, but that's all they got. But they couldn't tell the mother this. For one, by telling her this, they would have to tell her about One for All, which would mean putting her in danger. The other was that even if they did tell her, it would only make her worry, something they wanted to avoid until they knew more. It's rare, I mean very rare. Only about 50 known people had this. But there have been records of people having one quirk but having a few abilities coming from it. As for your son, his quirk is one of them. It's a stockpiling type quirk, but unlike others of its kind, where it stores a certain amount of power before it's useful to the person and makes the person stronger, this one seems to give your son powers, too. We don't know how it decides which powers to give your son, but it would seem that it's giving your son powers to help him to become a hero. This shocked Inko, who knew that her son had such a power. Sure, she was amazed that her son would be the first male quirk user, but she never imagined that he would have a powerful quirk like the one he has now. If she was honest with herself, she thought if her son ever had a quirk, she thought it would be something like hers but weaker. So to hear that the first quirk was so powerful, that shocked her a lot. She even had to admit that whilst she was scared for her son, she was very proud of him, saving all of his classmates like that. It was something that she wanted for her child, if she was a female. But as a male, she was scared and worried what her son would have to go through in his journey in becoming a hero. As she knew for males, they are treated poorly because they don't have quirks, looked down upon, considered as worthless and the like. So she knew that her son would have a hard time, women looking down on him, thinking that he was worthless. Even if he had a way to be a hero before gaining a quirk, they would look down on him for being a male. She didn't want that for her son, but she knew that there was no way to stop him. So, all she could do was to be there for him and support him where she could. But his healing ability isn't the only new ability he gained, it seems, explained Chio, as she pulled out 2 X-rays and some notes from a file she was holding. Then, she placed one X-ray against the light box that was on the wall, and said as she handed a few notes to Inko, "This is an X-ray that I took when young Midoriya and some of his test results were taken." "What has this got to do with his new ability you're talking about?" asked Inko, wondering where Recovery Girl is going with this. "We'll get to that in a second, I want to explain something." Recovery Girl told the mother, "When someone is discovered to have a quirk, we do X-rays and run tests to see if the quirk had altered the girl in any way, as some quirks do alter the body in some way sometimes. But as you can see in this X-ray and in the test results, everything was normal, which was slightly strange." "How so?" asked Inko. "Normally, when those that have strength like stockpiling type quirks, we would see the bones being more dense, as to not to break their bones when punching someone when using their quirks," explained the school nurse. "However, it is very rare for someone not to have dense bones for this sort of quirk. I was going to be checking on him to see how his bones were, and this got to do with Izuku's new ability?" asked Izuku's mother. "Because of these new X-rays. Other than finding that his bones have gotten denser since the last X-ray, although not by much, it is better than before. But he also gained new bones that look like claws," Chio informed the mother, as she took out 2 new X-rays. These were of Izuku's right and left hand. Whilst it showed that his arms were broken, it also now showed that there were 3-foot-long bone claws in each arm. Inko gasped at the damage to her son's hands and arms. She couldn't believe that her son had gotten so hurt, but seeing these bone-like claws in his hands surprised her a lot, and she had to wonder what was going on. "What are those things in my son's arms?" asked a worried mother. "No idea, other than, as I said, claws," Recovery Girl informed Inko. "If I have to guess, they should come up between the knuckles, if they are claws, and they did appear at the same time as his healing ability. Why didn't he use them during the fight earlier? No one reported about them." This came from Principal Nozomi. She had to wonder what was going on with these powers, too. Whilst she was glad to see that the male was getting stronger and able to defend himself better, she was worried what this could mean for the young boy. If I had to guess, his arms were too damaged at the time. Recovery Girl told the principal. As you can see in the X-ray, there's still damage in the arms. We have no idea what kind of damage he had during the fight. If anything, like the rest of his X-rays, he was in a pretty bad shape. Nozomi hummed thoughtfully as she could see the school's nurse point there. It's highly likely that Midoriya didn't even know about this new ability. Tell me, with this new healing ability, he is going to be okay, right? Asked the mother, hoping that her son would be fine and that it would only be a matter of time before he would wake up again. All honestly? I don't know. Recovery Girl admitted. Right now, the hospital has put him into a medically induced coma so that he can heal. But the problem is the longer he is in the coma, the more likely he'll die if he doesn't heal fast enough. What? How? Asked the shocked mother, as she started to sob once again. Unfortunately, when it comes to most regenerative quirks, they need to eat way more than normal people would unless their quirks need something else to work. The school nurse explained to the mother. It was a hard thing to tell a parent that although their child is healing, there was still a risk that they could die. But Inko needed to know, just in case the worst happens. Right now, we're giving him 4 fluids to keep him nutrition supported. However, that won't last for long though. Regenerative quirks needs more than 4 fluids can offer, fats and certain nutritions that 4 fluids can give. So, I'm afraid to say that if his new regenerative quirk doesn't heal the main damage soon, and we can wake him to feed him, he might just die. Inko sobbed even hard at this, unable to believe that her son could die even though he had gained a regenerative quirk. And all because he needed to eat a lot of food to make it work properly and to its fullest. But there was nothing she could do about it with him being in a coma. She was very worried for her son, so as she sobbed, she asked the school nurse, you're right, how long before his regenerative ability becomes too much for my son? I'm sorry to say, between 3 days to a week at most, at which point his body will begin to shut down. Recovery Girl informed Inko sadly, not wanting to tell the mother this, but knew she needed to know. What she didn't tell the mother was how bad her son was, how he had lots of broken bones, broken ribs, and many cuts. He also had brain damage too, which was the main problem, and which might take a while to heal. She was grateful that thanks to the regenerative ability that the young boy had, the cuts had already begun to heal and should be done by the end of the day. The main problem was the rest of the injuries. She wasn't sure if the regenerative ability could fully heal the boy before it killed him. When can I see my son? Asked Inko, wanting to be with her son right now. In a few hours. The doctors want to get a private room ready for your son. They also want some heroes to protect his room so that no one can go near him. Recovery Girl informed the mother. Thank you, Recovery Girl, said a sobbing mother. Unable to say anything else, Inko walked to the surgery room door and waited for her son to come out. She wanted to be there for her son when the time comes, to look after him until he was ready to go back to school. As Recovery Girl and Principal Nozomi watched the mother, Nozomi said, Listen, Chio, I have to go back to school to deal with things there. Parents and reporters will want to know what is going on, and what I have planned to protect the students there. But while I'm there, could you keep an eye on Mrs. Midoriya for me and tell me if anything changes with young Izuku? Chio wanted to have words with the principal about Izuku, and what is going on with him. She also understood that with everything that has happened today, Nozomi would have to deal with things before it got too bad. So she would wait until the wait time to talk to her about the male quirk user. For now all she said was, Understood, Nozomi, I'll talk to you later. And with that, Nozomi and Recovery Girl parted ways. None of them realized that All Might, who was in her weaker form, was nearby and had heard everything that was said. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. All Might thought to herself as she felt guilty. She blamed herself for what happened to the boy. If only she hadn't used her time up playing hero that morning, she would have been there and could have protected not only the boy but also the rest of the students. She knew she had to do better, to protect her charge and the rest of the students with the little power she had until Midoriya was strong enough to become the next hero of peace. As she walked back to her room, she knew that she had to find a way to repay her successor. If it wasn't for her and giving him her powers, young Midoriya wouldn't be in this state. She has been trying to train him, but she forgot that he wasn't at the point where he could protect himself from the more powerful villains. No, she had to be there for him more. As long as she has the embers of One for All, she should be using it to teach and protect her successor, not trying to be a hero. Not when there are so many out there already. Either way, she had a few days to think about this. And she was going to do what was right for young Midoriya this time. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the Dark Dragon for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.